opportunity, Bolaba, Bama Aswaju.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be cheap. It's once again, everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, chopper. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, oh, Iboma, I go drop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love it. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, they can't bring up. I don't see them fire. That's why when they ever enter my temple, I will show them fire. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the master. Refinery, the contract that you want, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Let me be the master. I hear you. You know, when I came here earlier for sound check, I didn't.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
Listen, you can only see, but you will never want them. You can only see, but you will never get there.
You can only see, but you can.
Well, here's the video of Bola Ahmed Tinubu muttering those unintelligible words which have since gone viral. Let's take a look.
You see the innovation. If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Yeah, it's a successful again, a town hall, different from Blue Bulaba.
Rufai.
between my pen. I see Panamata, the wedding for game. Okay. Papa, you look at you. I'm not getting it. Mama said, I want to go. I got no one to tell them back. Oh, where would he get? I got you to never tell them one.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀gà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ máa ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there. So there it is, absolutely, categorically right there. So there it is right there. Here I am right here there you are, wherever it is that you are, and here we are. So here we are, 100%. Here we are. Oh, well, I don't even know what the pediatrician is, Iko Girl, man. But well, if it's a good thing, then I am. If it's a bad thing, then I'm not. So there it is, absolutely without equivocation. There it is right there. So there it is right there. Hope you are all well. Greetings to you from here, wherever it is that I am. I'm in an outpost in the God's own enclave called Oyo Laughing. So I'm in a place called I bet you didn't even know the internet reached as far as that, but I'm in God's own land, Oyo Laughing. So greetings from Oyo Laughing to you, wherever it is that you're listening. Good day to you, good to be in your company, all that nice and funky stuff. All that nice and funky stuff. Play that funky music, white boy. So all that, good day to you. Hope you've had a gloriously productive day and you've delighted in your day, only to cap it off then. That wine that you have at the end of a long day, one man went to mow. So one man went to mow. You know, there was a time I used to be into wines. I used to know the distinction between a Molly and a Bordeaux or a whatever it is. I'm not quite sure now. I just drink whatever it is. You won't believe what I drink these days. I'm not sure I even want to admit to it, but there it is. Yeah. All that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. And apologies for the exceedingly late start. The starts get later and later for reasons out of my control. It was due to power failure in our Tejo show transmitting station. You know what that means. It was due to power failure in our Tejo show transmitting station. All that. Greetings to you all. I see you there, Agbado Omotinobu. D3, of course, the bell of the ball. That's Iko Gilmer right there, the delectable Adama, and everybody else turning up. So, Rattel family, I'm not quite sure. That's the progressive right there, also known as Akim. So, say hello in the comment section as you're coming in so I can say hello back to you. Good day to you. Good to be your company, all that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just at the sound of my invitation to do so. Click on the like, BUTTON, the like button. You know, maybe the thumbs up. Maybe you're not literate enough to know what a like button is. To the somewhat the impaired of you all, click on the thumbs up button or that. Good to see you, Derek. So click on the like button. Not already subscribed, correct that immediately. You would know if you're not already subscribed because the subscription button will be showing red on your screen. So if the subscription button is showing red on your screen, you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness. Fulfill then the righteousness by turning that, depressing it from red to gray. So it will then change from the word subscribe to subscribed, which will then tell you that an activity or an action has been completed. And of course, the other call to action right there, always the example said by Ayo, yet the example said by Ayo, yes again. There is Ayo right there, coming in with the elegance that he's known for. So that's Ayo kicking it off. The super chat, of course, the lubricant that lubricates the engine of commerce. You know, when I pause and I drink water, there's actually, I was reading somewhere that there's a bottle of water that cost £1,000. Can you imagine that? You know, can you imagine? And who even is the audience from that? Or for that? Who is the audience for a bottle of water that costs £1,000? What does it, what exactly does it do? H2O, this is the thing now. I just detest that. If I was richer than Dangote, I don't think I would need more than tap water. What's the level of nonsense is that? So all that. So like, share, subscribe, do all those things. Super chat towards the stream as exemplified by Ayo right there. And the first super chat sets the threshold. So you either match or exceed that. That's just how we like to roll. So like, share, subscribe, super chat to us to stream, share the links as widely as you can, and more importantly, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come say to me in person. You know, I don't bite or only accept if you're D3, maybe I may bite a little bit, but there it is. That's a joke, by the way. All that. So now, it's not so much a case of the morning after the night before. It's more a case of steady as she goes. Did you hear that? It's not so much a case of the morning after the night before. It's more a case of steady as she goes. So that's that. So stay as she goes. What am I talking about? I'm talking, of course, the 29th of May, a seminal point within the Nigerian trajectory, especially within the administration that we're presently under. This is the midway point of this particular administration, 2 years into a 4-year term. So it's not so much a case of the morning after the night before. It's more a case of steady as she goes, or is it? It depends on, of course, how you are wearing it. So, what is this? The absolute thing that I think we can all coalesce in agreement on is that the 2 years of Tinubu has been impactful. So, just listen to those words. So, that's not an endorsement or a condemnation, but an actual statement of fact. So whichever side of the aisle that you fall within, whichever of the political paradigm, whichever side of the political paradigm that you fall within, there is no equivocation that the last 2 years, the 2 years that we have experienced under the bug-eyed man from Bodilion, it has been impactful. I don't think anybody can refute that. But what is that impact is where the contention might be. Has it been overall positively impactful or in totality negatively impactful? So you can sway either way, and I think your politics will almost actually sway the direction that you do choose to sway. But the one thing that you cannot quibble is that the 4 years, the 2 years, it's not 4 years, so it'll be 4 in 2027. The one thing that you cannot equivocate is that the 2 years under the bug-eyed man from Bodilion has been impactful. So there's that. So there's that. So we can rattle through all of the things that this guy has done, but that could take a whole session. And so much has been the impact that you have to pause for a moment when you hear that it's only been 2 years. It's only been 2 years. They've progressed the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway by nearly 20% in just 2 years. They've completed a whole slew of abandoned projects all within 2 years. They've recalibrated the Nigerian economy all within two years, and they've recalibrated the Nigerian social structures all within 2 years. All of these things, the tax reform bills, the NEL funds, the consumer credit loan, the Sokoto Badagry Superhighway, all of these roads, the Benin already that Kenya was telling us was abandoned, but an abundance of people have been sending me clips that there's work going on there. All over, the impact has been impactful. So there is no equivocation about that. But what is your reading of Tinubu 2 years in? That's what I'm interested in. So that's why I'm especially inviting you now to click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come share your thoughts. But don't come here and tell us that. Anyway, you can say whatever it is that you like, but it just defeats the conversation somewhat when you say that this guy has not done anything. So everybody knows what he has done. Everybody sees what he has done. So there's no, like the guy that came here and told us that Nigeria did not pay off the IMF loan. So we don't want to lower to that, just that level of retardation. We don't want to have a retarded conversation, but we can have conversations heavily critical of government or somewhat even a grudging admission of praise. everyone so often, but not some retardation of a conversation. So all that. Pardon me. So shall we just kick it off because we started so late? Let's just kick it off. As soon as this thing comes up. So let's just kick it off. We start it off. Of course, we're starting it off with the midway term of Tinubu. Buhari hails Tinubu at mid-term, urges Nigerians to be patient with reforms. So the reforms are taking place, and these people then they want immediate impact. The immediate feel goodness of the reforms. Where on this planet has the level of surgical surgical incisions that Tinubu is making into the Nigerian entity, and people are saying, "Oh, the base level of their argument back is the pink power." Look at this crowd. All right. What's that noise? I've clicked on one of those things again that. Oh no! Just don't do that. Oh God! What's telling me to end which war? Which war am I? Oh, that's yes. It's these people that embed video clips into their articles. So go through it and read the link is in the comment section. Anybody that wants to hop on. Ekena did want to come on. I suspect to be asleep already by now. As their own, former President Muhammadu Buhari calling on Nigerians to remain patient and resilient in the face of ongoing reforms. In a statement issued on Wednesday by his spokesperson, Malam Garba Shehu, Buhari encouraged citizens to continue to let's take that on top again. As the administration of President Tinubu reaches its mid-term milestone, former President Muhammadu Buhari has extended warm congratulations whilst calling on Nigerians to remain patient and resilient in the face of ongoing reforms. In a statement issued on Wednesday by his spokesperson, Malam Garba Shehu, Buhari encouraged citizens to continue supporting the All Progressive Congress APC government, emphasizing the effective leadership emphasizing that effective leadership is a long-term journey that thrives on unity and endurance. The former president commended Tinubu for navigating the country through difficult but essential reforms, stressing that desired changes must not fall victim to nettlesome domestic politics. I'm not quite sure what nettlesome is. Maybe the English speakers will tell us what that means. He acknowledged that economic strain. He acknowledged the economic strain currently felt by Nigerians, especially the most vulnerable, but stressed that the hardship is not without purpose. Reforms take time to yield results. The task of reducing poverty and inflation, which have hit the poorest families the hardest, is immense and must not be left only for the government. The private sector and all of us as citizens must join in all ways we can, Buhari said. I can't wait to get out of this particular platform. Actually, it's just popping adverts all over the place. The former president's message comes at a time of both reflection and challenge for the Tinubu administration, which has launched several ambitious economic and institutional reforms under the Renewed Hope agenda. Whilst supporters highlight the groundwork being laid for long-term prosperity, critics have questioned the immediate impact on living standards. Buhari, who handed over to Tinubu May 2023, offered a tempered but encouraging outlook. Our expectations from our government should not get heavy, he cautioned, calling for balanced civil engagement and collective responsibility in nation building. I am wishing President Tinubu heartfelt congratulations on his 2 years in office. May you keep leading with wisdom and care, the former president said. So there it is right there. That is somewhat I think overall you will say that is an endorsement, but a lot of the language somewhat non-committal. We don't still know now where Tinubu is swaying in 2020. No, not Tinubu. We don't still know now where Buhari is swaying in 2027. So that's Buhari right there coming out for Tinubu somewhat. A qualified compliment is probably how best to describe that. Qualified compliment. So from that to this, Justin Fubara asked Nigerians to thank Tinubu for him. I don't know how he gets his information. So this is Fubara now walking his own path because, of course, a lot of them wanted to push him to rage and rile against Tinubu just to use him as So a lot of them, of course, wanted to push him to rage and rile against Tinubu just to use him as a battering ram to get at the government. But he seems to be too savvy to be used. Asime Nalayi Fubara, the suspended governor of Rivers State, has called on his supporters, the people of Rivers and Nigerians at large, to thank President Bola Tinubu for his quick intervention to stop the oil-rich state from falling into anarchy as a result of political crisis in the state. The suspended governor disclosed that the reconciliation and peace process was meant to restore all executive and legislative institutions and offices, which he said was already underway. So there it is. Fubara expresses confidence in returning to office. He then assured that good governance and democracy will soon return to the state, adding that the two arms are already working together for the people's good. Correspondents reported that the suspended governor made this known while speaking at a meeting of stakeholders and leaders of a group called Simplified Movement in Port Harcourt, the state capital, on Thursday, May the 29th. The embattled governor also assured that he and others would soon return to office and urged his supporters and the people of the state to show an unreserved apology to the president. He commended Tinubu's bold action to stop the political crisis in the state. He then called on the supporters to subject themselves to peace so that the state can move forward. His statement reads in part, I don't know how he gets his information, but the truth is that he acted with wisdom at the right time. He is the one you should thank. And let me also thank him personally for his intervention and the personalities across the country who moved in and appealed to him to intervene. So there it is. Fubara has been making all the right noises anyway. I think he's showing sufficient enough contrition. They may well even cut short the 6 months because I think lessons learned and peace moves being made. So I think he's showing sufficient enough contrition. When did Wike and Fubara's brief start? So this one is going to take us through the history of it all. But there it is right there. There is Fubara then thanking Tinubu for kicking him out of his job. So there it is right there. If that is not all right, then I don't know what is. We only have a few readouts, by the way. So if anybody wants the conversation, you do have to come in. There's nobody in the studio at the moment, and I'm keen for us to have the conversation. But of course, I don't like to hang around as soon as because then I feel I'm being somewhat dishonest if I've done my bit and there's nobody there. So that's why I always bail as soon as the readouts are over. So that's the link. If anybody wants to come in, come in. Thank Tinubu for intervention for Bara to Nigerians. I think that's what we've just read now. That is what we just read now. Yes, that's what we've just read now. So no need to go over that one again. So now this one now, this is that coming out of Stati Sense, which is the go-to data space for Nigerian data. It says by how much are zones benefiting from value-added tax? So these are the people then that are still on the feeding bottle of the state. Zonal analysis Q1 2025 return to contribution. So what you are getting versus what you are contributing. So the Northeast, they are getting more than they contribute by 4.1%. The Southeast are getting more than they contribute by 3.7%. So that's it's not actually a percent, it's X. So they're getting 4 times more. So the Northeast is getting 4.1 times more than they contribute. The Southeast is getting 3.7 times more than they contribute. The Northwest getting 2.6 times more than they contribute. North Central getting 2.4 more than they contribute. South, they are getting they're getting 0.47 more than they contribute. So you don't expect, they get less actually. So that's where the data, this is what the data is actually wanting to point out to us. So I'll take it all over again so that we have a clear understanding of it. This data here, this is about the value added tax. You know, we had a lot of debate about VATs quite a few months ago, especially with the Northerners telling us they don't want alcohol in their religion, not in their religion, with the Northerners telling us they don't want alcohol in their region, but they are not averse to collecting a hefty size of the VATs that alcohol contributes to the Nigerian coffers. So sort of that's the broad strokes of where the conversation is. So this now brings out the data to speak to that broadness of that space. It says by how much are zones benefiting from value-added tax? So this is a zonal analysis Q1 2025. So that is January, February, March. So that's the first quarter of the first quarter of the the first quarter of the year. So it says that return to contribution. So return is how much you get back, and contribution, of course, is how much you put in. So return to contribution, the Northeast gets 4.1%, 4.1 times more than they contribute. The Southeast gets 3.7 times more than they contribute. The Northwest gets 2.6% more than they contribute. The North Central gets 2.4% more than they contribute. So now, the South, which is the breadbasket of the country, they get 4.7%. They get 0.47%, 0.47% less than they contribute. And the Southwest, they get 0.28% less than they contribute. So essentially, the South and the Southwest are essentially the two regions feeding the whole country. This is what the data is telling us. It says that gain and loss per naira contributed. Northeast gains 3 points. Northeast gains 3 naira 13 kobo more than the So for every naira that they contribute, they gain 3.3 naira 13 kobo back. So for every 1 naira that they contribute, they gain 3 naira 13 kobo. That's the Northeast. The Southeast, for every 1 naira that they contribute, they gain 2 naira 68 kobo. The Northwest, for every 1 naira that they contribute, they gain 1 naira 60 kobo. In the North Central, for every 1 naira that they contribute, they gain 1 naira 39 kobo. The South, for every naira that they contribute, they lose 53 kobo. And the Southwest, for every naira that they contribute, they lose 72 kobo. It says, this presentation shows the gains and loss for every 1 naira contributed by every region. So there's that right there. So that's some interesting data coming out of StatiSense right there. Let's go on quickly to the next one. Let's go on quickly to the next one. 2027, another high-profile defection looms as Tinubu endorses top PDP governor. So why is Tinubu endorsing? Is it not the one that is being endorsed? Let's see what this let's see what this means. We'll just take a few paragraphs from this. Amidst the high-profile defections that have hit the People's Democratic Party (PDP), President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has endorsed Governor Peter Mba of Enugu State for a second term. After the Chief Executive Officer (CEO) of Atlas Oraton Petroleum made this disclosure in a statement released to the press. According to the businessman, Governor Mba, elected under the platform of the PDP, is changing the face of the state without borrowing from any financial institution. So by the way, we are hearing a lot of this. Actually, a lot of these governors are telling us they are doing XYZ without borrowing from any institution. The only reason why they are able to do that without heavy borrowing is because, of course, the money from the Naira subsidy and oil subsidies is now going to the governors. And that's how they are able to then directly impact. So Tinubu has essentially rescued the money from corruption and giving it back to the people. That's the only reading of it. But then, of course, they won't understand. Well, maybe they're either not capacitated to, or they're too blinded by hate to understand that that's what's happening. According to the businessman, Governor Mba, elected under the platform of the PDP, is changing the face of the state without borrowing from any financial institution. To buttress his claim about the governor's performance in the past 2 years, Eze said President Tinubu has already endorsed Mba for a second term. Correspondence report. He said, God is wonderful. God is a wonderful God. He brought Peter Mba to change Igbo land. Let me tell you, Tinubu has already endorsed him for second term. Tinubu endorsed him for second term because he has character. He's very honest. Nobody will stop him. So I'm sure Tinubu did not endorse him, but that guy is just leveraging Tinubu's name to play his own politics. 5 PDP governors to work for Tinubu APC. Otto Eze made this revelation days after the release of a State House documentary in which it described President Tinubu as God's gift to Nigeria. He spoke weeks after popular Nigerian cleric, something or the other, alleged PDP. So that's all that. That's some sycophancy right there, which is the backbone of the Nigerian political space. So sycophancy and Nigerian politics are 5 and 6, as they say. Court finally takes action on Natasha's arraignment. So they should just lock this girl up and let us be done with it. The Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has said it will commence the arraignment of embattled senator representing Kogi Central, Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, on Tuesday, June the 3rd, over the criminal defamation suit the federal government filed against her. Hiradi Dada, the court registrar, signed the arraignment notice, which was referenced in suit number XYZ. The case proceedings were scheduled as response to the defamatory statements the suspended senator allegedly made against Senate President Akpabio and immediate past governor of Kogi State Yahaya Bello, bordering on an assassination plot. Right, so there it is. Justice had filed the suit on Friday, May the 16th. Correspondents reported that suspended Senator Natasha was facing prosecution under Section 391 of the Penal Code, etc., etc. Based on the court filings. Under the section, it is criminal to claim damage. It is criminal to claim to damage the reputation of another person. I'm not quite sure if that is criminal. There should be a distinction between what constitutes criminal and I'm not quite sure. But maybe Ogwen will come and explain it to us. I think it's the late start that don't let us see people like Ogwen anymore. The court document the court document indicated that Akpabio, the Senate President and immediate past governor of Kogi State Yahaya Bello, had been scheduled to testify as witnesses in the case. The duo were also listed as nominal complainants. The allegations were a result of the senator's comment while speaking in a live interview on Channels Television's Politics Today on Thursday, May the 3rd, 2025. The witnesses in the suit also include Senator Asokwo Ekpeyong and Sandra Duru. Other witnesses are Maya Iliya and Abdulaziz Gaba, who are police investigators. So there it is. That girl will spend time in prison. So that's Natasha Akpoti right there, getting deeper and deeper mired into controversy and strife. So this is going to be the last one. Actually, this is what is called Emefiele asking that the stolen property should be given back. The properties that he stole should be given back. Embattled former governor of the central bank, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, has appealed to the Court of Appeal Abuja Division to overturn the judgment of the Federal High Court of the Federal Capital Territory High Court, which on December the 24th, 2024, ordered the permanent forfeiture of his vast estate in Abuja, comprising 753 duplexes. The justice of the lower court had ordered the permanent forfeiture of the property to the federal government following an application by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. The estate, covering 150,462 square meters, is located at plot 109 Cadastral Zone CO9 in Lokogoma District, Abuja. However, in an appeal filed on April the 30th, 2025 through his lawyers, A.M. Kotoyi, S.A.N., Emefiele argued that the EFCC concealed material facts and misled the court into issuing the forfeiture order. He also accused the anti-graft agency of failing to properly publicize the interim forfeiture order, thereby denying him the opportunity to appear in court and contest the application. In his appeal, Emefiele is asking the Court of Appeal to set aside the forfeiture order and restore the property to him. He based the appeal on 4 main grounds, expressing dissatisfaction with the entire judgment. So there's the audacity of the guy. You have to applaud just the audaciousness of it. How quite is able to accumulate to get that? He's not explained that to us. He just wants it back. So that's that. Let me play you a few clips. I'll send the link again, and then we'll see if anybody turns up. Let's send the clip. Let's send the link, and then we'll play a few clips. All righty, let's kick it off with this one. Yes, let's kick. Oh, none of my clips have uploaded. Is that what it is? What's going on here? Where are all my clips? Well, I did upload quite a few clips, but none of them seem to have. Let me see if I can upload them again. I'll just upload them again. Let's upload this much of it. Whilst we're waiting for that, let me play you this. Is there any all right, I'm not even sure if that clip played or not. Let me just play you the Kegite music and I will take it from there. I had everything lined up, by the way. It just seems to have. I am going to have to look for a new app to use. This StreamYard is starting to do my head in. I'm starting to get a bit fed up with it, actually. Not at all fit for any purpose. Let me just play you the Kegite music and then we'll see if anybody turns up and then we'll take it from there. We play you the Kegite. Where are they? It wouldn't be a one-man show, would it? If you're not looking for the Kegites all the time, they are there somewhere. So let me play you the Kegites, and then we will take it from there. The Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Oh, all right. So there's that. I think we've got Akim here. So Akim kicks it off for us. I was too busy reading I could go slamming me in the comment section. I'm not quite sure what that guy's issues are. But good to have you here, Akim. Is you and I. Do you want to kick it off? Mid-term for Tinubu. What says you?
Thank you very much, one man. I keep taking maybe you're not seeing me. What you keep saying like uh there's nobody in the there's nobody in the
No,
room. So,
it's always to encourage more people to join. I did see you. It's just to encourage more people to join.
oh yeah, I kind of
Yeah.
thought much like
Yeah.
well, maybe that's the
Mm.
game. Anyway, greetings to you and to the guys on the comment section. I hope the other people join. So I'm the one that's going to hold it for people to come in tonight.
Yes, it's always one rescuer. You had the rescue mission today.
Yeah, today I was the rescue. I'm the rescue mission, so it's good that way. So, like for according to your reader, for me, I think the midterm review for the president, in my opinion, I wouldn't give him a very high mark. I'll probably say uh, an average at the moment, and the reason is that the reforms that were needed that needed to be carried on, that needed to be done in that Nigerian space regarding the economy, I think they are reform that will take a long time for Nigerians to see the proper for Nigeria to properly benefit from those reforms. And my concern when it comes to Nigeria for a very long time has been when it comes to revenue generation. So we all live in the way many of us live in Western nations. And if you are saying that some state at the time was generating a billion naira, 2 billion naira, 3 billion naira, one man, if you convert those money in dollar or euro terms, and you look at what your county or your borough is spending, it's peanuts. It's nothing. So how do you develop any society with such peanuts? So right from like that was when I started to look at this subsidies issue and start to ask why are we supporting this rent sinkings economy, this subsidized economy? Yeah, things are going to be difficult. I don't really think things are going to be that much difficult. It will just bring us in par with our neighboring countries when it comes to standard of living. And I think we're still doing better, relatively better than some of these neighboring nations when it comes to standard of living. And what you then find out is that government will now have more money to spend on roads, on hospitals, and on healthcare issues and on education issues. So that will directly impact the citizens. This is one of the thing you have in Western society. You have good roads, you have good education, and you have good healthcare facilities. Those things cost money. So and for government to be able to afford these things, they will need more revenue coming in. And if you live in a society, it's not coincident that when people talk about the days when Nigeria were good, you will find out that those are the days when we didn't have subsidies. And since they introduced subsidies, it has never like nobody can come and say, oh, uh, it has led to
That
some massive.
subsidy came in under Babangida, didn't it? Which administration brought it in? It was
I
Abacha
think
or Babangida?
it was Obasanjo. I think it was Obasanjo that brought it in, during his military regime time. And I think
Oh,
if
is
you
it
look at it,
as far back as that? Is it
yeah,
that
yeah,
far back?
yeah, it's that far back. It's been that far back.
So they've been killing us for a long time, these people.
Yeah, so it's been a long time. It's been like a long time thing. So just imagine revenues that have gone down the drain, and the impoverishment of the people didn't stop. People were complaining all of these years of poverty. People were jabbering out of Nigeria, even with subsidies. So what was the whole point of having to waste all this revenue? And the worst part of it, one man, if you remember during Jonathan regime, during the Jonathan tenure, Nigeria was selling crude oil for $120 a barrel, right? Close to 2 million barrels a day. Well, what did we do with all of those money? Before Jonathan left office, they were already borrowing money to pay salaries. Like, can you quantify the kind of recklessness or stupidness when it comes to running an economy? If we didn't have subsidy during that period, I'm telling you, a lot of our local roads would have been done by now. A lot of our schools would have been better than what they are today. A lot of our hospital would be better than what they are today because those money would have gone
We're
direct.
seeing it. We're seeing it now, Akim. A lot of these state governors, they're actually starting to do something somewhat impactful on the people, and they're telling us that they're not borrowing money to do it. So, where are they getting the money? If their federal allocation has not significantly improved, then no matter what cost savings that they are claiming they are making, they could not afford all these things that they are doing. We're seeing it in Anambra, we're seeing it in Abia, we're seeing it all over the place, we're seeing it in Niger, so it's as a
Yeah, yeah,
result of the first, yeah.
and you see the time where when a lot of these states start to amass a lot of debt as well, there would have been no need for those debt, those level of borrowing at those times, because they would have had a lot of revenue to do the things that needed doing. A lot of these states, a lot of these governors actually want to win re-election. They had no option than to go and borrow to try to build some roads and repair some schools, and that ends up creating a huge debt burden on the state. And for me, one of the reason I was thinking that okay, Obi, Atiku, Tinubu, all of them came out and say, okay, we will remove fuel subsidy. Even the country in general, it was a conclusive uh, 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 um, position for nearly majority of the country. Say, look, subsidy had to go. And for me, I think that is the biggest achievement that the government had in the past 2 years, and also the arbitrage of the foreign exchange. You can see now that we've seen a settled currency, though it's still high, but it is not settled. It is not going from 1,000 to 1,800, from 1,800 to 1,200. That fluctuation, that heavy fluctuation, is no longer there. So for the past how many months now, it's stabilized between 1,500 and 1,600 in that region. So what that means is that people who are into
That means
businesses,
the
people,
naira is establishing its value, and it's not even still the true value, because now that it's showing resistance at that 1517, then the next
yeah,
thing is for it to start to gain against it. So a lot of people will tell you that the true value of the naira is between it's 700 and 800 to the dollar. That's
yeah,
really where the value
that
is.
will, one man, that will come over time, but what investors wanted to see was that stability, regardless of the rate, but they just want to see a stable currency, and that has been achieved now. So what you see is that investors confidence will increase. People will know that, okay, if I go and put my money into the market, the price will not just shift. Like a lot of the pricing that you see, like one might, if you notice, when they started selling bag of cement for 10,000, or when they started selling certain materials for certain price, right? The foreign currency, the naira to dollar rate, has not really uh changed that much, but those prices have stabilized, because it was almost like people were factoring in whatever fluctuation was going to happen in the market. So they'll just take the highest position and say, okay, I'm going to go to the market. Maybe by the time I come back, it's going to be 1,009. So they'll factor that into it when they are making their sales. But now that it is stable, you can see that prices are stable. People are looking at it. They go and buy stuff and bring it. I said, okay, I can actually sell at certain price, knowing fully well that the currency is stable now. So what will happen is, over time, people begin to put money into the system. People begin to put money into the economy. That will strengthen the naira, and then you begin to see it gradually goes find its value. And I think in that aspect, for me, I think he has done well. But in the area where I think he should have done, he needs to push more, in my opinion, state policing. We need to see state policing within this term, not in another, no, within this term, before the next 2 years finish. That law has to be passed. Tinubu needs to push for it. And I think Nigeria now needs state policing, regardless of what people think that governors are going to do with it. We cannot, because of the negative impact of that law, and then because a governor can only be there for 8 years maximum, and then we leave. So regardless of that, we have to make sure that we we have that law passed as soon as possible so that state can begin to take advantage of that law to create a system whereby they can concentrate. Like if a state have a security issues, the security issue is not just everywhere around the state. Most of the time they are concentrated in certain areas. So in situation like that, the governor will be able to easily strategize and put manpower in those areas that are more affected. But in this case now, we have a federal police system, and it's not effective in that manner. So we need to try to Tinubu need to push hard for this state policing and make sure that it is done in this term, not next term. This term he's been able to fight for that local government autonomy. He should fight for state policing, and once that is done, the marks goes up. But overall, I would say it's 50% for me for now.
Yeah. I suppose that's a reasonable assessment. A lot of people will probably score him higher. If you think it's only been there for 2 years, and the one thing you can't really dispute is that he has been impactful. You know, whether that impact is good or bad, and the impact is just a pedestrianized outlook to reduce everything to the lowest irreducibility of a being power. So the story goes beyond the being power now. Is the story of you being able to feed independently in perpetuity. That's the pain period that the country is going through now.
One man. This I think initially there was a big shock, right? Where those law came out, and the fluctuation of that dollar, of the foreign exchange, was also a big problem. So that shock was what people was kind of reacting to, and I think it has settled now. The situation has really settled at the moment. Everybody now understand what the situation is. When people tell you they are hungry, I don't think we are any more different than we are today compared to 5-6 years ago. Yes, the prices have gone up, but what you need to know is that the wages have gone up as well. Anybody that is selling something for 10 naira before, we sell that for 100 naira or maybe 60 naira today. So everything have readjusted accordingly to inflation. So if everything have readjusted and there was no increase in wages, then that would be a problem. But we've seen more than 100% increase in the minimum wage. So some people will come here today now and tell us that it's just on paper that they are not paying it. Well, it's the law of the land that the minimum wage in Nigeria today is 70,000 naira. So that if you take that into consideration, you will see that you will kind of find out that it's kind of balance itself out in a way. Because if we start to go from where we left it, so if you say when Buhari was the president, a bag of rice was what, 35,000 naira, and the minimum wage was what, 30,000 naira. That was where Buhari left us, right? Today the bag of rice is what, 55,000. Let's even say like 60,000, and the minimum wage is 70,000. So by then, your minimum wage could not get you a bag of rice. Today, you can get you a bag of rice with some change left. So putting it together with subsidy gone, with the exchange rate arbitration gone, and you'll find out that we are almost better off than when Tinubu came into office. If you look at it, because when people make justification, what they normally come here to tell us is bag of rice, the price of bag of rice. So we have turned it to a bag of rice economy, and then that's why I make that example as well. One man.
All right. Let me play you 2 clips, Akim. Just for and against. These are the people's feedback, the people's assessment of Tinubu mid-term.
But now, the reverse is the case. Well, I keep wondering people around him if they are telling the truth or not. But I think Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians are suffering. He promised good road. He promised us electricity. He promised us good life. But today, during the campaign, I was telling people that Tinubu already has money. That I think he was going to come to give us a good life because he's not hungry for me. But to my surprise, it seems he's more hungry than every Nigerian.
It has been 2 years of toughness, of suffering, of people, regretting what they have done in that year. Okay, so my word to our president is that he should at least listen to the masses and they look up to them and see what they are really saying that he needs to address in his administration, because they are saying a lot. It's not everybody that hates him. It's not everybody that loves him. So he needs to listen to the people and know what exactly, where they are pointing their hands, and be able to walk towards the joy of the people that he's ruling.
I'll just tell him that I've never gotten old yet, and I remember when things were still better. Like, he says the country is going to get better, but the only thing I really Nigerians actually care about is good, eat well. We actually, they ask us to trade good roads, light. They ask us to trade good roads, lights, good construction for good food. I think everybody in the country will pick good food at the moment.
First, I would like to appreciate him for what he's doing and the boldness he has to do all those things he's doing. But I will be glad if he can also focus on what people are saying. You understand? Let him listen to what people are saying, basically, because people are going through a lot and you cannot stop them from saying what they are going through.
Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, I will rate him 4 over 10. Because I didn't really see him, working to the interest of the people, both his people and people who are not his people. Yes, everybody is complaining.
Solid 1.5. But I've not seen anything good. If you can, like, when good luck left, Buhari came, it was worse. Buhari left, Tinubu entered, it was worse. Anything that makes Tinubu leave, and we're missing Tinubu. I think at this point, some people will actually prefer to go back to Buhari era. But anything that makes us leave Tinubu, and we're missing Tinubu, that means this country is really bad, because I'm not saying everybody can sit down and think about one good thing Tinubu has done for us now.
I can't give him a rate, you understand, because I may give him a rate now that he will be less than it, and I might hype him up and he will not be up to it. So the best rate is to do what he wants to do and to reach out to the youth and the masses.
Zero, nothing to read about. Nothing to write about. I mean, when I said nothing, I mean zero. It's zero with a dot with 2 ears, 0 upon 0. Back then in school, when you don't impress your teacher, he draws your head and pulls your eyes and your ears. So Tinubu administration is 0.
So that's the feedback from somewhat like an obedient space. Let me give you this one, and then you're coming after it.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu complete 2 years today. You see these 2 years where President Bola Ahmed Tinubu do so. All the things we he do, Nigeria never get them before. Nothing we don't get before, nothing. Now get student loan before. They are pretending. You get student loan before. Now thousands and millions of students are in school free. Government, they give them thousands of naira every month as their upkeep. Now get them before. I mean, I stop that thing. I get them before. Now how they tell now, on one to the refinery, we know the now get refinery way day before it they work. It don't work before. Now refineries are working, but you people are pretending as if you don't know. Oh, you don't know say refineries they work for Nigeria. It don't work before. Refine our own oil now. That you say, una they refine oil, we they refine oil before for Nigeria. Why not they do like this now? Nigerians forget that thing. All the things we Tinubu don't do, never get them before. You talk now, kidney dialysis system. Kidney no be 50K you go pay before to stay alive for hospital. President Tinubu reduce them to 11,000. It be like that before. Now we talk. Now don't remember when bomb blasts happen for Abuja in terms of insecurity. Everywhere, Boko Haram, this and that. It did like that again. Bandit for Kaduna Road. Nobody fit go Kaduna by road. They go kidnap you. All those things. It did again. Nigeria is becoming very quiet and sweet. Everything we Tinubu don't do never get them before. Maybe not get Coastal Road before. You don't get before. How now they do like this? I know they like this kind of thing. Men I know they pretend they do. Men I they talk the truth. Why? Ajekuta Steel Company we did there 3 years ago. Now Ajekuta Company don't did there 40-something years. Nothing they work. Now Tinubu don't do them. The minister is seriously working on it. Delta State Steel Company still there. They are working on it. They don't work on them before. That's the day. In terms of healthcare, all the local government in Nigeria bring one person. Tinubu give them federal appointment for health. You did like that before? Tinubu to tax reform. Make all the state begin to do something. Make them make money. The way Lagos state they make money. You did like that before? I'm talking to you as an elderly person. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu say local government autonomy. Local government get autonomy before. All the things that Tinubu don't do so far, day before. But you people are just being ignorant. What do they do? Why do they like this kind of thing? And they like Nagere railway where they pass up before. Nagere road where they pass underground, another tunnel before for Snake Island. All those things, even the road where they live from a border, they go Ariwa a day before. When they talk truth, all those things why they tell Nigeria never get them before. Electricity don't improve like this for Nigeria before. Talk true. I did this area, they pass everywhere. I know they even hear I pass my neighbor generator again. Electricity don't be like this before. If you say no one by A don't day before, by A na 24 hours light for Nigeria. Ban B day there, then ban C. You don't deal like this before. Say light everywhere 24 hours for Nigeria. You don't deal like this before. If I want to talk now, you say hunger day, hunger. If hunger day, now you cause the hunger. Because now God create hunger. And you go work. After you work, you go chop. You no work, you no do anything else. I see job opportunity everywhere. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu create youth academy to engage 7 million Nigerians. Now get them before. That's 7 million Nigerians to do different handwork. Whatever you want to do, you do it, you learn it. Then the government will give you millions of naira to go and establish yourself. The day before, when I leave that thing, the one that they do like say, all this is what they tell you the day before. Nigeria is going to be multi-million gas economy. And they are building gas plant everywhere. Go to Ajekuta and see gas plant. The day before, CN engine. The day before, CN engine for Abuja now, for different states now, they don't build their this thing. Go Abuja, make you see as a taxi drivers, they use almost 3,500 24 hours for their car. Convert your car to CN engine. The day before, when I know they do this thing, I beg, I know they like this kind of thing. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu Renew Hope agenda has renewed the hope of Nigeria. Do you even know the meaning of Renew Hope agenda? This is just 2 years and you are pretending not to say anything, which means you have a problem. You have a problem. If you see anybody where they see what Tinubu they do and you see me, when they talk the same thing, now how I think no say Tinubu they work. Now you where you no believe, now you go to tell me, say me I did lie. You they see, I did lie. I did tell una say the most hardest thing in this life is to wake somebody pretending to sleep. Because he knows say he know they sleep now. And he knows say you they wake and so I ain't go wake.
All right, so that's the yin and yang of it. Came the for and against. Both of them over embellished. So the criticism excessive, the praise to gushing. But final word on that space, and then we go to Fubara. Akim.
Yeah. So what I kind of picked out from that was that they spoke to you might want to say certain people will definitely give him that the kind of score mark they gave him based on maybe perception of what they've perceived of him from time. So you can say that, but you can also see that that was pulse of the people on the street. So a lot of people, there are different people that will have different feelings to what the government has done, because some of them are on ground and they are feeling it in a different way. But the analysis from the other guy is also true that these things has been done. But for me, as a person, I always see it as a long-term plan. I like it's almost like what we Nigerians are crying for today. Our parents had the same cry. All them Fela's song criticizing bad governance. This were years and many years ago, right? So with under different government, we've seen musicians sing different songs. Nigerians have been jackbarring for many years. So we needed to try something different from what we have been doing that hasn't worked for us. And Tinubu has come in and said, okay, look, we're going to do something different. People are going to suffer. People are going to, there will be a lot of pain, but they believe, and I personally believe that long term, Nigeria is going to, if we sustain this direction that we had now, give it time, work hard on it, Nigeria will get better.
Is there a different pathway of out of the situation we find ourselves, other than the one that Tinubu is embarked
I think
upon?
there are people there are people who believe in that Buhari style of economy whereby you turn a blind eye to
You
the
just be
problem.
borrowing money until the country is completely dead.
Exactly. Just keep throwing borrowed money in at all of these things, hoping that crude oil will become $200 one day. That was what Buhari was doing. He was just hoping that
The progressive.
yeah.
Hold on. Yeah. When one man asks you a question, is there that way? I think that's what you asked, to have gone around this whole economic situation we have in Nigeria. Is that what your question was, one man?
Yes, the social, economic, and the situation the country was in, or has been in for decades on end. Is there any other pathway other than the one being charted by
So I want to put this to
the president?
I want to put this to the progressive. Is there any major economy today that doesn't subsidize life for their citizens? And this
that doesn't subsidize what?
Subsidize the life of their people, the economy around their people, and the life of their people. Is there any such? Is there? Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. So, is there any major economy today, even China, that doesn't subsidize the life of their people and the economy around their people, insulate their economy in some ways? Is there any?
Do you want me to answer?
And so, if there's any, and if there's not, if there is, let me ask you this. This I'm going to run my question. If there is, what is the idea? What is the idea behind subsidizing an economy or subsidizing the life of their people? And if there is, well, yeah, that's if there is, and there is not, let me know what. Let me know what you think.
So
sorry. Are you talking about subsidizing life or insulating hardship? Because there's a distinction.
Because yeah. So when we say insulate, when we say subsidize, it's the same.
It's one. No, it's different. It's different.
It is the same. If you want me to explain to you, I will explain to you. So this is what it is.
Well, if you don't understand it, okay, carry on.
Yeah. Now, if you're insulating, you are giving money out in some ways to your people to spoil your economy. There are many ways you can do that. You can either create some kind of like cheaper electricity. You pay the difference, right? And other small businesses.
But electricity is still subsidized in Nigeria. It's not free.
No, it's not subsidized. I don't. Let's not start this. Let's not start this today. So insulate, subsidize.
Remember when they wanted to
however you want to understand it,
and
it's
people
both and the same. It's just nomenclature is all just a name.
There are countries that don't subsidize.
Okay, I'm asking my friend before sorry, I'm asking.
Yeah, I've answered. There are countries that don't
subsidize. Yeah, because you and I will go back and forth on this now.
So,
you asked a question.
Are you
is
going
there
to finish the question?
Don't subsidize? And I said yes.
Any major economy. Any major economy.
Nothing.
Any major economy.
Okay. Can I answer your question?
Please go on, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Rashomai. So basically, what a lot of this major economy would do is that items like baby clothes, baby materials, medicines, and stuff like that, they will probably not subsidies, but they will just maybe zero VAT, zero VAT on these items, right? So when these items are coming into the countries or when they are being sold, they will not charge taxes on it. Look, if you come to the UK,
which is what Nigeria is doing as well.
So if you come, if you go to the UK, 70% of the money you pay for your petrol is tax from the government. They add 70% on top of the taxes. Government is taxing every liter of petrol you buy from your pump.
It's quite brutal, actually.
So this idea that you just think that you have no certain commodity, I understand that you say, okay, they have very good public transportation. People can choose that, but a lot of people still drive. You have a lot of cars on the road, but driving, some of the time, these things are luxury. If you can afford a car, you should be able to buy petrol. This is the mindset. Okay, so this is why they create public transportation. If you think petrol is too expensive, go on the public transport, and that will be that is a mindset. So nobody, I don't know if Saudi Arabia will subsidize petrol, but in terms of petrol, in terms of
Heavily. You know, water is cheaper. A bottle of water. Somebody did the experiment. A bottle of water is cheaper than petrol in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. So what these Western nations normally do is they create heavy competitions. So what competition does is that it drives down prices. So they don't really do that much subsidies. They'll just create competition whereby if you go to some supermarket now, you want to buy one product, and you will see it in different brands. So there will be competition of prices. So you buy according to your pocket. So over time, we will get to that stage. But what we cannot do is continue to waste our resources on subsidies. People were just writing receipts to federal government and claiming subsidies money where they didn't bring any petrol in. Like, how long were we supposed to live like that? That, for me, that doesn't make sense.
And also, Nigeria is not a major economy, so I'm not quite sure why you're asking what major economy.
No, even the president even take away the VAT from rent in his speech. Said there will be no more rent on there will no more VAT on renting.
And
I think
medication and food.
So they are trying to moderate, they are trying to help as much as possible. But for me, what I don't want them to do is this stupid money they are giving away that they want to try to help people, give people 50,000. They need to stop that nonsense. It's a waste of money. That money, in honesty, does not go round, doesn't get to the people that they're supposed to go to. Those are just money that politicians are pocketing. So the president needs to stop giving those stupid money out. So concentrate on using
that came in
money.
under Buhari and Sadiya Farouk, didn't it?
Yeah, they need to stop those nonsense. That, for me, don't do it, okay? And you see this issue of electricity, one man. I came here last time and I said, look, my area, we are now on band B, and we get minimum 20 hours electricity. Somebody was saying to me, no, it's not true. I said, look, I even had a conversation with the lady that was in charge of the Lagos International Airport, and she told me that they were on band A. And I asked, do you guys get like? And she said, yes, they have 24 hours electricity in the airport. So it's now, if you can afford it, you will get light. If you cannot afford it, you stay on band C, band E, and band F. So that is how they've done it now. That is according to what I've noticed. I feel like, in a way, it's not that bad. If you can afford, then your area can go on it. But if you guys cannot afford it, you stay where you are until we have sufficient for everybody.
But that's a very wrong way of doing things.
But for now, everybody cannot just be in darkness. So people can afford it, should be able to enjoy
you
it.
can do it in a way that the individual in question will control what he uses as much as he's able to pay. It's as simple as that.
That's a
the way they
pay-as-you-go
do it in
system,
most
isn't it?
countries.
Or
It's still a
Getting what I'm saying. You can
it's still a pay.
Let me
It's still a
explain.
pay-as-you-go system because
Let
you
me
have to
explain.
buy prepaid meter for you
It's
to.
not prepaid. I'm not talking about prepaid. No, that's not what I'm talking about. If you come to a house, you should not deprive people electricity and make it so expensive that they pay at that cost or they stay where they never get it. It doesn't work that way. That's a stupid thing to do. You should open up the electricity, put it at a very good rate, but give the people opportunity to pay per point.
Yeah, but Madam Rita,
let me explain what I mean by point. Not pay as you go. Pay as you go is a different thing. Now, the company can come to your house. You say what you need. Point for your fridge, point for your television, and the bulbs. That's all. Or you say point for your fridge and point for the iron and the bulbs. That's the only place electricity will come to. and then you regulate how you use those areas. It's as simple as ABC, depending on your capacity to pay. And if you don't pay, they can go off. Not saying that some electricity bill will be so expensive that some people can afford it, so they get the light. And then if you can't afford it, stay in a, what kind of country is that? Is it a yo bra 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 country? What kind of thing is that? Who does that?
So that, you see, that one now, you have to understand that these are private businesses who are trying to get their money back for whatever electricity they distribute. And these people don't have the manpower to do what you are asking them to do. So they just want to spend the minimum amount they can and maximize profit in a way to sustain the profit of the company and for the company to be able to grow. So what I'm saying is that even look, my area is not a rich area, it's not a GRA area. It's an area where the guys in the area came together and they communicate with people to say, look, we want to connect to this line. We want people to donate S and S money so we can buy the necessary materials to go on the line. So those people like myself, I bought a prepaid meter and we gone on the line. So I just put my own electricity myself. And if you don't want to use, if you use AC, you're going to pay for it. If you don't
Is that
use
what
AC,
you
you're
do
not
where
going to
you
pay for
live?
it.
Is that what you do where you live in UK then?
Of
You go and buy
course,
your
that is
Wait,
national Mike,
Akim,
national Mike.
Akim, if I may,
You go
if
and
I may,
on your heater and
wait,
leave it down
please.
now. Rational Mike,
If
see
I,
where we are.
All right.
This
Hold
place
on,
where
Akim. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let it's not interject, and then you round up that space because I think we are lingering a little bit too much, and then take us to Fubara, and then we'll go on to Zeta. Let Izon come in, and then you cap it off. Izon.
okay, so I think the one thing that we have to realize is power consumption among the masses in Nigeria is very minimal. These people don't use a lot of power. So I think the one thing this government has done that is good is trying to promote local production of solar panels, right? If they can somehow scale that up and make sure that it's produced locally in mass, then the ability for the average guy to afford those panels goes up. And more people will now have power according to what they consume using solar panels. They're already doing it, but again, sometimes they do things, but they only do it halfway, right? That's a good initiative, but I don't know, somehow they drop the ball, they don't scale it up or implement it properly. That can actually go across the country. And then another thing is states have the ability to produce their own power now. What's going on with that? Why aren't specific states generating power locally? Because if they can, then they will reduce the cost of power.
They don't
And
have the resources, I don't think, to do. It's a heavy lift, to
not
do
all
that.
states have the resources, correct? But then there are some that can. There are some that have the resources there to even generate the power, right? Whether it's gas or coal or whatever, but they're not fully utilizing those resources. I'll wait for my turn to talk some more about this, but it's always confusing when this government, they will do some things and you're like, okay, that's a good sign, and then all of a sudden it just kind of fizzles out and you don't see anything else that comes out of it. But go ahead, okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. So regarding the solar panel, I'm not going to go in that direction because I've just given my own experience. So it's a debate whether that is how it should be done or not. But what I'm saying is that for now there are people that have access to it, and there are people that don't get it that much. And that is what it is at the moment. Whether you can debate whether it is good or not, but that is what is on ground at the moment. So we can improve on it. That there's no debate about that. But at the moment, we do with what we have, and going forward, we gradually promote it. And when it comes to Fubara one man, I think the person who benefited more from this state of emergency is similarly Fubara, because he would have been gone by now. They would have impeached him already. So I think in a way, I think Tinubu saved his ass because it was basically like he had no leg to stand on. If you remember, they were already sending notice of charges to to him already, writing letter of things that he has done wrong. They were already preparing impeachment. Even Wike said it that I wanted him gone. I wanted him gone. So I think maybe Tinubu is going to call him back, and that would have been that Tinubu actually saved him from being impeached.
Do you think Fubara? Do you think it's handled the suspension well? Because a lot of them were trying to prod him to take an aggressive stance, but I think he understood that you know it's better served. You know,
One man, look, he lost all leverages from when that Supreme Court judgment came out. He lost every leverage he had, and I kept saying it that he played a very wrong card when he started that fight. If I was him, as soon as that fight started, I'd come to APC straight away. Immediately, I go to APC.
do you think he will before 2027?
It might do, but I think if he had done that at that time, that would have shielded him from Wike and the House of the lawmakers, because Tinubu would have said to Wike, "Look, it's our own now, so go easy on him. I want this to resolve." If I was him, I would have done that. Go and take cover from where the power is coming from. Go there and take cover from there. But I think he listened to the wrong set of people. They were telling him, no, they cannot do anything. You are the governor. You are this, you are that. But he got it wrong from the beginning. If you had a mind to fight, you must fight the right fight. If you want to take on people, you must make sure you have the advantage when you started that fight. He started the fight very aggressively. He should have continued on that road, right? But somehow he find a way to kind of relax the whole thing. And then the whole thing went to court and he lost. As soon as he lost the case in court, he became dodo. Like he was like actually basically had no power left. They could have done anything with him that they wanted. I think the suspension was just a saving grace for him. He was able to use that time to fix things with Wiki, and Wiki came out to say, look, he has come to see him, that he's not fighting with him, that Fubara is his boy. I don't know how you call a grown-up man your boy. Like only in Nigeria you will address a grown-up man as your boy. Them
Only
kind
in
of
Nigeria, we are a 70-year-old youth leader.
you address a grown-up man, an elected governor as your boy. The kind of things these people do sometimes, it kind of baffle you where they get this kind of if when that word, if men were God, like you attribute it to Nigerian politicians, because if they were God, like God knows what they would have done. Anyway, thank you very much, one man.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Hakim kicking it off for us. Of course, thank you, Hakim, for holding it steady. We do 5-7 minutes monologue just to move it fairly quickly round, and then we open it all up. Next up is Zita. Zita, we're talking about the 29th of May, which marks officially the midpoint of Tinubu's 4-year tenure. So we're asking the question, saint or villain, or is there an in-between way? Where does it fall? He has been impactful, but has that impact been positive or negative? So we're looking at all that. And then we're also looking at the language that Fubara is using to speak to the space. He's saying that people should help him thank Tinubu, which is to say then that he's showing sufficient enough contrition. Is that even sufficient enough to have a suspension cut back or cut down? And then we're also seeing Tinubu somewhat making sort of commentaries in the direction of Governor Ba of Enugu State, speculations that he might well be the latest to make that jump. And then the case against Natasha Akpoti, the governor now set the court rather now set a date, the 3rd of June, for her to be arraigned to come and defend then just when Akpabio and Yahaya Bello were plotting for her assassination, and then the audacity of it, Godwin Emefiele, he has gone to court to try and get back the 753 properties that he stole our money to build. So all of that, or whatever interests you, Zita, 5-7 minutes monologue. Zeta, after all that. All right, rational mind. Am I still here, by the way? Can people still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, woman.
Yeah, you take the floor. Off the back of that build-up, I was going to Zita, but I don't think she's ready for us.
Maybe she step away from our device. Anyway, so yeah, thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody, listeners at home, and our guys and girls in the chat. If you're new on the platform, please subscribe and hit that button, the like button. Also, hit that subscribe if you're yet to subscribe. When you subscribe, it kind of promotes this platform, and the YouTube algorithm will recommend that to other people who probably are thirsty for information, because here on this platform, that's what we do. We bring all kinds of views to play as regard with regard to that country called Nigeria, and probably also our world view as well. You can learn from us, and which you can learn from you in the chat if you also will chat. So, having said that, one man, what happened to Baba? Baba, we've not seen Baba here for some time. Are you there, one man?
Sorry, I was speaking out, so I was muted. No, Baba is well. He sends his regard. I spoke to him even earlier on today, so he's well. He will join us momentarily, but
okay.
He is well. He's probably listening as we're speaking now. But I've not spoken to Ajale Koko for a while, but maybe I'll call him tomorrow.
I think Ajale Koko is at one Binusiwani. It's just
me Robel, because anytime I speak to him, it's always full of I don't get the sense that
he's angry with himself because he supported Trump, and I told him Trump is going to sell Gaza to Netanyahu, and he didn't believe me. Now he saw that Trump wants to sell Gaza to Netanyahu. Now he's angry with himself.
Well, nothing we can do. These are powerful men and women who probably will decide the future of the people on Earth, so on our planet here. So we are their whims. Anything they decide, it goes. So that's why we need to understand that election has consequence, or elections have consequences. If you vote the wrong people there, like we're talking about right now, this guy that is celebrating 2 years of ignominy, and celebrating 2 years of which I don't even understand the crap he's celebrating. But we know them. They are very good at their propaganda. They will churn out their propaganda to tell us that they've done incredibly well for themselves. I mean, for themselves, yes, for the generality of the Nigerian people. But what have we seen? It's nothing to write home about. The majority of the Nigerian people are wallowing in misery, in penury. So, and then they can score themselves high and give us some mediocre kind of accomplishment they've made. Oh, we did. I mean, I was talking to one of my cousin this morning. I was asking about this so-called student loan, and then you hear the APC will say, "Oh, we did what's it called? A student loan. Everybody's now having student loan." Come on, what the hell are you talking about? I have nieces that are in universities. Their parents are paying out of pocket. I was asking one of them this morning, "Sure, you know about this thing now? I mean, this student loan." I say, try it one time, we don't even get to the anything, don't even get the, I mean, I said, why would you say you tried one time? Say, well, Nigerian thing now, I say, try it one time, how about your, like, she not supposed to try, being your daughter waiting for school, supposed to try. Let her go to, what did they call them? To the, she did not get bursary. I mean, where they will just go, say, I want to apply for some kind of application, apply for some kind of a student loan or scholarship. That should be, it should be public thing. Like here in America, if you want to go for FAFSA, right there in your college, your community college, you get department where you go there.
Rational mind, sorry, 1 second. Look, tell them to go, tell your cousins that is in the university to go to Nail Fund website. Not,
you see, this is what we're saying. You see, dude, you see, this is what we're saying. When we say people are not serious, no, you don't need to go. I understand what you're talking about. I mean, Hakeem, I understand what you're talking about. You don't need to go to any stupid nail phone crap. Every university, every institution that is hooked up, they should be encouraged to hook up. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You go to every college. Hold on, every college.
The institutions are hooked up. You have to apply.
Then I'm saying. But you are telling me to go on. No, you see, dude. You see, the thing is this. You see, when the government, when people have failed, they do something. Who was that person? Was it Aizon was saying it? they will do something and they will self-sabotage. Or should I call it self-sabotage? Or maybe it's just not really they want to do it. Just want to give us a taste of it. Like, this is all I want to do for you, but not really they really want to do that thing. That's how these people are.
Rashomai, you just want to complain.
Government.
You don't. 1 second. You don't understand the process. Somebody's trying to explain to you the process.
No, don't give me that crap of wanting to explain to me. There's nothing like you that is talking here. Your own kids, if they go to college, and then they need to apply for FAFSA, do they have to go? I mean, in the college,
this is the problem. The notion that you think that American system or Nigeria should copy American system from A to Z doesn't make any sense. Somebody's trying to explain to you how it's done in Nigeria.
Don't explain nada to me. There's nothing you're explaining, dude. Don't give me that crap of you're explaining to me. If they are serious, it doesn't cost them anything. Every college should have a department where they'll be encouraging students. If you need, within this university, we're telling you, if you need scholarship, if you need government fund, loans, come apply for it. This is my brother because my APC, he said they do politics for Lagos. He's the entire in charge. He don't go. I said, why are you going to say now you could do? Why you not tell your daughter where you go? He said she don't know anything about it. Say they don't get up and say everything now online. You have to do it online. I said, yeah. Why must you wait for people to come on your online? In every school, encourage every school department. I mean, there should be a department like the bursary department. Go there. They should have
Rational, can I explain to you?
Don't explain it.
No, you're saying something so irrational. You wanted to break it down. You wanted to break down the process by school.
You're not breaking it down.
You wanted to break down the process by school. Doesn't make any sense. Somebody just.
Let's not yell.
I want somebody to respond. Okay. Somebody's trying to tell you that there's a centralized.
You interject earlier. You interject earlier. Somebody.
Okay. Talk. Okay. Go on.
Yeah. So. The NEL fund is the body that is in charge of that student loan, right? So all the universities, all higher institutions in Nigeria they are linked to the NEL fund. So what the government did was try to cut out any form of uno man or any form of man. Once we have.
Send me this BS.
Hold on. Let me finish now. So any form of face-to-face interaction leads to corruption. They will ask you for bribe. They will ask you for money. They will ask you for this.
Apparently, you don't understand how things are run. You don't.
Let me finish now. Student goes on Nelfon website, puts their matriculation number, the university where they study, the courses they are studying, everything, and then they see that they meet the criteria. The NEL fund will check with the school that this person is a student in that school. And once all the checks are carried out, they pay the school fees of that person directly to the university, and then they start to pay that person monthly stipend. It's over 300,000 students that have that are currently enjoying it.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Every university in Nigeria, do they have Wi-Fi?
Of course, they have internet.
Oh, man, I beg.
What has that got to do with this? They can hold on. Just hold on. They don't have to have Wi-Fi. They are not going to sit in the. They can apply from their. They can apply from wherever there is internet now.
Okay, hold on. Calm down.
What has Wi-Fi got to do with this?
Oh, for the first time, I seem to agree with Rational Mind.
That students should not apply for something online.
Hold on now. I didn't say they shouldn't. That's not what he's saying. I don't think that's what he's saying. What he's saying is like they should do that student loan like FAFSA. And every institution in Nigeria, I think I've said this thing here before, should have an office
within every college.
Financial aid. Hold on, let me finish. Financial aid department. What do? They have desktops there. You don't need to give anybody money.
That's redundancy. No need that.
Every school has a bursary now. They have a bursary.
It's not bursary. This one
is that a bursary?
Yes. Bursary is in the admin, accounting. That is not what I'm talking about. Bursary is accounting. This financial aid, they touch no money, they hold no money.
Right.
They're only there.
But they can
guide.
sensitize the students to the opportunity.
Yes,
I can.
One man. We are taking this.
Hold on,
We're in
Hold on,
2025.
Akim. Now let her
One
make her
man.
point. Sorry.
We're in
2025.
Akim.
Yeah, let her
No,
make her point now.
we're in 2025 where nearly all the students in university have a smartphone, and you're talking about some Wi-Fi in the school. What are we talking about?
You know, when I make my argument,
And somebody is not correcting. Hold on, just wait. Somebody is correcting us in the comment section that there is even a NEL fund agent in every school.
Well, where is that? Where is that?
That's what
in my house. In my house.
You know who this person is that is
telling you. It's Rotimi now. Do you know to the contrary?
It's Rotimi.
Sorry. Do you know to the contrary?
I don't know to the contrary.
Well,
we cannot go with that because I've not had that. I've not had anybody. Listen, woman. I have nieces and nephews.
You are not unique in that space. So we all have students of that age in Nigeria.
You ask them. You all of us ask them. Let us ask all of them. Do they have it? Because somebody just tell us now. You have to go on the website on your own. Right? What the crap are you talking about?
Hold on now.
How is that crap that a student goes online to apply?
Can I explain?
Okay, just hold on, Zita. Just hold on.
Okay, let's sit up.
How is that ridiculous that a student in 2025 has to go online?
Okay, so let Zita explain to you. Well, I think he has something similar to what I want to say. Let her talk. Go on, Zita.
Okay. Somebody just said something now that they are in word of 2025 that they have smartphone. I'm actually wondering the kind of smartphone and the kind of data you have in Nigeria that is better than the ones and smartphone people have in the Western countries, but they still have financial aid department in every university. What is their job? They have desktop, about 8, 10, 20 desktops there, and they have 1 or 2 offices for those financial aid staff. What do? They touch no money. They see no money. They know no money. But the
what do they do?
Let me finish now. Which kind of the people we are talking about, Nigerian government and their aides and their PAs are listening. Can I finish?
Yeah, please. Go on. Tell us what they do. Those financial
what they do is that a student need loan.
Yes.
Grant, scholarship.
Right. Yes.
They come to them. They will guide you on filling the form. What qualification you used to have, how much your family will be earning, your bank account, if it's the one that has a refund, they will tell you to put the bank account whereby when they give you so amount, the refund goes to your account for your personal upkeep. So they open the website, they guide you, do this one here, do this one here, do this one here, do this one. When you finish, they say submit. Then they will tell you that now your phone comes in. They will tell you you might get the alert or test on your phone telling you the progress of your application. And if you don't get it within 5 to 7 days, come back to them. That's it. It's as simple as ABC.
All right. I'm not sure which country you're talking about, but I can speak to the country where I live.
And I am speaking to the country I am in. And I'm speaking to
yes. Let me speak to the country where I live. In the country where I live, the most they would do for you, even if that is to sensitize you to the opportunities that this and maybe they'll give you a leaflet and they say go to this website. And then you can go home or go to a cyber cafe or wherever and then go and fill in the application by yourself. Because they're entrusting that if you feel capacitated enough to attain tertiary education, then you should be capacitated enough to go online and fill in a simple form. So I'm not quite sure what you mean, but Prince Daddy.
I'm sure you don't understand what I'm talking about. I'm not saying filling a simple form. Let me finish. I am not saying filling of course. The flyers, the sensitization is on the campus. It's still done by the same department. But what I mean is that a student working in, some people don't understand the difference between loan, grant, and scholarship.
Yeah,
and they don't understand. Hold on, let me finish.
One man,
when I want to talk,
please.
you will interject me.
Hold on, Akim. hold on, Akim. Prince Daddy wants to come in after Zita. Yeah.
Mama, please, everybody should type on their Google. Does Nel Fund have agent in universities in Nigeria? Everybody, please
I'm
just
not
type it
talking
on your
about
Google.
agent. I'm talking about a department. I am not talking about agent
They
because
should set up a department for Nel Fund in all of the
FASA might
universities.
have, hold on.
Yeah.
FASA might have an agent. They used to come to universities and play what they want to do. Will I call it whatever they call federal school, whatever they call it. They come to the university too once in a while. But I'm talking about a department in the university. Student come, student go. They call them financial aid. What is too difficult for anybody to understand? They are not being.
My sister, just leave matter for these people. I mean,
I'm sure that structure is there. I'm not. It seems somewhat a redundant argument to be making.
You can say it's redundant.
Hold on. Let me ask one man a question.
I do understand the concept. It's a non sequitur.
No,
let
me
finish. I do.
What
you are saying is the government from the budget of that organization,
it's not from the budget of that
which is already strained, then they will go around however many universities we have, state, federal, and all this, and then they start setting up Nel Fund.
Hold on, it's not from the budget. It's not from that budget.
It sounds ridiculous to me.
It is not from that budget.
All they need is a flyer on orientation day, a flyer.
One man. You see, sometimes it's not good. Sometimes it's not good to say things in the things that you look. Just put auchipoly.edu.ng. This is Auchi Polytechnic website. On the front page is there how to apply for Nel Fund 2024-2025.
That is not what I'm talking about.
So what did you want? You want them?
Hold on, Akim. Just settle down, Zita. Why don't you settle down, Zita? Just settle down. Yeah, you've made points. Let other voices just come in. What they seem to be suggesting, Zita.
So what you're saying is that in UK they don't have a financial aid department in their colleges and universities. They
have a myriad of everything. You're not even listening to what's being said. So how can you counter it? We're talking about Nel Fund, and what we are saying, or what by we I'm saying myself, is that they don't. There's apps. It seems somewhat redundant and even to the point of wastage to be setting up offices for Nel Funds in all of these things. They can wrap
not
it in.
An office for Nel
Can you
Fund?
just
Which
hold
one
on
is
and let
difficult
me
for you to
speak?
understand?
Can you just let me make my point, please? I'm saying it's redundant for you to. All they need, all the universities will already have somewhat along those lines historically, financial aid, student needing support, etc. I'm sure that's all baked in the university system anyway. So all they need on orientation day especially, and Akim again has gone to Auchi Poly to tell you it's pasted all over their website. And I'm sure on orientation day, they do mass sensitization that this opportunity avails. So that's the most you can expect. They can't hold them by hand and be filling forms for hundreds of thousands of students. But sorry, carry on.
AI, if you don't want to talk, let me just continue so that.
Sorry, I think Prince Daddy wanted to come in, and then you can. I just don't get where the argument is. You
just want to talk this Republican crap that he comes here and spews sometimes. I beg you. I mean, leave that guy alone. That guy is a Trump lunatic. So
rational mind. Tell your nephew or cousins that they should go on their school website. You see, tell them to go on their school website and they will be guided on how to apply for it. Simple as that.
You see, the point is this: what I was trying to explain to you is that, you see, if you're not, well, let me not say if you're not here, but let me share this with you. A few months ago, we saw at a political rally, not a political rally, a Nel Fund, one of these Nel Fund director or whatever crap position he holds in the Nel Fund. He went on somewhere, is it in Kano or somewhere in somewhere in the north. He gathered some group of people, and I was telling them about Nel Fund. I was like, whoa. So you people don't even have any logistics you plan on ground to have every. I mean, you don't even need to do that kind of what they call it sensitization in Nigeria. They call it in Nigeria. every school should have within a department, maybe the bursary department or the accounting department, a small mini office. It could be a cubicle of 2 or 3 staffs there, and then with what's it called, computers. People come in there, say they want to apply for NELFON, and you put them through, tell them, like Zita explained to you, that is how to do it. But these people want this Oloribuku APC on that Tinubu, they have nothing upstairs.
So, sorry, you help them fill the form. So what do you mean put them through?
Yeah, they will help them fill them. Yeah, they do that. They will help you fill
so
the
all
form.
of the students wanted
they will guide you. They will guide you. Woman, it's a very complex.
God.
So listen. You see, this is what you see. It's okay. If you want to justify the crap that APC is doing on that Tinubu.
No, I'm just saying let's apply a bit of reasoning and
there's I don't think there's any logic to what you were trying to apply here. I know you just
right.
want to do this rounding thing, make it look like there's nothing that what I just explained to you. That's a better way to go about it.
Which is
what else should they help them to do again? Help them to write the exams as well, right?
For you to understand, every application is done online. That's not what I'm saying. The financial aid, the application for loan, grant, and scholarship is done online in a form. But you people refuse to understand what I'm saying. That's okay.
No, nobody is arguing with that. I thought you were arguing against that.
So, woman, for me, I've studied. These people, they're not ready to do anything. It's usually their mediocrity and their crap that they do.
So those over 300,000 students, who help those want to fill their own?
No, you are saying 300,000 students. Now you're giving us another figure. The other day, ICPC said they've looted some money from that money. And what are these people who looted the money? Now they want to do investigation, and that is the end. We only say we want to do investigation. We investigate it, and that's the end. We never hear anything anymore from them. So I don't know why you people come here. These people, they will do this, their tokenism, this Badia and Simi kind of politics, social programs. Take time little, just take a little, and then they go make noise. Say, we don't give 5 million people rice. We don't give 5 million people 2,000 naira. I mean, where are these 5 million people? 5 million people. They'll come here, will tell you NEL fund. We're giving students. Who are these students? So if you want to do something in a more fairer way, whereby everybody will be more sensitized to it, let every college have a department within a department. Not say just create a department for them. If you have the money, fine. If you want to apply, just employ 2 people. If it is the university staff that will employ people that will be doing that for their own students, it's fine and good. You see, my friend Akim, I've worked in government here, if not because I've worked both federal here, state and city government. That I've had this idea. I mean, I've had this education of how to run a system. The way we run a system in Nigeria is not how to run a system. It's not fair. It doesn't bring about that kind of a society where people feel like they are part of it. You wonder why a lot of us are moving out of that country, because we feel like that country is not even meant for us. So I'm telling you, that's a better way of doing it. You don't have to tell people go on a website. Now people know we're not ready to do anything, and then they do that kind of thing. Because not when you go on website, where everybody longer on that website, it's in jam. You know, if you process, or you even get question as to what does this area here on this form? How do I go about it? Who do I feel? You abandon them. That is why you need somebody there to guide you. That's just why they do it here in America like that.
They just told you that they have agents in universities.
How many intakes do universities even take in one swoop? And then you have, it's unbelievable what you're saying.
They even told you they have agents. They have agents on ground in the university.
They have agents, and I'm giving you a story about somebody was going to the north. He gathered some people. They tell them how to go on online and go and fill it. They're telling me that if their school have it, why they gathering everybody and telling them stories how to fill NEL form. You see, you people come here. I
don't even understand what your argument is.
One man, I'm going to explain something to both Rational Mind and Madazita. So, the responsibility of the government is to create the loan. So, if to create awareness for that system, it's not down to individual university. No, it's not the government that will not go and employ people to go and stay in that university to sensitize
Then
people.
you don't know how you don't. Then you don't know how the government runs. Then.
It is not down to the
Then
university to create
how the
a
government
section
runs.
or to bring
You see,
people in to
dude,
say, look,
come.
in this school, we are going to assist our student. Hold on, let me finish now. In this school, we are going to assist our student to be able to understand that there's this loan, there's this bursary, there's this support, any form of support system that is available for students to avail to. It is the school that is responsible in passing that knowledge to the student. The responsibility of government is to provide that system, that structure, that financial package to be available for the qualified student as at when they apply. So the idea that they even sent Nelfund, even have agents on ground, for me, they are even doing more than they should do.
It's very glaring why some of us will fail spectacularly in that country.
No, I'm explaining to you how it works in the country where you are.
Dude, you're not explaining nada to me. Don't give me that crap. You were explaining anything.
So it's the government that is employing people to come and decide people in your universities.
Listen, dude.
You know, tell me that. No, I want you to tell me that with your own mouth now. That is the government that employ people to sensitize people in your universities.
We have
no rational mind. It's a yes or no question. Answer first.
All right, Akim, just give him the window to carry. Otherwise,
I'll answer your question. But I want to answer this one. We have now. Is it NAMSA? National Orientation. Is it? I don't know. Let me not use that the acronym. I don't know what the acronym, but I know.
All right. So Akim said it's Auchi Poly. So I've gone different from Auchi Poly to University of Ilorin, and there is the Nelfund right there, right on their landing page. So there it is right there. Name any university of your choice, and let's see if they are sensitizing to it or not.
Woman. If I open my college, hold on. I hear you, and I agree with you, and I saw that.
Right, and that's Nelfund right there.
Hold on now. If I open my own school, I go here for you. My own college, I go here for you. You go see I'm the FAFSA is there. That's not what we're talking about. That is not what we are talking about, woman. You need to understand that. Please, all of you, I want you to understand that. You need a department in that university. It could not be a department. If you don't have the money, just employ 1 or 2 people. Give them a cubicle there. Let them go in there, guide them how to fill it, interview them. Like Zita was telling you. I remember when my own kids, they went through that. And they tell them, okay, how much is your parents making? They will let you know if you qualify or you're not qualified, rather than just go and waste all the time or your time on that. And those things are highly secured because it's a government thing. So there's a security around it. So I think maybe that's why I think some of them cannot even do it from home. If I remember very well, you can't do FAFSA on your own. From home, I don't think so. That's why they need. You need their own specialized computer there.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to finish, Rashomai. You don't know what you're talking about. It's quite clear you have no clue. See, nobody goes to the damn financial aid to go do anything. FAFSA is done 100% online. Okay, 100%.
It's online. Yeah,
let me finish. The notion that you have to go to the financial aid office or go to FAFSA, I mean, you're living in. I'm not even sure what year you're living in. But what you're asking, I can even tell you right now that the Nigerian system that they have for the student loan is probably much better and much streamlined than America's. Why? Because America requires a whole bunch of variables. I think the Nigerian system. Let me talk. You talk too much. Let me just finish 5 seconds and be done. Gosh, you know, the Nigerian system is not as involved as the American system. They ask for your tax return and all this other stuff. I think the Nigerian system is like a one-stop shopping tailored approach. You provide that information and they grant you the scholarship or the grant. And that's it. Okay, and everything is done online through the system you're talking about. So even that you're talking about America, nobody does anything at this financial aid office. If you have see, the added cost you guys talking about, go to financial aid office, hire some people to do this and that. It's just a waste of time and resources. They don't have that money.
I'm not sure you went to school here. You went to school here? Because you said you went to school here because it sounded like America.
Not only did he go to school there, he's putting people through school as we speak. There
so now. if he does that,
he has contemporaneous information.
I'm sitting here and I'm wondering, where's this guy? What planet is this guy from here in America? I mean, where's this thing?
Rational, you went to Chicago State University too.
Yeah, where is Chicago? But it's okay.
Rational mind, you always sound like a person that doesn't have basic knowledge of anything. Each time you talk,
Thank you very much.
you claim you work,
Stop.
you work with government.
Okay.
The way you talk sometimes, it's always amazes me.
Hey,
No,
You
it's
don't
just
sound like a person that have basic knowledge.
to look. It's the biasness to look for the
always
negativity.
amaze you. I know where people stand.
But even it's a struggle to look for the negative here, saying that they should have staff and offices in all universities. Every other university that I know globally, they'll give you a flyer and maybe
no. If even your UK, somebody just challenge you now, ask you that in the UK there they have where you can go and apply for scholarship. Don't they have them in your UK?
What do you mean?
Rational mind. Let me ask you one question.
No, don't ask him any more
I'm giving you a
questions.
system
Let me
here.
just round off and then
How
we'll
the
go.
system here?
Sorry, one minute. And also,
No, don't forget me. Don't forget me.
the United States,
No, I'm not going to hold on. I'm not going to hold on.
they have states grant and scholarship also. So when you apply for FAFSA, for example, your state also has access to your information, and many of the states they have their own local, their own program also, and financial assistance they give to the students. And sometimes students don't even pay to go to state schools.
You know,
so
you know
it's more involved.
You know how FAFSA
One
works?
man.
Go ahead and talk.
One man.
Come on, dude. Yeah, go on.
Mama, what happened to the five to 7 minutes now? These guys are
No, they hijacked him now. They've hijacked him. That's
One man. You give Rational mind too much time to split.
That's because you guys keep interjecting. They won't let the man talk.
That's the thing that
because he's playing falsehood now.
Yeah,
How can you say?
All right.
So, woman, you see, for me, I don't know what Tinubu is celebrating because, like I said, everything it does is just, Yoruba people will say, against me kind of policies.
Thank you.
You know, you have a taste, don't eat everything. Though. We'll save the money so that we can use it to campaign later and shout that we've, like the idiot that was there before, the one from Daura, he said he gave people, or the one that is in the Minister of Education today. I went to go and buy wheelbarrow and a cutlass and give it to, we don't even know the people that even benefited from that program. And they said they should go and be cutting grass. Graduates will be cutting grass on the streets. Wheelbarrow and cutlass. And that is their own empowerment. And you say empower, whatever crap they call it that. You see, this is when I say these guys are Oloyi Buruku, Akoshi Beru party. This APC. I'm a chef and that is what this kind of people, this party is. I don't know what they are celebrating. Well, I have anything to say. I just want to say, because we say 5 minutes, let me allow other people to talk. But my point is that for me, I can poke hole on every policy that Tinubu has made. Like our friend Akim was saying earlier that it was a good thing he did. Remove subsidy. All the money they save from that subsidy, kill off the shit. You will hear them. They increased the IGR. I mean, they increased the allocation that they give into every state. And so what did you save from the besides that? What did you save? Are you not saving anything for anything for the country from that, for not even paying subsidy anymore? Ironic. When you ask them that question, they'll give you another story. You know, I mean, you ask them this and they'll give you one story. So for me, it's just that I wonder. I mean, then you're telling us about you're not borrowing any money again, and yet you are borrowing lots of money. Within a space of 2 years, you borrowed more than what Buhari borrowed within 8 years. Within a space of 2 years, you're telling me this guy is doing something that is benefiting Nigerians. Woman, I just leave it at that because I have so many things I want to say on these things, and I have other topics I want to say that's not even part of what you brought up here. I mean, there's this thing going on in. I'm just wondering if the city of Johannesburg, or is it a city or a state in South Africa, can be budgeting almost $20-something billion just for infrastructure within their just that city alone. Nigeria is using $20-something billion for a whole Nigeria of 200.
What's the size of the South African economy that they are budgeting?
There you go. I know you.
I'm asking you.
You always tell me that. Now, what is the size of? So, what is the population of? Which one should be bigger? South Africa?
No. I'm asking you. What's the size of the South African economy that they can budget $25 billion for one city?
For a city, just like a state like Lagos is budgeting $25 billion for just infrastructure. Not be saying that for their budget
so that's not even the totality of their budget.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Just for infrastructure to update their infrastructure within the city of.
So does that make sense to you?
it does make more than sense. You know what it means that woman. My angle of coming, where I'm coming up from this, time will not allow me. Maybe when it circle back to me, I'll be able to flesh out more on this if I'm still here. But my point is just this: is that Tinubu says he's saving, but yet he's borrowing. Even if borrow the one that they borrowed.
South Africa is a $400 billion economy.
Okay, so and what's the population?
And then, and then
let
just hold on,
finish, please. Let him finish so that we can continue.
No, it's just some of these things I say. It's just before those me.
Yeah.
If it's a hold on, if it's a $400 billion economy, and you're telling us that just one of the composing cities is budgeting $25 billion, not for the totality of their budgeting, but just for infrastructure, then that doesn't make sense. The mathematics don't work out, does it?
Okay,
does
so
it?
That's why I said I have to go and dig out that.
No, so that tells you then that it's not true.
I don't even know what you're talking about. You're telling me it's not true. I said I read it. Let me say I didn't make this up.
Yeah, you can read it now. But if the size of the economy is $400 billion, and you're telling us one city is budgeting,
do you know what Johannesburg is? Do you know what Johannesburg is?
No, look, just listen now. It's just I don't care if it's the Lagos of the place or the Cairo of the place, is immaterial. The totality of the size of the economy is $410 billion. And you're saying
where are you getting that figure from?
I just looked it up. Yeah. You are saying one city is budgeting $25 billion, not even for the whole city, but for one line item. That doesn't make sense.
Let me land.
Yeah.
I didn't make this up. I saw that in, I think, The Economist mentioned that, and Ramaphosa has gotten the money. That's what they said. So I don't know what you're talking about, trying to use their GDP to equate what they are getting to for infrastructure updates. So my point is this, is that Tinubu said he's saving, but yet he's borrowing. I'm not saying it's bad to borrow, but what is this borrowing you're doing? Look at the board. Woman, let me come back. We'll come back to it. Let me allow other people to talk. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. We still try and constrict the timing somewhat, just really to get quicker to people as the room continues to populate. Of course, a man from the creeks who has a wizardry grasp of the language, Izon, the mighty man. Izon, you're up next.
Oh man, this introduction, I don't even know whether you're setting me up for failure or you're.
I don't even know. Before my mind just opens and then these words come out. I think, what are you even talking about? You silly man.
Woman, you're very slippery. One doesn't know which direction you're going until you land. But but it's all good, man. Thanks for having me. I think, look, let me start with Jagaban. I think I like that song though. On your mind.
I beg your pardon. I didn't want to correct you, but it's not. It's the DK Simba of Igbo land, not the DK Simba of Igbo land.
You're going to bring out my Southeastern brothers if you keep saying that. But yeah, on your mandate, Jagaban. Okay, let me stop singing that before you think I've switched parties. So for Tinubu, I will give Tinubu, I would say maybe 3.5 out of 10. And I'll explain. The 3.5 I'll give him is because he has, on macroeconomic policies, right? You understand what direction he's trying to go in. We can't continue to have a free lunch. I understand it. The arbitrage that had to be fixed, what was happening in Aso Rock was a catastrophe waiting to happen. They had to correct that. I will give him that. Understanding that you need some sort of 21st century highway that needs to work. I will give him that, but at the same time, there are drawbacks about that, and how it was implemented, the fact that the existing roads were not prioritized first. Those are some of the issues that you look at and you say, okay, this guy wants to build these roads that are tolled. Another drawback is no bid directly to his best friend, who happens to be a Lebanese person, to build toll roads that, again, we don't have the full details. So there's some opaqueness around the toll roads. How who gets the money from the toll roads? How does that revenue end up helping? Is it divided among states? Is it kept just at the federal? But there's some things, and then the history of what had happened or the accusations of how toll roads were managed in Lagos also brings up a lot of question marks. So, but long story short, he's building a toll road. It's not completed yet. When it's completed, we can celebrate. So that's another one. I'm not personally a fan of the.
30 kilometers so far. Is that what you call road?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, at least they at least they started, right? So let's, rational. I try to. I don't like to just land the plane until there's some concrete stuff that I can land on. So that way, his detractors or his supporters won't say, "Oh, this guy just criticizing." No, if he has done something good, I'll give him credit. But at the end of the day, I give him 3.5 because while you point to those things and you give praises, I'm not a fan of the student loan because I think there are no jobs. You're going to get a lot of these students into debt, and at the end of the day, they can't even pay off the debt. In the US, that everyone is using as an example, majority of students today, or if you look at any polls for elections in America, one of the biggest things they're in favor of is the cancellation of student debt. And the reason because at the end of the day, it's become a scam. You can file bankruptcy for everything else except for student debt in the United States. So if you put that in perspective, why would we have the poverty capital of the world? And you want to get your future leaders who are going to tertiary educations into debt. Meanwhile, in the country, we have a high interest rate. I think what is about 28% now for people, for businesses, right? So you have small and medium-sized businesses. They need access to capital to grow their business, to do things. They can't access capital, right? And then the banks are still charging those high rates. Banks are making hand over fist, ridiculous profits, right? But medium and small scale enterprises are struggling. So those are some of my criticism. In addition to that, when you look at things such as the greatest resource in any country is its population, right? And there was the whole reason why they created the Sustainable Development Goals back in, when was it? Was it 2013 or so? But they created those things. And I mean, we have fallen far back from it. We weren't the poverty capital of the world then. We are now. Majority of our young people, our youthful population, majority of our youthful populations are highly uneducated, live in squalor, abject poverty across the board. Most of them can't read, right? So when you look at those things and then he comes in, we understand the macroeconomic decision that you can't continue to have this subsidy, right? That's just totally destroying our ability to plan. But I've always said the implementation of it was terrible. When you take all these statistics into consideration, that we have a population that is this poverty stricken, how can you just yank a safety net like that out of the way without careful planning, careful understanding of how it impacts people? Keep in mind, Nigeria doesn't have social safety nets, right? That's why you see people begging on the streets. There are no safe social safety nets. So knowing very well that that doesn't exist, knowing very well you're not creating a budget for it. You created a ministry for it, but it became an SPV for stealing money, right? Instead of it actually saying, okay, you're going to create real social safety nets. And those social safety nets, if you look at most developing nations where they have them, it's in healthcare and education, right? Majority of the schools don't even have roofs, right? So an emergency situation on those two things and putting in resources to fix them while at the same time saying, okay, I'm going to phase out the fuel subsidy, puts is a much better implementation. Yes, so you're taking it away. It's going to go. It was already gone. From what I've gathered, I've talked to people that work with management consulting firms that work with Nigerian government, and they said this thing was already gone. Buhari had already put it into action before he left, which was cowardice, if you ask me. Like he just threw it on the next person coming in. So I guess Tinubu didn't have a choice. But at the same time, when you look at the dynamics of your population, you have to make very, very smart decisions at that point. You just can't say, well, subsidy is gone, and then everyone just immediately. Just to give you an example, I have a friend of mine was saving for a business before the election. In fact, he supported Tinubu, and he had put a lot of money away. After that decision or that announcement, this guy went from almost middle class in Lagos into poverty. I kid you not. We had to raise money for it. So if you just think about something like that, just sold his car, because at the end of the day, like, how are you gonna put gas in the car? The value of his money in the bank went to through the toilet, that he had been saving up. So there were a lot of people that just got destroyed, and that's why it was such a shock to the system. And you see most people today on the streets, and then you can imagine that's in Lagos. So imagine people that live maybe in northern Nigeria that don't even have savings, right? Just salaries didn't go up dramatically when that happened. Companies didn't all of a sudden say they're going to increase salaries because of this increase in inflation or increase in the cost of energy. That didn't happen. So people just went into straight dire situations. Where I work, every year they give us an increase, right, based on inflation and merit increases and all that stuff. That's even in an economy where you barely even see the inflation. So you can imagine in this kind of situation. So, I think my biggest criticism of Asiwaju has always been that he just doesn't give a shit, man. I mean, I just don't. He sees everything as a business, as a transaction, whether it's political or economic. The human side, it doesn't resonate with him, and that is the biggest issue I have
Are you
with,
saying?
with him.
Are you saying? Do you think empathy is just the issue? The guy does not have a grasp of economy.
I think no. I think he. You can't say he doesn't have a grasp of economy.
If he
I
does,
think he
why
has to.
why would you make the kind of
Wait,
decision he took, knowing that
I think he has. I think
how
he has surrounded himself with some highly intelligent people, right? That understand the economy. But the problem is they make decisions devoid of human impact. When you look at the statistics on Nigeria, and this isn't me saying it, go and look at UNICEF statistics. Sometimes I pull it up and I just press delete because I don't want to read it. It's abysmal. In fact, we're sitting on a powder keg that can explode at any moment. It's not surprising that you're seeing all these bandits and all these people that immediately they get access to guns and I was talking to a friend of mine in Kaduna today. He was telling me how the use of drugs in the north is skyrocketing. And he said it was even shocking that you won't believe that you go to Kano now, you see, homosexuals, lesbians, and all this stuff all over the place. I was like, no way. He's like, I swear to you. So what you're seeing is the breakdown of society, right? Yes, there are people that are doing well and making money, but they're the 1%ers. These are not the normal people. These are not the majority of people are in terrible conditions. In fact, if someone in, I would say, Kogi or Jigawa, they might look at someone in Lagos like the person is living in a Western country. That's how bad it is. And so when you look at all those dynamics, I think that, okay, these kids, whether it's Almajiri or it's kids that are going to some school in southern Nigeria that doesn't have roof or whatever the case may be, 5, 10 years down the road, right? What happens? Where are they going to be? No education, right? No exposure, right? Grow up in a highly corrupt system when the institutions are not efficient. What do you think happens? And those are the emergency situations that need to be tackled. Because if we don't, you can fix the economy all you want. At the end of the day, you're just fixing. It's like saying, oh, you're going to put rims on a car that has bad wheels. The wheels are still going to be bad. The rims just make them worse. So the macroeconomic situation, yeah, you're fixing the macroeconomic situation. Yeah, the governors get more money, but there's no oversight on the governors. So they're not going to spend that money on where it's supposed to be spent. At the end of the day, there's no oversight. They have immunity as long as they play the politics right. No one is going to come after them. So it's almost like, do you give a thief an additional $2 million every month, knowing very well he's a thief? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. So that's what I was saying last time I was on the show. One man was that when you were explaining that, oh, we operate in the federation, I was like, yes, but there has to be something that can create a system or at least try to hold account to certain people. Because if not, you're just giving your agenda will never be fulfilled. You're throwing money to the wolves, and they'll just take the money and do whatever they want to do with it, and you won't see the benefit of it at all, right? So that's the situation, and that's why I give him the 3.5. Right? Can he change it? Yes, he can change it. But my issue with Tinubu is not that can he change it, is that will he want to change it? He do, he doesn't have the capacity inside him to care enough to want to change it. Even when he gives a speech, just look at him, it's all written and choreographed. It doesn't come from the heart. If you look at, you can always judge people by what they've done and their actions that they do now. And when you look at everything about him, he doesn't speak to the fact that he cares enough about the downtrodden guy to want to fix his situation. I mean, look at what happened in Plateau and Benue State. That's another criticism I have of him. When he was out of the country, fair enough. Okay, whatever the reason was, he was sick, he wasn't sick, I don't know. He was out of the country. He came back. He didn't go there. People made the argument that, oh, well, the National Security Advisor went there and the Vice President went there. No, we didn't vote for those people. Those are appointees. We don't care about them. You're the guy. They voted for you. You didn't care enough to go there. There are people still living in IDPs. We're not at war. We have 300,000 troops, and our troops are spread around all around the country. I mean, we can count some of the good, but when you weigh the scales and you put the good he has done versus the situation that's facing the nation overall, the latter is going to outweigh the former. And that is where we have a fundamental problem. The problems are at the very basic foundational level, and he's not addressing those issues. That is where I have an issue with him. And I'm like, anyone will say, well, who's going to address it? Is the Atiku? Atiku, I'm not a fan of Atiku. Maybe he won't, right? Is it Obi? The reason why I support Obi over anyone else, for that matter, is I think he cares. He's going to implement economic policies, almost similar to what Tinubu did, in my opinion. I think he's going to.
Is there anything, is that history in governance? So is there anything in his antecedents that tells you that he cares?
Obi? Yes. I mean, if you look at, I've listened to the argument back and forth about Anambra. And if you recall, during the election, I was one of the first people
This is
to send you.
laughable.
I was one of the first people to send you the budget breakdown of Anambra almost a decade before Obi ever ran for office. And keep in mind, budget is run by Southwestern and highly intelligent guys. And they drafted that thing and said and praised him hand over fist about the work that was being done in Anambra State. This was long before he even thought about becoming president. And one of the key things that everyone will give him in that state is his commitment to education and what he did and the amount of people he was able to lift up through education. And in any society around the world, if you look at the most successful societies around the world today, their adherence and investment in education is what has gotten them there. Their populations are highly educated, highly productive, and that has reduced all the other negative indices that you see in society. So, yes, Obi does care, without question. Yes, he has his criticism. I'm not dogmatic about Obi, like some people are saying, oh, he's flawless. Oh, of course, he's a man, he has his flaws. But at the end of the day, if you want to compare him to our current president, it's night and day. Tinubu doesn't give a shit, man. I mean, how do you have how
Obi doesn't give a shit either. This fabled educational there is nothing in the history of his tenure to say that he did anything, especially in the educational space. They'll tell you that he took Anambra from whatever to whatever. We all know why. I think that's already been debunked.
No, why? What's the reason in your opinion? Tell me.
As soon as Obiano came in, he was shutting down medical centers everywhere. They were forging results and all that, but that's even a material.
Oh,
but do you not? It's widely known now.
No.
Are you not aware?
No.
Are you saying you're not aware?
No. Let me break something down to you. Let me break something down, and I shared this on your platform as well. By the way,
what did he do in education?
Wait.
Nothing.
Wait, let me break something down. So I shared this on your platform. There was a UNICEF report, Kulata was actually here that day, that I shared on your platform that showed the education. And I did it because Ogbeni was here trying to say the educational standards in certain states were below par. Well, he made a comment about some South and Southeastern states being on par with the likes of Zamfara and Jigawa. And I had to pull that report because that's something I actually pay attention to. And I shared it. And in that report, it showed some of the states with the best education, graduation rates, and adherence to education were states such as Anambra, Imo, and some other states in that region. So even if you want to take that away from Obi, an external independent body has identified the increase in education, in graduation rates, in educational performance in a place like graduation rates, yes, secondary school graduation rates. The amount of students that graduate from secondary school in Anambra is far higher than majority of the states in Nigeria. This is a fact.
So, can I ask you a question?
So, wait. My brother, you talk. I didn't say what. I didn't say what. Let me get my time. So, it's a fact. I will share the UNICEF report with you again. I said it that day. I will share it with you again. And I made that case because there was a fallacy being perpetrated on your platform. So, what I'm saying now is that he went in and was hailed as one of the best governors that actually championed that in that state. I'm not saying this because I don't work backwards. I work with the facts and then I make my decision. So at the end of the day, wait. Let me finish, please. Yeah. So at the end of the day, you can't deny that particular thing. And these things came out before he ever declared as being a candidate for presidency. But this is not about Obi. Obi has not done 2 years. Tinubu has.
There is
right?
nothing in Obi's. Hold on. There is nothing in Obi's history. No. You don't want people to challenge what you're saying.
Because it's my time now. You're eating into my time. And if I can't talk, then time will end.
Carry on. But
okay.
One man, that's not fair. He was asking questions. He was asking questions when other people.
I asked you one question, and I said I'll keep quiet till it's my turn.
Exactly. So
by the way, speak since you're talking. Let me even debunk something you just said. You said it's not the government's responsibility to be responsible for how money is doled out at schools.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. You said it is the school's responsibility.
He said it is the school's responsibility to sensitize the students to the
exactly.
But so the government can give the schools money, but not be responsible for how that money is implemented in a country like Nigeria.
They don't
give
the school monies now. What are you saying? They don't give the school monies.
If they're giving a fund for scholarships, where's the money coming from?
They are giving students, not school, student loans.
Yeah, exactly. But you're saying it is the school's responsibility to have oversight over the money, not the government.
It's not saying that. It's that to sensitize them to the opportunity. That's what he said.
The school has to sensitize the students to the opportunity, not the government. That's what you're saying.
Yes,
but more so.
So what's the point? Wait. So what's the point of the government trying to champion its program if it has to kick responsibility to the schools to sensitize the students?
Because the school have the more direct contact and impact.
No, but the government knows it's a government program now. So you just create a platform and have everyone participate in the platform. That's what Rashomai was saying.
And then the schools are then invited at the point of matriculation to sensitize the students to the opportunity?
No, well, you can include all the schools on the this thing to me is semantics. Is so easy to implement. Again, with this government, it's implementation. They created a program.
Hold on,
I don't support the program to start with. They created a program.
See, your criticism is reasonable. The only contradiction there is when you said they are giving form, that at the end of the day there will be no job. But at the end of your criticism, you said will be invested in education, and the best investment is that of in education. So that is the only
I
criticism.
noticed that as well. Though.
Yeah, well, a loan is not an investment in education. A loan
So
is a
for a
debt
person
that has to be repaid.
that doesn't have to worry about how he will be graduated to become whatever
that person has to pay that loan back. And if that person can't find a job, guess what? That person is in debt. So guess what?
So
a loan is not free money.
As ignorant.
These people like to praise themselves. I mean, you're giving me
I just gave you an example. I gave you an example of the most one of the most advanced countries on this planet. Wait. I gave you an example. Do you know what they do in Denmark? Do you know what they do with university students in Denmark? Let me tell you what they do. There's a fund. University is free. Wait.
I know what they do in France.
No.
I know what they do in Germany.
Go and look at the indices in Denmark and compare it to UK and France. I bet you it's better. In that country, university is free. Guess what? They even encourage you at the same time to, if you want to go and study abroad, because I went to school with some Danish students where the government paid full price, everything covered for their schools. And guess what? You go to that country, there's a 90-something percentile literacy rate. The crime rate is low. I've been to the country 3 times, and they are doing exceptionally well. The social services there are almost impeccable. And even though people take advantage of it, they still help their country.
And
so at the end of the day, putting your citizens, your youth, that are not guaranteed jobs in an economy where most of the medium and small scale enterprises can't access capital, right?
You don't pay the loan back until you get
is not helping them. Yeah, but you pay it back eventually. Why don't they give grants? Why? So let me give you a solution. Let's talk solutions. Let's talk solutions. Why don't they give grants? Wait now. Why don't they give grants? Let me give you a solution. Let me give you a solution to this government, right? To tertiary education funding, right?
Right.
Why don't they give grants and fund the grants through a luxury tax in Nigeria? Right? Because you have all these so-called oligarchs in Nigeria and so-called people running around spending money like it's for free, flying private jets up and down the whole place. Why don't you tax all that frivolities and then use that money to fund education by giving grants to students? That way they don't have to pay the grants back. Why don't you invest in those students that have shown exceptional ability in engineering and science? There are students that are manufacturing things with absolutely nothing in Nigeria, yet they don't invest in those kids. You want to tell those kids to go take loan. Meanwhile, nobody is going to look.
They don't have the brain. They don't have the brain. They don't know
look, you don't have to degenerate the conversation to that.
No, not you, woman.
No, not even me. There's just give it up already. There's nobody in Asurok that doesn't have a brain. That doesn't look. Let me tell you. Look, let me tell you. The system there is full of Harvard, Oxford, Gary.
Beggy, send me that thing.
They are better educated, more intelligent than you. They are better educated and more intelligent than you.
Woman, don't give me this.
Woman.
You know the quality of persons that work.
So see the quality of what they're giving to
Nigeria. Look at that. They don't have the brains. They don't have.
Woman, what I'll say about
can I quickly say something? Woman, can I quickly say something, please? Woman, can I quickly say something, please? Please, I want to quickly say something.
Yeah.
It's also, can I quickly say something if that's okay?
Go ahead.
So thank you very much. So I just want to quickly comment because the problem we have on this platform is that I think maybe what will happen next time is that we will leave rational mind and anybody that is on his side so that they have their conversation for 6 hours and just go and sleep. No, no, maybe that is what you want, because as soon as somebody start interjecting or have this, opposite views or try to question your position, you turn it to this Agbado people, this they are supporting. No, look, I come here to have a conversation. I come here to put a position forward, and I come here to challenge other people's position. And I will sometimes I want to be logical, and I want to have a deep questioning conversation. So when Aizon was making a submission just now, he said Tinubu doesn't care and Obi cares, and he uses his work in education as an example. So, and somebody like me would not turn around and say, okay, hang on. What about when Tinubu paid WAEC fee for all students in Lagos State? Is that not a governor that care about people that would do that?
You see, but
he
that's
has
charity.
no
That's
memory of
charity,
that. Yes, that's
right?
charity.
I'm talking about creating a system. Why didn't Tinubu do this, right? Akim, I'll give you that. Okay, he used his money as charity. It's like you saying, you know what?
Not
The
his
first lady
money,
went.
the state fund. Yeah.
Yeah, it might as well be his money. It's like you saying, his wife recently she announced a certain amount of money she was giving away to certain people. I've forgotten how much it was. Okay, you know what? They care because they're doing that. How about this? How about instead of just giving charity? How about you create a system where those people
Yeah,
continually benefit
As a
from that
governor,
fact?
he was paying. He was paying as a
sorry,
state
Akim.
policy. As a state
Yes.
policy, he was
Right?
paying the WAEC fee of
No,
students.
but that's
That was
not
a state
a
school
system,
policy.
Akim. That is not something you celebrate. You know why? He's a sitting politician governor. He should not be
Oh my
taking money just to pay their WIF fees. What he should be doing is saying, I will create a system where we generate funds, and every year, students that are going to do WIF will have their funds paid for.
Then is
You're
That
the
that
is a
one
what
to
we
tell him how to
agreed?
create
long-lasting
the money.
system. You
Is that
cannot
You're
you
what
the
we
one
cannot
to tell him
say
agreed?
how to create the money. That money is part of the state revenue.
this is the problem. Everyone is sitting down under the table waiting for
Just
crumbs
because it's
instead
not
of him
done
to
the way you
create
think
a
it should be
system.
done.
No,
Is that
it's not the way I
hold on.
want it to be
Is
done.
that similar to
Don't
what
you
Obi
get
did
it?
in is that similar to what
Obi
Obi did in
created a
Anambra that you
system.
are
He created
praising?
an educational
Which
system
system?
across all the schools. Wait,
Which
do
system?
you know how many?
What's the name of
Do you
that
know how many?
system? What's the
To
name of
change,
that system? Let me put it on ChatGPT. What's the name of that system
I don't
that
have
Obi
the name,
created?
one man, but he
So
created
you're
a
lying. He
Obi
didn't
system.
create
created a
any
system.
system.
Hey, listen, my guy, we're having a
Obi
You just
conversation.
made
Obi
it up.
has the brains
You
to
see,
create
you see how you
systems.
buck yourself?
Tread that line carefully. Tread that line carefully. Don't call me a liar. All right.
Oh, sorry about that.
If
Sorry,
not, if not,
I
if
withdraw
not,
the
this cordiality go
listen.
end.
I
All
withdraw
right.
the
So, but
line.
what I will say, what I will say is this: he
Obi
created a
created the
system.
system.
He did. Everyone understands what was happening. The graduation rates went up. The students scored
What
some of the
system did he
highest
create,
numbers.
though? Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't have the name, but it's a fact. One man.
Is this still up
I,
to? Is still up to
And
running?
by the way, this is not about Obi. Obi is not president. Let's talk about the
Tinubu
person
was a
who's
Then you
system.
president,
don't
Tinubu also
compare him
created
now.
a
right?
system.
hold on.
But
Is the system
let's just
I
have
am
the name on
comparing
it.
because I am telling you the reason why
is the system ongoing?
Zon,
Is the system ongoing?
prefer Obi over Tinubu. That is my reason. You don't have
It's
to like
But
okay.
it. You
you've not
understand me?
given a
But
reason,
the
though.
truth
You've
about
not
the
given
matter
a
is, wait. That is what I prefer. The
You've
jury
not.
is out. Or
What,
the
no, no,
jury is out. Or
no. You
the
are not
jury
hearing
is
what I
out
said.
on your.
No,
The jury is
no,
out on your executive. Okay, the
no,
jury is out on your
no.
executive. And the truth
Hold
about the
on now.
matter is this:
Don't run away. Don't run
one man,
away
please
now.
wait.
Yes, you are
I'm not
running.
talking
You are
about
running.
Obi.
Oh, no, hold on. Because you brought him in. You said you okay. Somebody
I
cited
brought him
an
in as my
example.
opinion. It's my
No,
opinion,
hold
one
on.
man.
No. Yeah, but let's interrogate that opinion. Somebody cited an opinion here that Tinubu instituted a system to pay WAEC
He
fees,
didn't
and
institute a system. He said no. He said he paid WAEC fees.
Well,
It was a charity. He didn't institute a system.
that's a
Difference.
ton of phrase, isn't it? That's a ton of phrase.
No.
But
He said he
hold
paid the
on.
WAEC fees one time. He didn't
It's very
institute a
difficult to
system.
conversate
No, he
with
was
you.
paying it every year.
Hold on,
It was a
He
policy
was
of
paying
government.
it every. Where was the money coming from?
No, just hear the counter narrative, and so don't no the way. Let me just make the point, and then you can disagree with it. If telling you that Tinubu was paying WAEC fees for people there, And then you started the example of Obi as somebody that cares, and he's saying this is a similar measure, even from state space, that this guy has championed education from being a state governor all the way to being a president. But you said that's not good enough. You said Obi is
No.
you said
But finish. I'll correct you.
right.
When you finish, I'll correct you.
Wait,
Go
yes,
ahead.
correct me when I finish. But then you are saying Obi did whatever it is he did in education, and then we are asking you then what's this? Because if you are saying what Tinubu did was essentially an act of charity that has no sustainability, what I was inviting then is that what did Obi do that was dissimilar to what Tinubu did? You said he set up a system. So what system did he set up?
He set up a system that had some of the best YX scores in Nigeria. He had some of the best graduation rates in Nigeria across the board. Wait. Don't interrupt me. Ask me a question. Those are results. Okay. You know what? Let's give him this. So he didn't say Tinubu created a system. He said Tinubu paid YX fees. But okay, let's give you the claim, because that's what I'll call it, that Tinubu created a system to pay YX fees. What were those results? What did those students accomplish?
How do you mean?
Okay. What did they get in WAEC? What were their graduation rates? Because I've looked up the numbers. The graduation rate. The graduation rate. The graduation rate in Anambra.
Let me answer you.
Wait. The graduation rate, and I'm not from Anambra, by the way, but the graduation rate in Anambra far outpace the graduation rate in Lagos. Fact.
Let me answer you.
Yes, fact.
Let me answer you.
The Southeastern schools provide.
Please let me answer.
I sent you the UNICEF report. I'll send it to you again.
Please let me answer.
Send it to you again.
Let me answer him. You see, during the time of Tinubu as governor in Lagos State, okay.
And I don't want to talk. You see, we're deviating on. By the way, I'll let you talk. Please, I want to talk about the president's scorecard. That's what I want to talk about.
Throughout that period, he paid WAEC for every children in Lagos State.
Congratulations to him. Yes, congratulations to him.
And it's still going on till
whether you are Igbo, whether you are Yoruba, okay, and that increased the number of children that have access to education during that time.
What kind of schools are they going to?
If you look at his presentation,
what were their schools like?
Okay, among the people that benefited from that scheme, they were testifying. Okay. And apart from that, he encouraged one day governor during that time that, give children some kind of sense of belonging to aspire, to encourage them. Okay. So when you bring up Obi educational system as at the period when he was governor was only astronomical. I mean, the number of people that pass exam, it was due to special center, and immediately he vanished as governor. Nothing to write home about when it comes to education in that state. Okay. And I've not in any way come across what Obi has done in terms of legacy. That after,
because you don't want to see it now. That's the difference. The difference is you need to open your mind a little bit.
That is still available.
Listen to me.
So you tell us then, what is his abiding legacy? That's what he's asking.
Up till now.
What do you mean? What is abiding legacy? He's talking about when Obi left. No, you don't see any of those things. Is governor's not a continuum. So if
but
the person that comes in, wait.
This is what
nothing is happening. When was the last time he was governor? How many years ago?
But since
what are you talking about now?
Was governor, you can see it in Lagos State.
Well, here's the thing. Tinubu was fortunate because the people that came after him, some will even argue, were more impactful than him. Now? Okay, listen. You asked me a question. Listen, guy. I don't. What's your name? You asked me a question. Okay. Okay. You asked me a question, and it's my time. So you're either going to let me respond to your question, okay? So don't tell me how I should respond. So the first thing is this: you believe that he gave all these people WAEC results, etc., etc. Okay, great. That's your belief. I think he didn't create a strong enough system.
Because even with all what you're saying, the educational system or the results produced in Anambra and places like Imo State are better than Lagos. This is a fact. Yes. And go and look it up, my brother. Now, listen. In
What is
fact, I'm
the
going to
source
pull
of
this
the
thing up
fact?
right
What
now.
is the source of the fact? You don't tell me that
Go and look up.
your own
Listen,
opinion is
listen.
the fact.
Here's what you do. Go and Google UNICEF educational report on Nigeria. Okay, and then come back and let's talk. I can't argue. I can't debate with someone that doesn't know the facts. It's difficult. Do you understand what I'm saying? It is difficult. You are
Oh
stuck,
my
or you are
goodness.
stuck on partisan dogma, right?
No,
Because
no,
you
no,
just
no, no,
yes, you are, because you're just
no,
bowing down to say, oh,
no.
Tinubu
See,
this,
let me
Tinubu
tell
this.
you,
No, 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 no,
if
no,
I'm
no. Stop,
stuck,
stop, stop,
if I'm
stop,
stuck
stop.
in that,
Woman, who is
I will
next?
not agree. I will not agree
So, but
that
what I am telling you,
your
Woman,
what I
criticism,
am
are you
your
still
telling you,
there? Who
criticism
is
is
next?
reasonable.
what
See, listen,
yes,
your
my brother, listen,
criticism.
and that's listen. I'm giving you the facts. I'm giving you the source of the
Now,
facts.
let me tell you
You can
this.
either go and verify the
Let me tell
source
you.
and come
Let
back
me
so we
tell
can
you.
have a
Let me tell you
conversation.
this.
Wait,
Let me tell you.
I
Let me
Abi,
tell you this.
you
Let
can
me
go
tell you
and
this.
take a look at and come back and we can have
Let
a
me tell
real
you this.
conversation. Or
Hold
you
on.
can
Let me tell
continue
you this.
to. I'm giving you the
Hold on.
facts. Go and look at the
Hold on.
numbers and come
See,
back and let's talk.
your criticism is very, very reasonable. Okay. But where I disagree with you is this. You see, Nigeria problem is multifaceted. Okay. You see, where we miss things up is that we tend not to understand that Nigeria as a country has a very weak system. Okay, that doesn't promote everything we experience here in abroad. But instead, we always point our finger
No,
to the
you're
presidency,
deviating from
as
where
if
he is. So,
as
so
if
no, hold on.
presidency
Just
will be
hold
the
on.
only
Hold
person
on,
Woman,
that
they're
will
Avilan.
make
going
those
round
things
and
happen.
round. Please,
Yes,
what's
just
the
going round.
topic and who
All
is
right, thank you. I will.
next?
Yes. Back to his own. I thought you were going to
I'll
mention
just
one
wrap up. I'll
point.
wrap up so
I
somebody else
think
can come and talk.
I think you were debating.
No, I
Just
get
carry
I
on.
get what I get. Listen,
No,
I get what you're trying to.
it's going to a more esoteric space, and
No, but
I thought it was
I
to the
listen, one
narrowness
man.
of.
Here's the issue. And you guys sometimes criticize some of my obedient brothers, and it's okay. You can criticize them. That they are so they foam at the mouth anytime anyone says something negative about Obi. But you know what? The people that support Tinubu do the same thing, the same damn thing. And the issue is this: you guys that support Tinubu have to be able to separate yourself from what is real, right? And the fact that politically you support someone. At the end of the day, but everything I've said about this particular government is fact. Everything, right? They did some things. Okay, you clap for them when they've done some good things, but there are also a lot of things that they've done where right now a lot of Nigerians are crying, and that is also fact, right? So I think Akim said one thing he'd have liked to see was the state police being implemented. Okay, I get that. I agree with that. But guess what? We're now going to run into the issue of how are those state police going to be funded, right? If you have a state like Zamfara, right, that's not generating a lot of revenue, but has a high bandit rate, how is that state going to fund its own police force that will be capable of stomping out? The federal government still has to be involved. So there are some issues that they really need to tackle and fix. And those issues aren't being fixed. So overall, I give him a 3.5. We leave it at that. And he has 2 more years, but I'm not holding my breath because he's already campaigning. So I don't see anything happening in the next 2 years. But we continue to pray. Okay. I'm done. I digress.
All right, brilliant. So just as promised, I did tell you that it's unpacked a punch, and there it is right there, and the eloquence of the man, just so masterful. From his own, we go on to Zita. Zita, we did call you earlier, but I think you were having a mooch around in the fridge. So the conversation wrapped around the 29th of May. Tinubu marks his second year in government, the good and bad of that. Governor Fubara taking the knee, saying Tinubu was right to suspend him. So we were talking about that as well. Emefiele wanting the 800 houses that he built with stolen funds, wanting it returned to him. So the audacity of that man. And Natasha Akpoti gets a date in court for inviting that people were plotting to assassinate her. So on the 3rd of June to get to explain all of that to a judge. All that or more. Flourish your Zita.
Okay, a woman. Please let me ask you, that NFL houses, is it really real or just political? Did he actually, or are you saying he actually have those houses?
Well, that's what the EFCC told us, and they seized it. The court has forfeited it to the government, and they are going to auction them to the public. That's what they're saying.
One man, that kind of house. How many? This is ridiculous. But anyway, that's Nigeria for you. People share them up. They will always have supporter. If that man come out tomorrow, you will find out that he will have his own supporter. But one man, there is something I want to say before I go into grading Tinubu. I don't really know what you, one man, understand by someone who cares. Because if somebody is a governor, and I will keep saying this, and I will double down and triple down on it, I don't care. Because for you to be healthy every day, hallelujah, praise God for you. You should understand, you should also understand that some people are battling with serious health issues. For you to be a governor of a state, and for any reason whatsoever on the surface of the earth, you shut down public hospital for a year and 1 month. For anybody to look at such a human being and call that person someone who cares, I'm very sure that person don't understand the meaning of care.
Sorry, Zeta. I didn't want to interject you, but in that space you were, under Obi's tenure, the doctors were on strike for 18 months, which I think was a world record until about a few months ago, where they went on strike for longer somewhere in Asia. So it was actually a world record, the length of time of medical staff, doctors being on strike. That was under Obi's tenure for him not paying his wages. And by the way, the pensioners were just paid now by Obiano. It's just, I don't know quite. All the records are. And by the way, I'm doing a special on Obi tomorrow, lunchtime. So where I'll be presenting a lot of documents about this guy, but carry on, Zita.
I don't really care. But for somebody who understands the system in Nigeria and know that poor people actually do benefit a lot from those government hospitals because they have empathy for them more than private hospitals. And the sitting governor shut it down. People on dialysis, people on cancer, people with all manner of health issues, he didn't care. And I watch Nigerians today come and say such a man care. Then we don't actually know what we want or the meaning of what we want. That aside being said, let me go back to Tinubu. I will grade him because I'm not going to grade him like overall grade. This is what I give Tinubu. No, that's when you go to university, they have to break down your course. In policies, I will actually give him 80% in policy. Implementation, I'll give him 30. Results, I'm going to give him 50 in results. Why did I say implementation 30? I was speaking about student loan because I have nieces who are under that student loan. There are a lot of fraud going on there. And that's why anytime I come here, I will hammer on that financial aid. They should have it on every university in Nigeria. For those who said that they used to have financial aid department in universities in Nigeria, I don't know when Nigeria started giving financial aid to students, but that's okay. We can say anything we want. but it's actually Tinubu that introduced it and started implementing it. I would like them to do it the way they did Mansa. It should be institutionalized. That's the way it's supposed to be. So that computers will talk to each other. This idea of a student who is maybe probably in his 3rd year applying for loan and register with his own money, has finished his 3rd year, register for his own money, that loan is not coming. He graduates and the government wire that money to that school. That's what I call extreme fraud. It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be. Nobody sees any money, nobody touches any money. Those money should go direct into the school account, and the one for refund or whatever they call upkeep for students should go direct to the student's account. And until I see that happening, how it's being done elsewhere, then I will start grading him in his implementation. So far, he has
But
good
you said your sister, your niece, has been collecting money now from the nail fund.
Is that what?
But you said some days back, you said you have a niece or somebody from your family that is collecting nail fund.
Yes.
But
that's why I have a good idea of how that thing functions.
So I should be collecting money into her account or into the school account?
The school paid them.
The school paid them?
Yes. So that's how I have a vague idea of that, how that thing is working. So
I'm not sure if that's the case, but if that is the case, there may well be a tool to monitor attendance. But yeah,
there are cases too where people have left because some final year student applied for that loan. They have graduated with that loan, but it was approved for them. So why didn't those, your whatever you people call them, see that that student have left the school? Why is the money going to the school? Because if all the computers are talking to each other, because when I used financial aid in my final year, they tell wire me mail, your loan has expired though, after now, automatic. The moment I register for my final year, they tell wire me mail, automatic, you have exhausted it. Any other thing, you have to go through the process again if you want more. Otherwise, any backcam again, you are going to pay with your money. That's how it's supposed to work. I see nobody, I talk to nobody except the financial aid department. You go there, they will explain to you the do's and don'ts. Who is going to be your sponsor? Who is your next of kin? Social security number, everything. That way they monitor whether you can pay the loan, you can pay for your school, and you say you don't have money. That's the government wants to give student loan. Doesn't mean every student will be qualified for the loan. That's one. Secondly, it doesn't mean every student will get the loan, because there should be criteria. And when you apply, they look at it, and then they start monitoring your process, your progress in school. So for somebody to be in final year, to graduate, and the money still go to the student, that's fraud. If Nigerians cannot call that fraud, they don't actually know what they want. So for his policies are perfect. To me, they're good policies. Very good policies, but I do not think they are well implemented, and that we keep saying it. Because if you know economics and know how they work, a good policy, well implemented, will give good results. I am surprised that Nigerians are still crying, suffering today. We have people in Nigeria. It's not easy down there. And for somebody like me to know that there is a policy who can alleviate those things, and that policies are there, so why is he not alleviating those things? That means it's not well implemented. That's why I have to score him 30. Results, yes, in some areas he's getting results, so I'm going to score him 50. But in policy, I will give him 80. Thank you, one man. What's the next topic?
We're also talking about Fubara.
You are cracking, you're breaking.
Who is now very much contrite in the language that is used now. Can you hear me?
No, okay. I can hear you now. I don't know whether
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. All right. I was saying that we're also talking about Fubara now, who is now showing some contrition in the language that he's using to engage with the space. He was inviting people then to thank Tinubu for suspending him, that was the right move to make at that time because of the escalating crisis in our river state. So I was then inviting then that has the penny finally dropped, has it reached that epiphany? And is this because a lot of people are pushing him to rage against the central space, but he's showing so much dexterity and maturity in the way that he's handling his situation. I was inviting them, is he showing sufficient enough contrition for them to cut short his suspension and let him get back to work?
Well, I've said some certain things about River State.
I beg, no vex. Woman, did you see that thing I sent to you? I sent you that.
Yeah. Yes, I'm just picking it up now. Yeah.
Okay. I've said a lot of things about River State here because I lived here for some time, and then anyway, I don't care about the abuse. They can say I support anybody. I don't really care. It is what it is. But let me say this. I may give it to him. Maybe he has a good lawyer that is talking to him, because Fubara committed a lot of impeachable offenses. So for you to come out like that, to start doing that things like that, I don't really think, let me say this again, and I'm going to double down on it. If you are a politician who want to remain relevant, want to continue pursuing your political career, want to have people around you who you can build in case if something happens tomorrow, they pick from where you started. Or a politician who wants to have a cloud of other politicians around him who can trust him and he can trust them, and they keep politicking. You shouldn't have a woman like Fubara around you, let alone giving him power. Not to talk of allowing him to sit on so much money. If anybody tries that, he go flog you. Because he was moving like a deaf and dumb. You don't behave that way. Some people will say...
Do you understand how we got there? Do you know how we got there? Why was put there?
Please, let me speak. If you want to interject me, ask me a question. I can take your question. I can take your question, but talking into my words, that's what I don't like. But if you want to interject me, fine, ask me a question. That would be fine. Some people might say, why would he control him? One man, as I said before, and I will continue saying it, politics is an agreement. That's why some people like me, sometimes I don't really do like that democracy. It's an agreement for the people, by the people, of the people, an agreement. So when you go to a madman who is in politics and he said, this is what I want. If you don't like it, walk away. It's as simple as ABC. Don't make the whole place chaotic. Your people will suffer. Everybody will suffer. Don't go into a reckless agreement. And then when you go into it, you now say, hey, when I enter there, I go fight. Woman, you see this thing? That's why most marriages do break. Some people will go into marriage like, don't worry now, let him be doing. When I marry him, I go show him. I have had a lot of girls, a lot of men say that, and I begin to wonder, is this going to be a marriage or a war zone, a battlefield? And 4 or 5 years down the line, they break up. So you don't start a relationship with a war. I don't know who does that. But if they said, Pubara, why not? He should fight him. Ngwano, this is where we are now. Maybe the lawyers are talking to him. They say, see, oh boy, here you fought, or here you fought. Even if they bring you back, they might still impeach you. So maybe people are talking to him. I don't know, and I don't care. But what I know is that he went to have an agreement with a madman. Whatever he sees is tech. Wike is a madman. And I have said it severally here. He's indomitable. If you want to fight him, get ready to fight. The two of you will fall down and die. You will fight too. Because the only thing that will make him not to fight you is if he's dead. So unless you are ready for such scenario, then go ahead. But I noticed that most of us don't really study humans. We don't put values and anything for any human. That's why we make assumptions and we say, if somebody can see a man who was a governor of a state for 8 years and sat on emergency for 13 months and call that person someone who has empathy, then one man, I rest my case. I could not continue.
I was going to come to you next, Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, come back. I think Prince. Hopefully your system dropped and you will come back.
One more.
Who else? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I just want to say something. When it was my turn, people were just attacking me right, left, and center. I could not even put my words in, really put my thoughts together. But I just want to say something this real quick to Zita about Fubara. We know how Fubara got there because this guy Wike he has an issue because he wasn't too sure of himself or what was going to happen after whoever gets in there, if he's going to prosecute it. So, and then if Fubara does not have any immunity, he will snitch on him because he knows where the dead body is buried when it comes to all the money of the River State. So by giving him that immunity, getting him to become the governor, even though we know Fubara is not does not have that competence, because looking at the guy, you can tell the guy is just he's a buffoon of his own. So, but my point is just that the guy was put there so as to have that immunity that will shield him from prosecution from EFCC at the time, because EFCC were looking for him. So when EFCC were looking for him, it was always with Wike. So that was why EFCC could not reach him until he became the governor. So we know all those stories. So let's not come here and make it sound like, oh, it was not fit for any purpose. It was fit for a purpose, yeah. And the purpose was to grant him that immunity so that he will not snitch on Wike. I leave it at that, woman.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to give us a little bit of flavor on Natasha, and then we go to Tunaja, who I think is pushing to come in?
Me?
Yes.
But I told you people that it's like the woman is suffering for sick. What do you call it again? Skynophobia or something. I don't know. I don't want to talk about her. I don't want to. I'm done with discussing her.
All right. I think you may well discuss her going forward, because I think she'll be dominating the headlines next month. But there it is. Stay with us, Zita. Let me acknowledge the super chatters. That's Ayo right there. Of course, always starts with Ayo. That's our day right there, who comes on the platform as per day once upon it. Once in the blue moon, I should say. That's XYZ. That's still that's our day still with the conversation via super chat. That's how they carrying on still and this is still Audi who's really getting involved in the conversation. And there he is pushing then on that WAEC education space. That's still Audi telling us, yes, people, there's so much failure records of Obi than there are success records. And anytime you ask them what Obi did, they'll say, oh, he did something in education. You ask him what his abiding legacy is, nobody can really say anything. But a lot of his legacy wraps around this sort of narratives. A lot of people thrown in that river, the extrajudicial killing, about 200 people, he just killed them, threw them in the river. We all know that. The longest doctor strike in the world until about 2 months ago was under Obi's, not in Nigeria or in Africa, in the world. It was under Obi, and Dita just gave us the example of the healthcare system that he could, that guy was a categorical failure, but never mind that. Don't let facts get in the way of a good story. Don't let fact get in the way of a good story. But a man very fastidious with fact, of course, to Niger. He's here. He takes the floor. I take my leave. Remy and Awo to come to speak after you to Niger. Prince Daddy, when he comes back, you try and get to him as quickly as you can. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. I leave you in the hands of the elegance that is to Niger. To Niger, over to you.
Thank you, one man. Just to be clear, I'm having my turn first before I actually start moderating. So anybody can, interject. I'm not going to treat them as if I'm just trying to have my say. All right. The idea that Peter Obi didn't do anything, I don't know why supporters don't know how to defend his legacy. This is a guy that transferred a lot of schools from the state they were in to start working with the missionaries in the state, which has been maintained by even Soludo paying a lot of money to that that structure that he put together, which 1,000 schools were transferred that way, and the accomplishment that resulted from it still stands till today. From what I gather, the ICT infrastructure that he put in place is still being supported today. In healthcare, the same thing. He accredited quite a lot of institutions there that is still standing today. He built facilities so that they can be able to carry out heart operation in the state, still standing today. The 20-year plan that he put together for Anambra State in terms of Onitsha, Newi, and the Aqua area is still standing today. So quite a lot of things that he has done that is still on today. But I don't know why people be about that, because they are busy trying to go after Jagaban. They can't talk about some of the stuff that he has done, which is readily available this thing online. Regarding the 2 years of this current government in office, the biggest this an achievement I can see this government have.
My brother, was that directed at me?
No, I'm not directing it at anybody. I'm just saying, no, I'm not directing it at anybody. I'm just saying that a lot of, to be fair, it's not even on this platform. A lot of supporters, they do that a lot. All they talk about is the fact that he left money in the office. And you see, that is a good legacy to leave. Other people have not managed to follow up on that. But how about the ones that he did that is sustained till today?
No, you did a good job. You did a better job than I attempted to. So kudos to you.
Thank you. In terms of the achievement of this government, I think the one that stands out for me that might go on to build momentum is the student loan one that has been done. So it's been done. It's done and dusted. It's not like it didn't happen. It did happen. Then the Lagos Calabar Road, I wouldn't say that is done. That is not done. And for all we know, this is a sneaky Lagos project and maybe Southwest project that will be abandoned by the next government. Then it just manifests as a Southwest project. And this is one of the things I don't like about the way Nigerians do things. And it also troubles me because as somebody that is from South, it bothers me that another government can come in and abandon that project completely. And I also believe that project is very, very important. Because if you look at Nigeria, the way it was developed, it's not like many West African countries. Even West African countries, they tend to have major road corridor in the riverine areas, in the coastal regions. But in Nigeria, you can see politics playing its ugly game, whereby it gets to Lagos, They have those road towards the coast, but when it comes to outside Lagos, they just remove it and they start heading towards the southeast. And the one that they built in the other areas that are in like all those Kayama areas, and those roads are not very navigable. They are problematic. So this is why I think that Lagos Calabar Road was a good project, but there's that one. There's no guarantee that it's going to survive. There's no guarantee that it's going to survive. So in terms of his achievement, all I can see is just that one that he has really achieved. The rest is just up for grabs. The subsidy removal, it was Buhari government that initiated it and put it in place. Then the rest is just disaster, really. The rest has been total disaster. And I can start reading all the these negatives that this government has done. That is monumental. That will result in many governments in the world falling from office. Number one, more than halving the GDP of Nigeria, the nominal GDP of Nigeria, from around 450 billion US dollars to below 200 US dollars. That is the kind of stuff that when they fire you from office,
when you finish, I will
make
read
you.
out what he has done.
Yeah,
That
please.
is, you said it's only student loan. I will
Yes.
read out what he has done.
I'm talking about big stuff here,
That's
not
why I gave
petty
him.
stuff.
Hold on, let me finish. You are the moderator. You can't just be moderating and be saying everything. You are the moderator. When you finish, I will read out what Tinubu has done. He has established in 2 years. And that was the reason why I gave him results.
Okay.
I gave him 50%. In policy implementation, I gave him 30. His policies, I gave him 80. So when you finish saying that it's only student loan, when you're done, when they finish, everybody split with it. I will read out what he has done. That is already completed. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Nigeria, because you are the moderator. Please time yourself.
You are wicked, though.
You have to time
You've
yourself.
done it now.
Because like
I've not even said anything, though.
If nobody interject, you just be speaking on and on. So if you're going
Okay,
to speak for a
that's
few
fine now.
minutes, then
That's fine.
time yourself.
If you think I'm going too long, you let me know. I will listen. In terms of you can't necessarily score somebody for policy implementation. If it's the policy implementation is for poverty, you give them high score for that because they actually executed it.
Implementation.
I thought that's what you just said.
Carefully too, Niger. I said in his policies, putting down policy in paper. I said, looking at those policies, I scored him 80. Implementing it, I scored him 30. That means he's not implementing it well to my own understanding. Then results so far he has gotten, I will score him 50 because I know he has built 3 cancer centers in Nigeria that are functioning. I'm going to read them out for you when you are done.
Okay, thank you. And like the 3 cancer centers that you mentioned just now, those for a national government.
That's why you
I'm not.
Hold on, let me finish. You don't value head. That's why you people can come here and say P2B cares. P2B cares.
Yes.
Did you know that Amnesty International said that over 10,000 people have been killed in the 2 years since Tinubu came into office because they refused to increase the size of our military and police? I'll let you continue,
I'm not
please.
shocked.
10,000, 10,000, 2 years.
And besides, that's one of the things he promised, that he was going to increase the size of the
are you aware of the bombing of yesterday in Abuja?
I heard about that. That they are beginning to start
silent. They just went silent about it. They went silent.
Yeah, I heard that they started bombing cities now too. So that's now the insecurity situation is escalating. It's no longer in the outskirts anymore.
But my point is this:
come to the city.
No major, no local Nigerian media station. All the way I saw it was all on Al Jazeera, BBC, Deutsche Welle. That's where I saw them.
Rational mind. Let me quote. This is from CNBC News, right? Tinubu's policies, the removal of costly petrol subsidy and cost to electricity subsidies, and 2 currency devaluations have triggered the worst cost of living crisis in a generation in Nigeria.
The worst,
I rest my case. The worst in a generation. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
So see what I tend to look at when it comes to people.
When you are talking about student loan, make you remember that Tinubu's government give free cesarean section. I hope you people know that.
They don't
Okay.
know.
Okay. So
The worst
You
in a
guys
generation.
like
In a
condemning things
generation.
and making it
The
look
worst in a
very
generation.
meaningless and
I'm not the one saying this, so
meaningless.
CNBC
Let's
said
face
it.
the fact,
Let's
condemn the ones that
Madam
CNBC.
are
AI
supposed to be
and
condemned,
ISO.
approve the ones that are supposed to approve, so
CNBC.
that
The
the
worst in a
conversation will
generation.
make a lot of meaning.
Well, I'm not going to call you talk about that.
Let's see, the reason why I don't tend to look at those lower level achievements is because as a president, his powers are quite high, and he can be able to achieve strategic changes to the Nigerian state, and hence I look at those strategic aspects than just the lower
It is
level.
not your turn, no. You just came in. Let another person speak.
What kind of wahala be this one
It's
now?
supposed to be my son, but you
Madam
use your
AI,
power.
you are looking for my trouble. Oh. This type
You
of
use your
attitude,
power to stop
you saw
me.
why one man handed it over to me. That is
But
my
it's
turn.
not your turn now. It's my turn.
So when it's a Miloko, you
So
want to
finish up.
look it from me, that is not going to happen. Let me have my turn, because you have actually, by your consent, acknowledged that it's my turn when I started speaking, and nobody stopped me and said, "Oh,
No, it's
it's
not
not
your
your turn."
turn. You use
Come
your
on, man.
power.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that. It's not fair.
Can you hear me,
You
Tunaja?
see, one man, you need to come back. You see, they have started now. They won't let me talk because
Tunaja, can
you
you
left
hear
me
me?
as the moderator. Yes,
Tunaja, can
Remy?
you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
It's not your turn.
It's my
It's my
turn.
turn. Listen first. It's my turn. But you said because you are the moderator, you will go first, and I allow you. So we have 2 or 3 more minutes to finish up, so I can come after you.
Oh, look at
Go
that.
ahead.
He's now moderating me. Oh, look at that. Okay, so so the reason why I look at the president in terms of what his accomplishments are, because he has the power to make strategic changes to the direction that the country is traveling. And almost all, when it comes to those strategic aspects, he's completely demolished Nigeria's position. This is a guy that came into office saying that he wanted Nigeria to become a $1 trillion economy, and he did everything to destroy that. This is a country that a guy that came into the country and said he's going to increase the size of the security forces, and has barely moved in that direction at all. Nigeria's maximum capacity to train the recruit today into the military is around 6,000. And he's not done anything to increase that so that we can be able to recruit more faster. 6,000 every 6 months, 12,000 maximum a year. So that is the situation we are facing in the country in terms of this crude oil, this and Dangote refinery, and this petroleum, this is supply to the country. That one, he has almost managed to bungle the whole thing. This is somebody that his priority should be ensuring that our demand for the dollar collapses, so that the Nigerian currency appreciates in value, and reduces the cost of petroleum at the pumps, so that the Nigerian people can actually get the value for their money. But instead, he left it the way it is. As a matter of fact, he's even exacerbating it by making sure that he's taking loans out based on future crude oil production. Can you imagine that? They are busy taking out more loans on crude oil, knowing that you have a refinery that, in Nigeria that you need to supply. And he also, in terms of the politics they mentioned with Fubara, he oversaw a potential explosion of that region. He sat down there knowing that this industry is very important to Nigeria and everything, and he nursed a rivalry within that region that could have blown up in his face.
Man doesn't care. He doesn't care.
He was willing to even take a risk and doing what he did because of his own political ambition. Not because he cares about the people. He endangered the entire country for his political ambition. Is anybody going to deny his activities in that region has anything to do with the Nigerian people's welfare? This is a problem with this type of leaders that we have. And some people just sit down
You
and
have a
defend
minute
them.
to wrap up.
And these people just sit down there and defend them. Look at them. You see, all these rough people. You are not going to moderate me. I will moderate you. So you keep interjecting me. So, and see, we keep excusing this kind of bad behavior. This man was in office, this president was in office when ECOWAS landmass practically halved. No leader has ever achieved that since. Is by measure, strategically, this guy has completely kneecapped the country. He kneecapped the country, and people defend him. Nigeria will, before Nigeria recovers, the damage is done. I don't know when that's going to happen. This is even World Bank that is his friend, because he know how he likes the financiers. He's saying that Nigeria needs to grow 5 times to even be able to come near $1 trillion economy. If he had done the simple things that he was supposed to do, that the foundation that Buhari left for him, Buhari didn't do a lot, but the foundation Buhari left for him, if he had just done the simple things from there, Nigeria economy should be heading towards $750 billion right now. He just completely bungled everything, and if you cannot see that, I can't help you. I didn't say that he didn't accomplish smaller things like build hospitals, but that is not what the president is there for.
You're still sleeping. You need to wake up, man.
A president.
Are you done?
See, hold on. Let me finish my stuff. Don't say because I'm this is why whenever I'm coming on this thing, one man I tell him, let me finish my statement before you leave, because they are going to try to stop me. Say because I'm a moderator. That's what they do.
Tunaja, you left out the presidential air fleet, the presidential yacht, the bulletproof cars for him and his wife, the renovation of residence for vice president and president, the SUVs for legislators.
See, for me, he can have all of those things if he wants. The strategic aspects that actually affects Nigerians' fate is the one I tend to look at. And every front he went to, it's almost as if this guy was listening to foreigners and say, do what your masters told you, and he kneecapped the country and impoverished the nation. What kind of government goes into office knowing that your country relies on imports and you float your currency without even waiting for your CBN head to get into office? That tells you that he's not running the country because he wants it to be better. He's carrying out commands that have been issued. His CBN head, the current, he wasn't even in office when he voted the currency.
This additional 4 minutes you have spent.
Let me come. It's not additional 4 minutes. Come on, man. Madam Zita spoke for 10 minutes. You didn't interject once, even, Remy, just because you don't like what you're hearing. And I really hope that
I think you are deliberately using your power
because I actually acknowledge what he did right. If President Tinubu went into office and he did what he did in terms of what he said he was going to do in terms of security, if he had done what he promised us to do in terms of security, Nigeria will not be experiencing this is what they call them, terrorists taking over territories in Nigeria now in Borno State. They will not be seeing killings in the middle belt, and then we will not be seeing terrorist attacks in cities now. All these things would have started changing if he had just done what he promised. I even said it here. I said Tinubu might fail in everything, but if he had done what he promised in security, I will forgive him all of them.
Are you going to go on till tomorrow or what?
I said that here. And
yeah, but are you going to go on? Are you going to go on till tomorrow? How many minutes do you need?
Can you stop it now? Can you stop it? You are being rude now.
Yeah, but how many minutes do you need? You're going for too long.
What you are doing here now is that you are not interjecting. You are just trying to shut me up because you don't like what I'm saying. And next time, when one man is here, what I'm going to do is hold on. You can speak if you wanted to interject. When one man is here, what I'm going to do is, if he asks me to speak, I will say he should stay. Let me finish. Because one man does allow me to finish what I'm saying. Not this one. You are trying to accuse me of using my powers because you don't like my opinion. Okay, it's just not right.
You are speaking more than 15 minutes already. Let other people speak now. What's wrong with you?
When one man is moderating, it doesn't give himself time as well. When one man is moderating, it doesn't give himself time 10 minutes to also make a submission. It doesn't do that.
It does actually. Okay, this in 30 seconds. Let me round up. So on ECOWAS, this president halved the size, the landmass of ECOWAS. On this in our nominal GDP, this government more than halved it, reduced it to $200 billion from $450 billion. On inflation, this government doubled it in office. On this in our foreign exchange, he completely decimated the Nigerian currency. And in the end, he still ended up taking loans to defend those currencies. So all the things that he has done, there's only one thing that has been sustained is the student loan stuff that I consider to be a big achievement. But even that, compared to the damage that he has done, it pales into its significance. Thank you.
Okay, can I go ahead now?
Now you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, True Niger. Well, this is 2 years for him, and it's an opportunity to be here again this morning. I like both leaders. I don't like the chicken heads. And when you are doing reform, it always comes with associated pain. Nowhere in the world that when they are doing reform, people of that country will not experience one kind of hardship or not. We have to know where we are coming from. This is a country of more than 4 decades or 5 decades without no plan. We all know before he became the president, or before they swear him, we all know where we were. We were subsidizing petrol. We were subsidizing our forex. But today, that is a thing of the past. And when you talk about demand and supply market forces, the price might be a little bit high, but with time, it will continue to go down. A good example is when Obasanjo introduced the GSM to Nigeria. I quite remember that time because I was totally involved. I went for the Econet training and all of that. I was working there as a marketer. So what I'm trying to say is this. The price of the SIM that time was 10,000 naira, but today it's about 500 naira. Even some is even free. And today, for the first time in the history of that country, when you go to all the petrol station, you can find petrol to buy, and the prices kept on declining, maybe by 5 naira today, by 15 naira another day. But when other refiner, when they will come on board, then the price will continue to fall. So the government does not subsidize it anymore because the money they are using to subsidize were borrowed funds. The same thing with our forex. There is volatility. We don't know exactly what is the actual exchange rate. And most of our people are using the opportunity to short-change the system. But today we can say the currency is around 1,500 to 1,600 to a dollar. As we continue to use in production, maybe the price will continue to decline. Now, when you talk about this man achievement and you say you do not see anything, I'm sorry for the language I'm going to use now. I've seen a lot of educated deplorables in this platform, and what they always talk about is mundane things. He bought what do you call it? An Escalade. He did this. I was just wonder. This is a big country. Anywhere you go, all over the world, in Africa, Nigeria is the most biggest country. It's one of the biggest countries here. Buying an Escalade, buying a plane or whatever, you do not talk about what led him to buy a plane. You do not talk about that. You just continue to say he bought a yacht. And the yacht he bought probably is not the one that bought it. It is Buhari that bought it. And they say it's for security purposes. But you just come here and talk about mundane things that every other big country of the world, they have all of this fleet of cars. And whatever that happens, when it's going, is he going to take it away? He's going to leave it there. Now, let's talk about his achievement. We can talk. The one thing I like is that, of course, they floated in the currency and he removed the subsidy. There is this initial hardship. But now things are normal. That is a bold leader. All of the other people have been shining away from it, and we have been living a very fake life, borrowing money to make us feel good, which of course we are not really feeling good. It's a borrowed fund, and that's why we are suffering today. And when you compare government, I've never seen, asked myself, even if you want to compare him, you should have compared 2 years, which is 2 years of Buhari, or 2 years of this or 2 years of that. But when you compare, you are comparing 2 years with someone that spent 6 or 8 years. Is that a good comparison? So, but no matter what we are today, the foundation have been laid now, and the economic activity has picked up in Nigeria. Of course, hands are not equal. Some people might still be finding their feet, but that doesn't mean that in that country, some people are not making it. In terms of most of his achievement, I think he has done very well in terms of education, even when he was a state governor. Now, as we are talking today, I mean, a lot of people have spoken about it. The net fund loan is there. That is for a lot of people that say, oh, I don't have money to pay for my university child education. You don't need to worry. Get the loan. And they are not, it's an interest-free loan, for God's sake. No interest. And they are not going to collect a dime from you until they are sure you find a job. And when you do get this job, you're only paying about 7 to 10% of your salary to pay off your loan. And apart from the loan, some students were also given stipend, 20,000 naira every month if they ask for it. So what else? Is that not preparing our youth for the future? Nobody is going to say, oh, because of our money, I didn't go to university. They extend it to technical colleges, which is a very good opportunity for a lot of people to go and get that skill, because Nigeria is learning, we are lacking in technical skills. So, and it's free tuition, free accommodation, and they are going to also give you stipend, which is good. And Madam Zita have talked about the cancer center and other things. And for the first time in the history of that country, things that went up as nearly as 100,000 per 50 kg of bag is now about 53,000. But I learned some of you are saying, oh, in Jonathan time it was 35,000, blah, blah, blah. That. We are all living in diaspora. You cannot tell me what you are buying 2 or 3 years ago still remain the same price of today. The world continues to change because of so many things that is going on around the world, because we live in a global village. But for it to come down from 100,000 to 50-something thousand, more than 45% decrease. So, and not only right, the other things are coming down. And in terms of road construction, the best way you can open up your country is to continue to build on infrastructures. And when you are building on infrastructure, you're also creating employment that goes along with it. Because you guys say, oh, a lot of Nigerians, they don't have work. But when you construct a road from Sokoto to Badagry, or as we are talking today, if you go to YouTube, you will see that they have reached more than kilometer 100. Though they might not have, concreted, but we can see the road. So for now, you can even travel from all the way from Lagos to Ondo State using this road. Some people are using it. They have not concreted, but a lot of YouTubers have gone ahead, kilometer 100. And today, they have also started the Calabar End. So maybe he won't be able to finish out the road in 4 years, but if he's lucky to be re-elected, maybe he will finish it up. And you have to look at the opportunity. You are opening up your country for investment. As we are talking today, a lot of multinational corporations bought land in this area to put in their factory or whatever they want to do. Banks and so many other people are doing that. So I don't know why most of these educated deplorables, what they always say is negativity. They will not talk about how can you harness most of the government policies. If you see all the rollout of policy they gave to the youth, you'll be amazed. But it's only some youth that look into it and they are tapping into it. I would have advised that you can go to YouTube and watch the channel TV station Youth Empowerment, that they are having a conversation with some of the ministers yesterday. And we have a lot of university students asking them questions. And I was amazed that there are so many policies, so many programs for the youth. Some people key into it. And some of you say, oh, I don't know. Oh, my friend told me, but I do not believe in it. Come on. In anywhere in the world, do you think the government will just give you a job like that? We are in the world of creativity. We are in the world of skills, have a skills. But unfortunately, most Nigerians do not have the technical skills. But in terms of creativity, it's no more the olden time where you graduate from university and you're looking for that white collar job. It's gone. If you have a brain, there's so many opportunities in Nigeria. If you have a plot of land, and you can also access the loan from the Nigeria Industrial Bank or Nigeria Agricultural Bank, which is a single interest loan. But if you just continue to come to the platform to sell negativity because you do not like the guy or because it's not the guy you voted for, to me, I think you are just shooting yourself on the foot, because at the end of the day, it's the same country. If the country is better off, everybody will smile. But if you think selling negativity and you think if your man is the one that is there, is going to perform much more better than this guy, you are just deceiving yourself. And to be frank, I don't even like you comparing Obi and Tinubu. How can you compare Obi and Tinubu? What does Obi did in Anambra compared to Tinubu? If you talk about Tinubu, you talk about so many of his achievements.
That is
So much
actually annoying and demeaning.
So I don't understand Nigeria.
You can compare him with anybody,
How can
not
you
a man
compare?
who sat on emergency for 13 months. Anytime I remember that thing, jitters run over. I will be imagining what people going for dialysis, people with cancer, people with terminal diseases, what the horror and death that happened that period. And he did not care.
Because
That's
if
the
you
man
look
that
at,
is leading
let me just
I don't
let me
blame
conclude.
you
Let me
people.
conclude so that everybody can come after. So when you look at Lagos State, the last man, the transportation, the BRT, so many institutions this guy created, and today Lagos is a benchmark for all the state of Nigeria. And today Lagos has been able to put himself into the world, into everybody knows about Lagos, and for the first time, you see they are having the standard gauge rail line, which provincially is being done by federal government in other countries. This is by state, for God's sake. And about 22 or 25 million Nigerians cram themselves in a small space in Lagos. Everybody looking for that Lagos dream. Can you tell me which state you can realize your dream without knowing anybody in Nigeria except Lagos State? Most people come to Lagos State, and before you can say, voila, some of them were successful. So, and when you are not comparing Obi with Tinubu, are you just what does Obi did? Nothing, for God's sake, because of propaganda and because he was lucky, because of the NSAS movement, and because of the division, the religious aspect. Take back your country.
You know you are spoken for
So,
straight.
at the end of the day, I am going to give Tinubu 5.5% because of this reason.
So
Because
all that for just 5.5.
Do you know what 5.5% means?
Let me finish.
Do you know what 5.5% means? You know that is not 55%.
All that for just 5%.
Hold on, let me correct it first, because the word that is educated. You know what 5.5% means? You know it's not 55%. Just in case I should let you know.
Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish? I will finish. I am a very objective person.
You should be done by now. You are spoken over 10 minutes.
I'm not over 10 now. I'm looking at.
Actually, you are.
It's about 6 minutes.
Oh my God.
Yeah. This is where you're God. Okay, let me.
Oh my God, you're over 10 minutes.
So
Tinubu worship.
Objectively, we have spent 2 years, and with all of this achievement, putting the country in the right perspective.
On your mandate, we shall stand. On your mandate, we shall stand. On your mandate. On your mandate.
Remy.
Sorry, Tunaja. Let me say something. Sorry, Tunaja. I'm sorry.
What is there now? You have spoken your scene over 10 minutes.
No, relax. I just want to say something. Aizon, what you have done is rude. And nobody, when you are giving your own submission, I was listening attentively. Nobody, I did not interject you. And what you have done now is very rude.
Well, we listened to you for over 10 minutes.
I'm talking to Aizon. I'm not talking to you. So
yeah, including Aizon. Aizon didn't interject. He listened to you for over 10 minutes.
No, I have not finished. And you are the one. I said, let me conclude. And you don't want me to conclude. Okay, go ahead. Talk whatever you want to talk. It's not negativity. Go ahead.
You're going to 15 minutes now, and you are saying you want to still conclude. And you said I was oppressive. Who is next, please? Is it Progressive Nigeria or Awo? Awo, are you there? Awo, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
All right. You're welcome. You see, this thing that they keep saying that P2B didn't do anything that lasts. I just listed those things that have lasted. He was a governor, and Tinubu was a governor of a bigger state. So I don't know what we are making out to be like is any different. And Tinubu
Tunaja, Remy, Emma Binu, Joe. I was just joking around with
So
your theme
because
song.
that is the man. That is good from you. Thank you for saying that. That's good.
So I was just joking with your APC song. I thought you find it funny.
Nigeria is.
Why are you apologizing to him? These people that are mock. You just sat there when he was mocking P2B as P2B this thing, and Madam AI was saying, "Come on, you see how P2B supporters."
It's unfortunate that
Hold
wherever
on.
you are,
Let me
doctors can never
talk,
go on
Jare.
strike
All
for
these
1
people
year.
that don't like to see
And
light.
that
All
governor
you
will
want to
have
see
the
is rubbish.
effort
Don't annoy me
to
now.
come to rule that
I'm tired of
country.
people that just talk
Let
nonsense
me
all the time.
finish. Let me
No,
finish.
I'm not interested in that. I
Where
really am not
you
interested
are
in that. I was
sitting
talking when
down
you
now,
interrupted me. I
no
was talking when you
governor of
interrupted
that
me, so
state
don't
will
interrupt
sit
me. You need to
on
stop it,
emergency
man.
for 13
See,
months and
I'm
still
not
have the
interested in people that
effrontery to
don't want to shed
contest
light
for the
on truth.
president of
They
that
just pretend
nation.
as if they are being logical. They are not being logical. They are not being sensible. They're just being. I don't know what you are on. I really don't know what you are on. Why you cannot see truth for what it truly is? It's really annoying.
Naja, calm down, calm
No,
down.
I don't. It's a little bit annoying. So you are here talking about P2B because
It's
people are
you
on
that
strike.
cannot see the truth.
See,
For you to come
hold on,
into a
hold on, hold on.
platform
Let me
and
finish what
look
I
at
was
a
saying.
man
I
who
wanted
sat
you see
on
that they allowed
emergency
them to
for
speak.
13 months,
But when I was talking, they
you
interjected me.
think
Now I want to talk, respond
right
again.
in
They interjected again.
your
And you
mind
say
that
you
such
are
a
the sensible
person.
ones. Oh, don't do that, Jare.
Listen,
You are very facetious. This is how Nigeria never progresses because all these loud mouths that are completely senseless, we listen to them. They just talk and they don't make sense.
Oh,
They don't
really?
even connect facts to anything. They
Oh,
just
really?
talk.
It's you.
Yes, because
This is how
if
you
you're interested in
moderate.
truth,
You moderate by taking over the
hold on. If you're
conversation,
interested in
right?
truth, do you know how somebody that is
What
interested
a
in truth
moderator.
behaves? That's how I is on behave just now. That's somebody that is interested in the truth. They want to meet people halfway. They want to find out what is going on, what truly happened with that people be this thing. No, you just come, make pronouncement, and that's it. Anybody that made pronouncement against it, nobody should listen to. You should not listen to that one. That is not how you seek the truth. If you're not seeking the truth, I'm not interested in you. I must say, anybody that's listening to this while I'm sitting here, I'm here for the objective truth, not my own truth, not your
Come,
own
are you
truth,
a
but the one we
panelist
come to.
moderator?
You
I don't
don't always
understand
speak
this,
objectively
honestly.
Do
now.
I look like
I
one
don't
man?
understand this. You
Do
are
I look like
taking
one man to
over the
you?
conversation. You are not allowing people in the panel
I
to
allow
speak.
people to
You are
speak.
challenging everybody. So is this the
No,
way you moderate?
you see what you people do is you complain that they don't allow you to speak, but when you finish speaking, some other person wants to speak, you start saying they don't allow you to speak. You will just watch Remy speak for over 10 minutes straight here, and he says they are still trying to block him.
I did not speak over 10. Let I will speak.
You want me to show you evidence?
Let other people speak.
I can show you evidence.
You don't need to show me any evidence. Let I will speak. Let's go on.
You see, they don't like evidence.
Let him speak now. Let's move on.
So
I want to address one point that wouldn't even take 30 seconds to address, and they interrupted me.
please
30 seconds.
let me
I will
just make
30
my
seconds. I will 30 seconds. 30 seconds. It's not going to be more than that.
30
P2B's,
seconds.
yes, P2B's the strike that occurred in in his state. It's a shameful thing that it occurred.
Why
But
30
what he
seconds
was
for
doing
me
there,
when you all spend 10 minutes?
you see, what kind of
See,
no. I will. It's not for you, it's for me. Yours,
okay.
you can your turn is preserved. Don't worry about that. The what P2B was doing that time was that he said something about they were holding the system hostage. So he had to move it to state controlled, no, I think missionary controlled this system. And from one thing that they know about P2B is that he was very transparent with what he was doing. And I'm going to investigate that one clearly. Whatever P2B does, there's a reason for it. He felt that they were doing something that they were actually using it to shortchange it. Hold on now. You see what he does? You see what he does? I'm about to shut up. Why do you keep stopping me from shutting up?
I'm trying to tell you what you are doing is not fair. You said 30 seconds.
Calm down. See, let me calm down. See, you will find out why he was doing it. You find out that he was doing it because he wanted the people to get better this in the healthcare. Now, Awo, please go ahead.
See, the problem I see with all this thing is that Nigeria problem is bigger than we all think. What is the biggest one for me is the institution. Every institution in Nigeria is very, very weak. You see, whether Obio, whether Atiku, okay, nobody can enter into that place that will still not having the same complaint, because the institution does not even support the best government policy. And there's no way you can execute any policy with that government institution that it will be effective, no matter how good the policy is. During this new regime of Tinubu, reason why we are saying most of this policy does not trickle down is because there's no institution to drive it. There's no institution. And the lack of institution is the reason why we believe Tinubu is responsible for everything, even things that fall within the purview of local government. We blame Tinubu. There was somebody was making comments about why is he giving money to those governors when you know that they are thief. Why can't you control them? You see, we tend to make Tinubu a monarchical president. It will not work. If what the nation is generating is from 5 naira has increased to 10 naira, there's no way you can stop that increment to all these branches of government, because it is constitution. It is constitutional that those things should increase. But are they meant in an organized society like abroad we have here, that the institution are so strong for those things to trickle down? The story wouldn't have been the same. And one thing I want us to realize is this: Nigeria, even Nigerian people, we are very difficult to govern. I will give a practical example. When I traveled of recent in my estate, okay, the people there refuse to pay. They refuse to pay NEPA bill. Okay, the government provided a generator so that in case of when there's no electricity, this generator will serve the street lights in the estate. Then it will be able to allow us to pump water. To my surprise, do you know that people in this estate were tapping that generator light into their apartments, to the extent that the thing crumbled? And apart from that, direct light, people were tapping direct light, stealing light into their apartment. And the funniest thing is, when this estimated bill now goes up to 74 million, nobody is even willing to pay, not to talk of being able to pay. So we can sit here in abroad where we have the institution running up and down and be criticizing. But we should not forget that what you have here is not the same thing you have in Nigeria. The environment is different. No matter what the policy is, okay, they can never be run effectively like here in abroad. So, and when it comes to the issue of Peter Obi, see, I want us to take hatred of Tinubu out of the whole scenario. Peter Obi does not in any way near Tinubu. Tinubu is not a perfect human being. He has all his negative side, okay? But when you talk about innovation in government, Tinubu, don't compare Tinubu with Peter Obi, please. Some people always make this lazy argument that Lagos State was a capital of Kinika. Fine, it was. Did you know the state of Lagos State was when Tinubu take over? Did you know? So with that being that all those visionary innovation he put in place, Lagos State will not become what it is today. In fact, Peter Obi will not even be staying in Lagos because to simplify it is to say that he built Anambra. He built Anambra. Then why is he not living in Anambra that he built? And why is he staying in Lagos? If Anambra is that very, very good. See, all this campaign, you do this, you will do this, you will do that. It is easier said than done. If he enters there, okay, the situation will be worse than this. Because he will not even have the liver to take away that subsidy. Do you know the cabal that control that subsidy alone? And it will be the puppet in the hand of all this the owner of Nigeria, because they see him through, they supported him through to be there.
Man that doesn't allow any other person to speak. Oh, you are too Niger. Continue. Bye bye.
So the bottom line is, you see, Tinubu and Obi, they are two different people, and they are not the same variables for comparison. The difference is too, in fact, the difference is too long. I know Tinubu have so many negative sides that make people to dislike him, okay? But you can never and you should not deny the innovation. Look at Nigerian politics of today. In style of politics is what everybody is copying. Now they are saying they want to do coalition. Who started coalition? He brought it into Nigerian government and politics. All over, all whatever. In fact, whatever they want to do now, he has done it ahead of them. So they are not two things to be compared at all, as far as I'm concerned. But the biggest problem Nigeria have is this institution. And that is why we make this error so many times, that we believe that whatever that happens, even somebody that cannot impregnate his wife, is the fault of president. The biggest problem in Nigeria we should all be talking about is institution. And this institution, to be corrected, is not going to be the work of only one person. The president have role to play, the National Assembly have role to play, the State Assembly has role to play, the local government has role to play, even the followers have role to play. Do you know to the level some people are so wicked? They collect palliative, they lock it up. Some governors, they lock it up somewhere. And it is only when the riot happens that people then discover that they started breaking those things, those stores. But we keep counting figure, at Tinubu, everything. Tinubu do this, Tinubu do that. Tinubu. We should all be championing the institution to be strong, to be effective. I don't know how something is going to trickle down from only one person to over 200 million of people. The local government is not effective. The state government, nobody is holding them accountable. Even despite the fact that the money they collected as allocation every month is being published in the paper. Nobody. But every lazy argument is always going to Tinubu. So that is just my point.
Thank you for that. Hold on. Thank you for that. You see, this is the thing. This is why people in our country, the country never moves forward, because you see how you were able to speak now for straight 10 minutes, nobody interjected, and the same thing I awarded to Remy. But some people, because they have their own agenda, they don't want to necessarily observe due this in courtesy with other people and share information genuinely, really genuinely. You can hold your own opinion. There are times for opinion, and you can have campaigns and do all your campaigns, but you have to. This is Nigeria we're talking about. These are our people, these are our children. Let's not pretend as if some of the things we are doing, even the ones we are doing here, doesn't have consequences. There are consequences. It may be mean, it might be little, but it's there. Everything we do matters in life. When you pretend as if your actions don't matter, you don't tell truth one day because tomorrow it's not good. There will not be any consequence. There will be. That is how we got here. One by one, we keep putting it, we keep pretending as if we don't see what is going on in the country. P2B, nobody is saying P2B is a saint. Nobody is saying that if somebody runs Lagos State, they are not going to, what they are going to do in Lagos State is going to be different from what they do in Anambra, no matter who it is. It's going to be different. To say that because this in the Tinubu run Lagos State, then he's just a genius. I don't know where that comes from. I really don't understand it, because I was in Lagos before this Tinubu returned from this in London or America when Abacha was in office. I was in Lagos, and I was in Lagos in 2016 when he prevented Ambode from returning into office, and I was in Lagos again later than that. I don't see the remarkable transformation people keep talking about. Yes, Oshodi has improved. Lasma is there. All those things are there. But Lagos was almost like that before then. As a matter of fact, the computer village area got worse, because then when I was there, it was that computer college school that was there, and the area was clearer. But by the time I came back again, the computer village area had blown up into a total market and all those things. And Abuja Central has diminished to an extent. Actually, that's this in Ikeja Central. I mean, has diminished to an extent. I didn't see too much of a transformation. Allen Avenue, where off Allen Avenue, where Abiola's house was, there wasn't that much transformation. Maybe in terms of organization of Lagos becomes slightly more organized, but it's bound to happen, given that the world was getting more and more organized. It's bound to happen. So I don't know what the transformation, and other states got organized too. Onitsha got better organized. Onitsha road was clear. Was it Obi not there? Is anybody saying Obi gets the privilege, the credit for all that? No, nobody's saying that. When Obi was in office, they gave him an award for having the best road network in Nigeria. Why did they do that? I don't know. You tell me. In the healthcare that they are saying that he caused the strike for the doctors, the verdict is that he actually transformed the healthcare system in such a way that it's far more productive till today. I don't know that. Yes, he made difficult decisions. The doctors were against him. And today, I myself, I think maybe it may not be a good idea to bring faith and healthcare together, because sometimes the faith people, missionaries, they could start bringing all their faith into the healthcare provision, which may not help, let's say, Muslims coming to those hospitals. You see what I mean? That was his own judgment. He felt that if he moved the healthcare towards faith missionaries, they will manage the resources better, because they apply healthcare with their religion attached, and because of their religious affiliation, they are less likely to be corrupt, because the money they were pumping into healthcare, he wasn't seeing it. So you can see he had an idea, and maybe you can argue that it's quite a clever one, because if you want to make sure the money you give to institutions are well spent, generally it makes sense to associate that institution to a religious institution, because a religious institution generally want to be seen to be righteous, want to seen to be accountable. So they are less likely to just embezzle money and run away. Technically, he may have got that right. It's just an argument. But I still am uncomfortable with associating these religious institutions with state institutions in a country like Nigeria. If you start seeing that in the north, you could have you know, when they start associating hospital to Sharia courts or Sharia law or Islamic these beliefs, you can see how that can lead to problems. But I also can see his reasoning why he did that, and it was borne out by the fact that the state later on got 12 accreditation for healthcare provision that when they had 0 when he came into office. So it's neither here or there. But to say that it was a total disaster, he didn't have a reason for doing it. As a matter of fact, that is what you can argue that maybe P2B does have still. He took on an institution, medical institution that is untouchable, and created a ripple that can, according to one man, he said the strike lasted longer than any strike in the world of doctors in the world. He created that ripple because he believed in what he was doing. And evidence points that he was right. So what that points is that the guy is capable of making tough decisions. And everything he was doing was above board. He wasn't trying to hide anything or use that to take money and hide it aside and stuff like that. It's just a difference of opinion. You might not like the approach he took. I'm not sure I like it myself. But we know why he did it. We know why he did it. You can ask me now, tell me now why this president decided that floating the currency was a good idea when he just removed subsidies, petrol subsidies. When the country was not relying on exports, you go and float your currency. When you know Dangote refinery is going to come on stream in less than 12 months, you go and float your currency. Dangote refinery, if you supported it, it will collapse the demand of the dollar by more than 30%. More than 30%. Do you know what that would do to Nigerian currency? We don't have to spend money defending the naira anymore. That is what it would have meant. Why did he rush to go and float the currency? That is the question people find difficult to answer. Because he floated it, the petrol price would have gone up to 1,500 naira, because it was around 600 naira when he floated it at first. When he removed the subsidies at first, sorry. When the subsidy was removed, the petrol price went up to 500, 600 naira, because it was around $1 or so to a liter. But when he floated the currency and the currency went to 1,500 or so, you can see the petrol price was supposed to follow. Why did he not follow? If you want to know why he didn't follow, because he went back to paying subsidies. And it cost Nigeria over $8 billion to do that. All these things are big things. They are not small things. They are big things that matter to 220 million people. This is not a state. This is not P2B. ECOWAS landmass has halved. That is not a joke. It's a strategic blow to the interests of this country and maybe the entire black race itself. And he triggered it. It didn't just happen under his watch. He triggered the events by threatening war. He wasn't just a bystander. He was the head of ECOWAS at that time. Tinubu presidency, if you are judging it objectively, nobody says that there are things that he didn't do on a low level. But this is what Nigeria does every time, isn't it? We rearrange the furniture on a low level, but on the big things, we just keep kneecapping the country over and over again. We keep kneecapping the country, make sure the country is completely dysfunctional, never really rises to its destiny. How can Nigeria be $200 billion in GDP? Come on, man. People, just ask yourself. 200 and something million people. We are generating 200 and something billion dollars in GDP.
But to Nigeria, you kept on talking about that. You are not talking about what is the problem of that country. How much are we indebted? How the money we borrow to make sure Nigeria live a subsidized lifestyle in virtually everything that government is doing. How can you be a productive nation? How can we continue to live this fake life? You are just going to talk about.
Let me. I can answer the question.
I'll finish soon. Okay. I've checked it. I've checked it, and I see that that nominal value continued to decline even during Jonathan regime. Continue to decline during during Buhari regime. And when you talk about Jonathan, look at how much Obasanjo left in foreign reserve, about $65 billion. And SS crude, about $20 billion. Yeah, Jonathan, under 6 years, fritter everything away, no savings. And we also are selling a lot of our crude at over $100 per barrel. No savings, nothing. And when you come here and you talk, and I know that Buhari too maybe did not really perform very well, but Buhari met a lot of trouble. COVID-19 was there. The price of crude oil was all-time low, up to about $20 per barrel. And this is not a producing nation. And then you just want him to continue. When you get to the point, don't remove the subsidy, continue to borrow money. They refuse to give them money anymore. They refuse to borrow them. This is our decision. That decision this man has taken, in the next 10 years, Nigerian will be happy or more happier. And what about generation get unborn? Everybody will be claiming, oh, we don't have food, we are hungry, we are do that. Is that the way to build a nation? Because we are hungry today, so we should not prepare for the future. So who's going to sacrifice? If you wanted, where even the money to subsidize? No money. Today, is Nigerian people did not adjust to the reality of life. They have adjusted. Some people take opportunity out of this. Some people, they will still continue to complain till another Jesus come. I don't understand.
Remy, everything you said on the surface is accurate. Like when you said we have to.
This is not on the surface. This is reality.
I want to let you understand why it's surface, so you understand where I'm coming from. Everything you said on the surface is accurate. We have to live within our means. We have to make decisions that make sure that our economy is more productive.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the nominal value you talk about. And I told you that
the nominal value. So now
it has been declining, not even before Buhari.
No, it wasn't declining. I can share it with you. It was rising.
I did not check what it used to be in 2018 and whatever.
Yes,
when you even talk about that, the reason why Nigerians were lucky and it was not that Jonathan took a lot of good decisions. A lot of people still suffer. There still scarcity of petrol during his 6 years' time. There was still a lot of problem. Boko Haram was bombing everywhere. With all the money, with all the resources, he couldn't use them. And they were just mismanaging it. Today, there are so many of these guys like Jezenia. We know how much he stole and stack it in UK where you are living. Come on, let's call it spade.
See, I just started talking before you interjected me again. See, let's try to go two ways. If you are correct, you are correct. See, don't try to hug him if he's going to destroy your generations to come. Don't hug him. Why would you hug somebody like that? If he's right, if you are right, we will hug him, and because he's doing the right thing for us. I don't have any direct animosity against Tinubu as a person, or maybe as a person, I don't like his antics, some of the things he does. But as a human being, I don't have any direct animosity towards him. As a matter of fact, I was even looking at from the point of view that if he just did what he promised in security, I don't care about the others, because the others will take care of himself. But he didn't do all those things. And he even went on to make sure the Nigerian GDP that was rising never gets anywhere. If I was a British man that was making sure Africa doesn't rise, that is the kind of instruction I would leave in place. Make sure that country never rises. Make sure their GDP is so low, they cannot be able to even say they want to borrow $100, $200 billion or $1 trillion like they borrow. That is what I would do to that country.
I want to ask you this quick question. Do you agree we live in global village?
Yes.
Do you agree that countries sign bilateral agreement between themselves?
Yes.
Do you agree that your export is meant to be sold outside your country?
Yes.
So if you sign a bilateral agreement with country B or C, are they just going to accept your export without the condition laid down between the two countries?
They are not going to accept it with that condition being laid down.
So that means that we cannot live in isolation. So whatever you produce in your country, you still have to export it out, maybe as a raw material or maybe through the value chain. Services. Yes. So at the end of the day, and we all can agree that Nigeria has been bastardized and mesmerized for several years. If you said that all our leaders are terrible human beings, I agree. But I also agree that our followership, like me and you, we are also horrible. Because it is from us, it is from us that some of them will become our leaders. We are the ones that put them there, whether it's Tinubu, Atiku, Buhari, or whatever who has ruled us before. So if you want your country to be a good nation, there must be sacrifice from people of today for the people of tomorrow to enjoy. But if people of today want to enjoy everything without caring for the future, look at what Buhari did. A lot of
don't shift the argument. I think let's keep
I'm
it
not,
on
I'm
one
not shifting
area.
it. I'm just giving you an example. Look at what Buhari did. A lot of forward contract with our crude oil. And what did they use the money for? To borrow money. To borrow. And when they don't get the money, they want to satisfy the people of today to continue to enjoy the life. They are not thinking about laying a good foundation. Every successful government are just I don't want to remove subsidy. Just let us be there. Because you are the one in government. If you are the one in government as a country, and if Nigeria has a lot of money, then fine, you can continue to subsidize.
Let me get in here. See, the subsidy itself inherently is not the problem. The problem was a corruption and management problem. There is a tendency for the subsidy to encourage Nigerians to steal the petroleum products and send them overseas and make a stupendous profit in it. That is the job of a government to make sure that doesn't happen, to regulate the space. We conflate a management problem, a governance problem, as a systemic problem. And then they pretend as if they want to fix that problem by causing damage to the people first, then introduce another this systemic problem again. Like now, like what you said about sacrifice. Sacrifice is a good thing when it's for the uplifting of a people and the progress of a society. But when it is for nothing, it's doubly tragic, because sacrifice in itself means you are losing something. And when you are losing something and you're losing it for nothing or even for damage, that is doubly tragic. Because how can all this sacrifice that we endured didn't even need to happen when there are real sacrifices we could have been making, like fighting this insecurity so that it doesn't take this thing, it doesn't do us harm, and challenging.
If you are being truthful, you will know that the insecurity situation in Nigeria has improved. But I can agree with you that recently there has been an upsurge. And that is the beauty of our democracy. The government realizes and they quickly put machinery into motion. Let's give them time.
Maybe
in the same country.
Hold on. Let me add to what you are saying. See, based on the numbers that came out, it hasn't improved. I'm using numbers. I'm not
now,
just.
That is your opinion. Everybody.
Let me give you my reasoning. Let me give you the reasoning because I can agree with you that the perception of insecurity has reduced in the country.
This is not about perception. This is
hold on now. Let me finish. That could be as a result of the government censoring a lot of things, making sure people news doesn't get out there. Because I know somebody that lost their life last year. The news.
Are you talking about one isolation case to more than 250 million Nigerians? I don't know.
No, well, I use data. I use data. See, hold on now. Calm down. You see, you are not being. You don't want to hear it. I've been operating in Nigeria for 8 years, and I've never known anybody directly that lost their life to the insecurity issues. But in the last 2 years alone, I know somebody that abandoned Abuja and went back to their state because of insecurity. I know somebody that has lost their life because they were working for the Nigerian institutions that nobody announced. The soldiers died with him. Nobody announced it, and terrorists attacked them. Nobody announced it. So it tells you that there are events that are occurring that are not being announced on the news, which is fine. I don't mind, because there's an element of the government trying to sanitize the image of the country. Fine, I don't have any issue with that. But to say the numbers suggest that the insecurity is actually coming down is not necessarily true, and the government is not acting.
I disagree with you, because
that said, they didn't act in terms of this forest guard.
Listen, let me tell you something. The security operators, they will never give you the actual number that die or whatever. They will just tell you how many terrorists they are taking away. And they told you that in the last few months, they were able to buy a lot of bandit leaders. Even 2 days ago, a notorious kidnapper was caught in River State. So when you now come with all these isolation cases and you want us to believe at 220
So
million,
you don't believe that there have been
of
more
course, I won't
kidnappings
believe
in
you.
the last 2 years?
I'm not saying in a country like this, there will be some cases of banditry or kidnapping or armed robbery or whatever. But you cannot use that most time compared to where we are coming from before. During Buhari regime, we all know what happened. The farmer-settlers clash is nearly every day. Then the communal clash in North Central is nearly every day. But you don't hear that like that before. Although we still have some pocket of it coming out. I'm not saying that Nigeria is secure, safe now. Because another problem we have in that country is that our literacy level is very low compared to the Western world. And some of us, some people that are highly educated too, that can call them educated deplorables. The way they think, the way they say something is totally out of point. As we are talking of today, we can say that the guy have moved a needle compared to where we are coming from during the Buhari regime. And as I'm telling you, I'm also saying that, and I'm also saying that, although it's not yet El Dorado, but at the same time, less than 2 years ago, I'm not because I'll be going out too, because you come out less than 2 years ago, we all know that most Nigerians, they were using money to even withdraw cash from the ATM machine or from the POS. But today, anybody can walk into their bank, access to their phone without no wahala.
See,
Whether you like, so
let me show you something. Let me show you something.
I'm not interested in all of this. I'm sorry. So I'm not interested.
If you're not interested, it's up to you not to be interested. I hope the viewers and the others that have gone to watch it have the benefit of seeing some of this information, because the truth never lies, and I really hope that people embrace the truth of their situation, because what else is there? You are basically walking in the dark, and anybody that tells you not to listen to the truth, run from them, because when you walk in the dark, it's going to lead you to destruction clearly. Now, look at the chart here, the imports of Nigeria. This is not my information. This is an international information showing the imports in Nigeria. And you know, when Nigeria imports, it means we spend foreign currency. And look at how much it has grown in 2024. This should be coming down because Nigeria it's not spending that much money it shouldn't be spending that much money on petroleum when Dangote refineries are around. But yet, our import is going up under this government. And one of the things that they went and did too, they may have actually sabotaged the work that Buhari did in terms of ensuring that Nigerian rice market industry is flourishing, because of the hardship that this government created. They had to now go and loosen the restriction they had on importing rice and food items. So that now they flooded the Nigerian market with those rice and food items, and the cost of rice now has now gone down. No, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish my point now. Let me finish my point.
Very funny.
Let me just finish my point, please. The cost of rice now has now gone down, but the consequences over time may be significant. That's the industry. Depending whether they close it again, because this is supposed to be temporary, but if they don't close it, the consequence to the Nigerian the domestic rice production will be catastrophic. As a matter of fact, they have already said it themselves. Now, on the point about using naira to buy naira, you see, which is very, very fascinating in Nigeria, we punish anything. That implementation of that what they call it, policy, was a terrible one. The implementation was terrible. The timing was horrible. Towards an election, you want to change the currency of a country when you had all this time to do it. I don't know why Emefiele and Buhari decided that it was a good idea. Obviously, they were maybe playing politics with that too. But you know, I went to Nigeria 2020 when COVID-19, just before COVID-19 hit the West, when they did the restrictions. I was in Nigeria and I left. And during that trip, I went to ATM machines a lot. Like every time I needed money, I have to go to ATM machine. I will tell your card, drop me, let me go to the ATM and get money to pay. Then I didn't even know what they call it. These people, these young men that go around with the machines. So I didn't even know about that. That one, I was focusing on ATM machine. That's all I was getting money from. But the last time I went to Nigeria last year, zero. I didn't go to ATM machine once. And the main reason why that was, it wasn't because of those, sorry, I don't know what they call those people that exchange money. It was because most of the people that provide the services are doing electronic transfer. Market women selling plantain, vegetables. When you want to pay, they say, if you want to transfer, you can transfer. Some of them already have the machine. That is a seismic shift in 4 years. It's a seismic shift. And the person that is supposed to be responsible for that sector of the economy seems to be the only one that is the corrupt guy in that Buhari government that this government is persecuting. So I don't understand the state of Nigeria and why things happen the way they happen. Is Emefiele a guilty man? He's probably a corrupt politician. Nigerian politicians are just born corrupt by default. It's very rare you see one that is not. He's definitely corrupt, but is he the only one? Definitely not. How is it that he is the only one that is targeted for this issue? And if you look at the case, even somebody that is being tried, they don't let him talk. He doesn't show up. You never hear his side of the story at all. They just jail him and they keep saying that he stole this one, just like the way they did to Abacha. And Nigerians buy this. We buy this. We don't ask for transparency. So that, do you know what happens when you ask for transparency? Then the Emefiele will finger other people. He will finger other people and they will bring all of them. All the people that have been stealing your money, will bring them out. It's not only about him. But no, you will not see that. They will put evidence here that he did this one, he did that one, but nobody will hear from him. This is a democracy. This is supposed to be a transparent system, and our systems have been hijacked, and all these people and fellow Nigerians are busy defending it, acting as if they can't see that these things have consequences for all of us. They have consequences for all of us. If you are being tried today and they don't let you to have your own say, would you be happy? Don't you ask yourself that question? Because tomorrow is some other person that is going to happen to until it reaches us. We think that there's no consequence to all this. It's up to you guys. So I'm just presenting the facts as it is. My own experience, and many of you will testify to what I'm saying is actually true. Because when I went to Nigeria last year, if I want to pay money to people, I can just transfer. Every shop has their own account number now. That is crazy. That is crazy. And that is very efficient. Secondly, it's also traceable. You can now trace transactions, what people are doing with their money. If the government now wants to implement a situation whereby they want to start taxing people, they can know what they have in their accounts. Because most people have accounts now. Because that's how you do business in Nigeria. See, some changes make change, and it saves, maybe helps 1,000 people, 2,000, 500,000, 1 million. Some changes are transformational to societies. And if you ask me, that shift from cash transactions in Nigeria to electronic transaction is one of the most significant changes we've seen in Nigeria for the last 10 years, maybe even since 1999, apart from mobile networks. Mobile networks is a big one too. So let's just tell the truth for what it truly is. I didn't shy from the fact that this government student loan policy was a positive one, and I think it's going to build momentum if somebody doesn't go and sabotage it. And it's going to ensure that universities don't go on strike the way they have been doing for the last 20 years or so. That is a very big step forward. But you can't also take all that benefits and pretend as if you don't know that the Nigerian GDP didn't collapse from $450 billion to $200 billion. You can't pretend that you didn't know that this president triggered a situation whereby ECOWAS split in half in terms of land mass and endangering our geopolitical interests. You can't pretend as if you can't see that graph that our demand for foreign currency is increasing while he floated the currency. Should it not be decreasing? It should be decreasing now, shouldn't it? Because people don't have money to buy stuff anymore. But yet it keeps increasing anyway. Because it's not restricting the demand for foreign currency. Do you know governments have power to reduce the demand for foreign currency? When we have administrative problem, we pretend it's a systemic problem. One of the biggest failing of Buhari government was because he didn't rein in the bureau to change people. All these people that do alternative, that are operating in the black market, he didn't restrict them. Maybe because of some element of tribalism there, because many of the people involved in that market are northerners. I don't know why he didn't do it. But then they keep talking about round tripping. When it's a systemic problem, they created the problem. They could administer it and solve the problem. They didn't do it. But guess what? Somehow, after this government went in and said, let me solve the problem now by floating the currency. After they floated the currency, they know that if they left the black market there, the country will implode. Because then you don't want to float the currency when you see that the official value is 1,500 and the black market is selling it 2,500. That will destroy the country. So they had to go after the black market. This government, to President Tinubu's credit, passed a law and restricted the black market from making more than 1% profit officially. He restricted them. Why did Buhari not do that? You see what I mean by there is a governance or administrative problem. It's more of a governance problem, really, and a policy problem than a systemic problem. They created it, they could solve it, but they chose not to stop it. So why would I sit here and pretend as if this government has accomplished great things? I can't pretend though. I said it myself. All I wanted him to do was solve the Nigerian security problem. You will see that the Nigerian people will do the rest. The Nigerian people will take care of the rest. Give them an environment where they can live in peace, where they can go to farm. They can be able to say that they will go outside and open their shop and they are not going to run risk of being robbed. That is all people need. If Nigerians get that, you'll be surprised. The business activity that is going to grow in Nigeria, our GDP will just grow automatically. Nigeria is one of the few countries where you go in the middle of the night, you can go and cut your hair. I couldn't believe it. In Abuja, in the middle of the night, you go outside, you can still see barbing salons are still opening. Middle of the night. I don't even think you can see that in the UK in many areas. You can do that in Nigeria. It shows you that Nigerians are very, very ready for business. But the environment is not enabling them. The other day, was it not the same president that said that all those people that are jackbarring overseas, that they are welcome to Jackpa, that they are going to train more people, that when those people that need our people, need more people, that we are going to supply them more. You know, going to 300,000 people have come into the UK in the last 5 years or so. 300,000 Nigerians, or so, maybe a bit less than that. And now, guess what the UK has done? Now they are passing a law to make it so that before you even have access to public funds at all in any way, you are going to be working in that country for 10 years. You will keep working and pray you don't fall ill. Pray your family member doesn't fall ill. Pray that you don't lose your job. Pray that, you will keep praying. And you are in a country, it's not like Nigeria, where you don't have a job, you'll be able to hustle and survive. It's very difficult to survive here without a job and without government support. Those two in combination is diabolical in the UK. If you don't have a job and you don't have access to public funds, you are in trouble. And I believe that a third to half of those Nigerians that are in the UK right now are going to have that problem within the next 10 years. How do you work for 10 years without losing your job? How do you work for 10 years without a family breaking up here and there? How do you work for 10 years without having a major health emergency in a family? How do you do all those things? Half of the families in Nigeria, in the UK right now that arrived in the UK will have one or two of those problems. Not to mention all the other ones that I can't even remember mentioning. So those people that are left now, they might as well be slaves. They will walk and walk and walk and walk. And that is if after that 10 years, before even that 10 years, they don't extend it further. Because I've seen that happen here. So our people, why our best minds have left the country under this man's watch, and it's been happening before him, to be fair, but he didn't do anything to curtail it. If anything, he was basically encouraging them. It's more recently they started talking Nigeria. They started talking about, oh, let's buy Nigeria. And I can't believe Remy was here defending the fact that they were buying foreign goods. How do we do these things? How can fellow Nigerians defend these things when we know the potential of Nigeria? Nigeria started doing Afrobeats. Guess what happened? African countries started doing Afrobeats. Guess what happened after that? The world started doing Afrobeats. Nigeria started doing Nollywood. Guess what happened? African countries started doing Nollywood. Slowly but surely, Nollywood is moving to the world too. What does that tell you? The record is already there. The cheat sheet is already there. Why is it our governments are not promoting Nigeria-made goods? Why are they not buying Nigeria-made cars? Encouraging Nigerian construction companies? Making sure Nigerians actually start building and doing value-added manufacturing. They say it too. They say they want to do it, but you don't ever see it happen. All they see is you see foreigners coming in. To be fair, better foreigners coming than they don't. But the problem with the foreigners is that they will come and they can go very quickly too when they get freaked out by one event that happens in Nigeria or the other. It just takes one event and those foreigners will run again, because the Nigerian space is not conducive to operate. It's not conducive. There's too many things, too many instabilities. There's too many threats. Look at all the businesses that were operating in Nigeria for the last 5 years or so. When this government depreciated the currency, do you know the damage that has been done to them? If they owe debts in dollars overseas, now they have to generate double the naira to pay those debts. More than double, actually, the naira. Sometimes triple the naira to pay that debt overseas. That is punishing your local businesses. And then you made it easier for foreigners to come and buy up stuff in Nigeria, because now they have more money to buy the little things that we have in Nigeria. It's easy for us to be bribed now. There was a time when somebody would give you $1,000 or £1,000, and it will give you 700 or 500 this in the naira. Now, if they give you that, it's worth 3,000 or 2,000 this in naira. The funny thing is that no matter what you hear about inflation, it doesn't catch up with the exchange rate depreciation fast enough. I think now it's beginning to catch on. But Nigeria shouldn't be here. Nigeria should be improving now. Dangote refinery is right there in Nigeria. You see, you can't run away from that. That refinery can supply double the petroleum. That's the petrol that Nigeria needs. So Nigeria doesn't need to import one drop of petrol. And if we are not importing one drop of petrol, that means that our demand for dollars should come down by more than 30%. This president has it in his power to do it. Oh, make no mistake, he has it in his power. Oh. He can make that happen. You just need to shift the deck a little bit. Maybe some foreigners will not be happy with you because you decide to renegotiate their contract, whatever you want to do. So he can make it happen. Why is he not making it happen? Because I'm sure if Buhari was in office, Buhari would have made it happen. That should show you the difference between him and Buhari, because Buhari funding Dangote refinery was for this purpose or supporting it. Buhari invested 20%. This government downgraded our stake in Dangote refinery from 20% to 7 point so percent. I'm not precisely sure. I think 7.2 or 7.4%. Why would you do that if the company you were looking to support it so that the company actually produces profit? This is company that is doing value-added manufacturing. And you downgrade Nigeria's stake because you say you don't have money. And yet you spend $8 billion defending the currency flotation that you put in place. And you took loans out from so many different areas. I don't even know for what reason. Half of the loans, I don't even know what he took it for. What is more profitable than investing in a company that is producing petrol? What are you investing that is more profitable than that? That is going to be producing petrol, that is going to reduce your demand for dollars. What is more profitable than that? At least when you say he should do the stuff that he's supposed to do with national security, that is one thing, because national security is a little bit controversial because it has implications internationally in a more vivid way. Where if they see you shifting your security posture, people start getting nervous around you. Like, oh, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to cause problems for us? And, we like to keep you weak and all the rest of it. But that is national security and security policy. But how about economic policy? Simple economic policy by supporting Dangote Refinery. Is that so controversial? Look at how long it took them to negotiate. Oh, they don't want Dangote Refinery to be monopoly. They don't want this to be. So what? Are we not having a monopoly of almost one party system now in Nigeria? Since when monopoly is in itself is the evil. Monopoly in itself is not the evil. It's what it does that is the evil. Given where Nigeria is right now, we don't even have time to the luxury of whether it's monopoly or not, because all these people that are importing petrol from overseas is not a monopoly. They've captured the country and they keep bringing petrol from overseas that we literally have underneath the ground. That is not a healthy nation to be in. You don't want to be in a nation where people just do stuff to damage the country. And many Nigerians can't see it because they are busy doing politics. Here they can see the graph here. I can show you the Nigerian GDP for 2020. Let me share it here. Nigeria GDP 2024. So the Nigeria GDP for 2024 is estimated to be, this one is for real GDP. For the nominal GDP, if you are going to get it, the one that is converted to dollars, because this one is Nigerian listing there. Let me see what it says here. This is one from Nigerian website. Let me see what it shows. Where did that number come from even? Let me see. Except that they are not using the currency, the current currency of the value of the naira. I mean, this one is not accurate. I think that is it there. I think if I'm not mistaken, that is it there. This is December. Oh, they are changing to that. This is confusing. This one is confusing. Let me see if I can find the one that. This is where this one got it from. Changing the old naira value. Let me go to Nigeria GDP. So this was 2023 GDP of this in the country. I think this one is from, I don't know where, let me see. It was Wikipedia. And where is the one from? Was it IMF or World Bank that shared that one? Let me confirm. Let's see. Yeah, this is 2023. I know I saw one for 2024. I don't know where that one is gone. Clearly, from 2023, as you can see, it was 477 billion in 2022. 2023 was another when this government came into office. They collapsed it to 363 billion. This in US dollars. But there is a more up-to-date value. I don't know why I can't find it for the life of me. I think, is it on Wikipedia or something? Let me see whether it's on Wikipedia. I don't know. Because Wikipedia, they tend to have nominal and all of them, all the types of GDP there, so that you can see how they all fit together. Oh my God. Look at Nigeria GDP per capita. Oh my God. Let me see. Yeah, Prince Daddy, welcome. Let me just confirm something. I'm just trying to get, this is the nominal GDP. Is it rise or the value itself? I don't even know. This is not helping really. They are giving out percentage. We just want to see the value itself. Okay, this was a while ago, 2023. These are projections or what? These guys are not serious, man. The way they are presenting their values is not very clear for people to see. What is this table for? 1992, 2023 went up. No, this one went down. Nominal GDP, as you can see, went straight down. And then look at the values since 2023. That would tell you something. The last time it went that way was 2020 because of COVID-19 there. You see all this red that you're seeing there? All this red. Especially these ones. These two are very important. GDP per capita, because this is the value in dollars of every Nigerian citizen in terms of their share. As you can see, it went down significantly since 2023 and 2024. And it's projected to carry on going down. So this is cumulatively going down. It keeps going down. It's not going up. So this year is going to go down. Next year is going to start going up again. That's their projection. That is going to start going up again. And that's their projection here. So we are going to go through how many years? 1, 2, 3 going down. Then another 3 years to maybe, if we are lucky, get back to where we were. So 6 years, we just went forward and backward to exactly where we were before. If we are lucky. That is if things go very well. 6 straight years for us to go forward and back to where we were before. Not growing up, we just forward and backward to where we were. And this is what concerns me about the way Nigeria, in short, many African countries, not only Nigeria to be fair, the events where I'm describing here is not only affecting Nigeria. Many African countries are governed like that. That's why we never truly develop like other parts of the world. They go forward a little bit and they go backward. With the Badu your lecture, right on, thank you. Yeah, so this is why I talk about these things, because when our Nigerian politicians want to confuse you, they will give you all the numbers you want to hear. But look at what is going on on the macro level. That's how you catch them out. You start saying, you are trying to be funny here. Don't try me. You are telling us that things are improving, but clearly look at our value in this in dollar. And to be fair, our value in dollar doesn't matter much if we are not doing imports. Nigeria is addicted to imports, and this president could have reduced it with Dangote refinery, but he didn't. He still left it like, if anything, it's still going up. Look at the graph here; it's still going up. Our imports are still growing up. So why is this still okay? It came down a little bit in one of the months in I think September last year. But look at how he spiked, or even spiked from even Buhari's time in office. He spiked. The highest import period was when he was in office. So how is it that you are busy importing stuff and you're making it harder for us to be able to buy those imports? It should be easier for us to buy those imports. It should be made easier for us to be buying those imports. And I think maybe because it is in Naira, that's why it's actually going up. Because if you look at it, this is in Naira. So let's be fair, this is not in dollars. So because it's in Naira, you can see that it shot up. But maybe what we actually bought with it is less. So if you convert this to dollar, you might find that it actually dropped. Because if you convert the Naira to this in dollars, then you find that, okay, it actually totally went down.
I'm glad in your lecture you're self-correcting. So that's good. Continue.
Of course, I have to correct if something I find that maybe there's a gap in because I looked at it here. This is in Naira, so you have to look at it that what we actually got for it was less. So in other words, we are spending more Naira, but we are getting less for it. You see that double slap? It's like backhand slap and fronthand slap at the same time.
No, so
or
what
that.
you should be looking at is the volume. What is the volume? Is the volume increasing or decreasing? That's
It's
what you have to
decreasing.
look
I,
at.
I believe it will decrease because if by 2024 the naira's value has depreciated to around almost 1,500 to to a dollar, so that is almost triple. So if you look at this is not triple. This value here is not triple what is here or what is here. It's not triple. This here is almost so. As you can see, the gap is not triple. So what that tells you is that if it's in dollars, you are getting less volume. This value should be somewhere around. If it is from here, if you are looking from 3, you should be seeing somewhere 9. This in 9 million. This in naira 9 million for it to be equal, because Nigerian currency depreciated by more than just about three times, from around 500 to around 1,500. So that's 3 times. So you should be seeing 9 million. So our actual volume of import probably came down. So this is how this is why it's also good to learn to read within the numbers too. Good thing I caught that, because if I was just talking only about dollars and assume that this currency is in dollars, I would just assume that import is going up. But what is actually going up is that we are spending more naira, but we are getting less for that naira, and it's sad. And this is the problem we are talking about. That the situation that the country has been put, in a way, it might stimulate an element of homegrown innovation, but because of the nature of the world right now, to innovate at home, you need machineries from overseas, you need computers, you need all those things from overseas. You still need to buy those things. And the worst of it is we still need petrol from overseas. If they told me that by 2025 Nigeria will still be importing petrol, I would not believe it. We have a refinery that can produce double in Nigeria. And we also have the Nigerian refinery that can at least blend, from what I gather. We have local refineries.
So inherently in your question is that we have enough capacity to supply the Nigerian market. Okay, if that been the case, then why are we importing? I mean, you want to answer that question?
That again, this is what I described earlier on. When we have a governance problem, Nigerians don't see. They pretend as if they can't see it. Many Nigerians do, I have to say, but they call them crazy. We see that this is a governance problem that is almost deliberate. Like they just sit there and act as if they can't see it. They can see it clearly. They know that Dangote Refinery has the capacity to produce double the petroleum that Nigeria needs. Why are you not doing everything in your power to ensure that guy supplies Nigeria those petrol, then does the value-added manufacturing to earn dollars from overseas, and boost the Nigerian currency, so that Nigerians will start feeling the benefit? And now this money, if they spend 3 million,
Does Dangote have a quarter on the amount of petroleum you can pump into the market? Is somebody restricted by the NNPC or the government?
Oh yes, he's restricted now because they don't supply him the crude that he needed. So if he went on to charge the kind of, which he to an extent is doing now already, that's why the petrol price hasn't come down significantly and the currency is still relatively high. So the benefits, we are not getting the benefit now. That is the problem. Whatever he's supplying Nigeria now is quid pro quo. Whatever they give to him, and if there are people, the people are willing to buy it, they'll buy it. But the problem is, if you check the news just last week, they said the amount Nigeria is spending on importing petrol has gone up. That's to import petrol is going up instead of coming down. So it means that Dangote is not supplying that much to Nigeria because they are still busy importing it. You see the problem we are facing in this country. This is why I have to also exercise some caution here. When they say the amount is going up, I don't know why
in your analysis,
Naira.
you have to balance whatever you're saying with politics and the reality of things on the ground. Okay, you don't expect overnight the Nigerian oil marketer association to be gone overnight and acquiesce to Dangote to dominate the market. So there's a lot of things that play here that you're not considering to Nigeria.
See, whatever is at play,
and by the way,
it's not in the
can go
national
get his own
interest.
crude oil. He didn't have to wait on the Nigerian government to give him crude oil. If he needs some, he should go find find himself.
See, why do you worry about all these lower level problems? I'm saying it's a governance problem because the governance has the ability to bridge this gap and say enough. We can't be spending 30-something% of our foreign exchange on importing petrol. Isn't that a big issue for the country that is going to make the people's lives better? That is going to encourage Dangote refining to even be more productive and more dominant on the continent, because now he's assured of a home market that's going to buy his product, and then he might even be able to expand into other areas. So the issue you are
So
highlighting
what you're saying that
is a lower
the
level
government should not supply. Okay, call it lower. This is what I'm saying, that you're not providing a balanced opinion somewhat to the reality of things on the ground. So are you saying the government should not supply the market as a whomever the foreign currency to do their transactions? Is that what you're suggesting? That okay, well, you guys, we're not going to give you guys any more foreign currency, so do whatever you want to do. I mean, I'm just trying to see where. I don't want to put all the blame on Tinubu's shoulder, which is fine, but I'm trying to see how you're going about it or what it needs to do, really, to help the situation.
What I would do is I would say, if you want to import petrol, go and invest in Dangote Refinery, and maybe I will sell that my stake that I had in Dangote Refinery to you guys. Buy it. Now you don't need to be importing anymore. Have Dangote Refineries, this thing, get the crude oil and supply Nigeria, and you are going to make your money. The idea is that I don't care too much about necessarily making rich people less rich. Let them be rich. I don't care. But sabotaging the state that is empowering you to even be rich, that makes you what you are, that is counterproductive, and it's almost sabotage. And that's why I find it senseless behavior. You see what I'm not here to.
The basic thing about supply and demand or buying and selling is that you always want to buy it low and sell it high. In other words, increase your profit margin as much as possible. Are you telling me this marketers, they rather go import from outside and Dangote, like literally next door to them, they can negotiate with Dangote if they're going to have a good profit margin? I think you're talking simplistically, quite frankly, because there are a lot of variables at play that you're not considering.
Let's deal with the issues directly. If you are talking about profit margins, maybe their profit margin when they are operating with someone like Dangote may not be as wide as they would like it to be. It's possible because some of them are busy adulterating the petroleum products before they get into the country, and which is also damaging to the
talking. Now you're talking. Yeah, so, there's a reason why they do what they're doing. That's my point. That if Dangote can supply them as a ready supplier and they can make their profit margin and do whatever they want to do, why do they want to have the headache and keep doing what they're doing right now when they can just deal with Dangote directly? So you have to understand what is going on that you're not explaining.
Or there is something else going on out there. Because you could argue that if they have a stake in Dangote Refinery, they can try to make sure they get similar margins or at least something close to those margins. And besides, Tinubu is supposed to be a decisive leader that is not afraid of all these people, because after all, he clipped the wings of the black market in Nigeria quite significantly. So the oil importers, there's no reason why he cannot keep them at bay, and he can also throw them red meat in terms of other areas that he can use to make up for their losses. Governments have the ability to do these things. This is the thing I'm trying to share here, that we act as if this government, their hands are tied. Their hands are not tied. Like Buhari had the power to curtail that black market, but he didn't do it. Just like what I'm saying right now, the Tinubu government has the ability to placate those people that are importing that petrol, at the same time get Dangote Refinery to function. But for whatever reason, personally, I think because he's listening to foreigners or whatever, or there are some forces out there that want to ensure Nigeria doesn't transition quickly to becoming a $1 trillion economy. Was that not the statement that the goal that Tinubu had in mind? How can you want the Nigeria currency GDP to go to 1 trillion and your first action is to nick up it so that it goes back to 200 billion? It doesn't make sense, does it? It's a misgovernance. It's a sabotage of their own state. The state that gives their wealth meaning, that gives their power meaning. It doesn't make sense. No people do that. Why would you destroy the root that gives you power? Tinubu is something because he's Nigerian. If he goes to America, he's nobody. Many of these are people that want to be rich. They are something because they are Nigerian. The masses of Nigeria is supporting them, giving them money, buying their products, and buying their politics. And then they go on to sabotage those people. See, say whatever you like. When I look at Dangote, I see a man that at least has given something back to the Nigerian people. And I see him, for want of a better one, I don't know, maybe he's done some terrible things like being friends with Bill Gates, and who knows, maybe he's part of the people that are bringing GM products to Nigeria. But there's no clear evidence against him. But so far, I see him as somebody that has added a lot of value to Nigeria. How can one man be able to pull this off? So why are we not tapping into it? He's doing value-added manufacturing. Isn't that what we are looking for? Isn't that what the Nigerian government is saying? Buy Nigeria, buy Nigeria. Why are you shy of buying Dangote Refinery Petroleum? You say buy Nigeria. Buy it now. Buy Innocent Car, buy Nord Cars, buy Nigerian rice. We have to go through these difficulties. This government decided to open the port so that the rice will come into the country so that Nigerians can get food to eat, because they couldn't manufacture enough rice in Nigeria. But by doing that now, it's now damaged the local manufacturing
buy
too.
Nigeria this and that. So sometimes I know but you talk sometimes as if you're so naive about the Nigerian space. The Nigeria, they're smart. That's the reason why they will not buy some cars as much as they should, and why they may not patronize Dangote refinery as as much as they should, because there's always, it's all about money at the end of the day. How much goes into their pocket? It's never a straight line. There's always a layer to their profit making. In our space, it has to you know, everyone has to have their cut in every transaction. So when you talk it so easily, or let's go directly to Dangote or buying some cars. No, no, no. The middleman. See, our problem from agriculture to any industry, the impact of our middleman, it's huge. Okay, it's really, really huge. I hope you know that. And everyone has to get settled in along the continuum. It's not a straight line. See, the Nigerians, they're not stupid. I just give this simple example. Why wouldn't they want to patronize Dangote refinery if they can make the same profit or even more? Obviously, it doesn't work that way. I give a good example. Perhaps the reason why is because they dilute the crude oil, or whatever they get, a PMS in some other country, and to make more profit margin. There's a whole bunch of stuff in there. There's a whole bunch of stuff, and it's not all on Tinubu's shoulder. Earlier, I heard you were trying to blame Tinubu for not actually paying up to acquire the 20% or the 10% share in Dangote refinery. You got to keep in mind that was not the case. It had nothing to do with Tinubu, if you ask me, because NNPC was the one. They didn't really drop the ball. They just refused to continue on that line of transaction, and they had
Oh
a
my God,
reason.
NNPC. Suddenly NNPC has power outside Tinubu. The man that is there is no other Oga or Emilokum besides me. Seriously? Come on, man. You have to put it on the table. Even he said it himself that everything that happens under me is under me. Don't feel sorry for me. I don't know why we try to cover our job for him. He knows he's responsible for what is happening. If he wanted Dangote Nigeria to even have 30% stake, he could have done it. He borrowed money, he got all the money, and yet he didn't do it. If anything,
But
he moved the
that
money
deal was
from there.
negotiated under Buhari, right? It was negotiated under Buhari. It wasn't Tinubu's deal,
Yes,
was
and
it?
thankfully, Buhari did that for a good reason, so that Nigeria can profit from what Dangote is going to profit from. But this government went and downgraded that for what purpose? To what end?
No, it wasn't this government. It was the NNPC. They had a
Oh
deal
my
that they
God.
reneged. They reneged on the deal.
Don't
Okay,
do that now. Don't do that. You know,
I'm
if he
not. I'm
wanted
not
the
trying
government,
to support
why
Tinubu.
you
It's not
put
like
it on
trying to support
NNPC?
Tinubu.
You forgot that he's the Minister of Petroleum too?
Tinubu.
Yeah, I thought he was the Minister of Petroleum too. That's what the Commander-in-Chiefs are these days now. You forgot? That's what they are now. He's also
I
in
know.
charge.
I know Buhari. I know Buhari was, but I don't know about. I don't know
Oh,
about
President Tinubu
Tinubu.
is
Prince
so.
Adi,
He's one.
you
Ever
don't
seen
Yeah.
need
the
to
Minister of
be
Petroleum?
you don't need to be engaging. You know this to Niger.
He's
Hey,
always
don't start
talking
now.
from
I'm
the
not here
point
to
of.
be gaslit. Oh. You have to I'm not here to be gaslit. Don't even start. You have to come with facts. When you want to say something,
So you don't
come with
want me
direct
to,
facts.
you don't
Go
want me to
ahead.
yab that your big head this morning,
Yo,
eh?
look at that. This one, he's finished eating eggs now with like the shape of his head, and he come here and want to start yapping. Start. Let's hear your facts now. What is defense have you got for this
You know,
performance that we've seen?
let me tell you. Let us take it even the way me I will do my own thing. Let us take it even ministry by ministry, parastatals by parastatals. Take aviation. Nobody can tell me that aviation industry in Nigeria has not been revolutionized by Tinubu. Look at our airport these days. Look at the standard of equipment that they are putting in our airport. You go to our airport now, you travel seamlessly, devoid of all the trouble that we used to face in the past. Nobody can deny that. You understand? Take even solid mineral. Before, we don't even make anything in solid mineral at all. Now we are having industries now that are now adding values to it. Before they would take our solid mineral, they call them raw materials, but now we are now adding values to those solid mineral before they even export them out of our country. We've had like 3 lithium manufacturing companies now in Nigeria that have started working. Nigeria are now making money from solid mineral. Before, we don't even make anything. Last year alone, 2024, Nigeria made 38 billion from solid mineral in industry where we don't even make any money before. That people are just stealing and not making anything. That is solid mineral. Go to even education. Up to now, we're still having subsidy on education in Nigeria. You cannot deny that. NEFON is there, and nobody can deny that NEFON doesn't exist. You see, the soothsayer, they just say, I know that we have family like somebody like Rational Mind that just come here and be telling them, the one thing you cannot do is to wake up somebody who's pretending to sleep. And I know you are more rational than Rational Mind. You, when you see fact, you agree. But somebody like Rational Mind will not agree to fact. You understand? So we have NELFund. We have more universities in Nigeria now that are providing tertiary education for people. We can't deny that. Go to
Yeah,
work.
but most
No,
of these
let me
things
finish
you
now.
described
Go
is
to
something that
work.
was implemented under Buhari's government. It wasn't this government that did it because you don't have the ability to do all these things within a year. You don't have
The issue is if it is negative, do you understand? You will say no, you should take
No,
responsibility.
the
But
ones
if
I
you
blame him for
continue
are the
work,
ones that he actually did. I'm not blaming for things that he didn't do physically. Like his own direct action led to it. That's the one, like floating the currency and
why
threatening to
let
invade
me tell
Niger
you
Republic.
what we should not be doing to Niger. I don't think there is any government of any country that people will not see negatives. Why are we
Not
not
this type.
looking at the positive?
Not this type. Not this type of
Why are we
negative
not
where
looking?
they have your GDP. No, not this type. You don't see it.
No. Forget. Let me tell you, all this your. I don't. How many times this your half GDP, half GDP? I don't even know where you get that concept from. But
Because the
you've been
Nigerian
shouting.
currency depreciated. Don't you understand?
Wait. If you want us to go to that one, we can spend 2 hours discussing that, and I will tell you the merit of that taking that initiative. Let me give you, for example, you will tell me, oh, Nigerian currency was $400. I mean, 400 naira to dollar during Buhari regime. Tell me how many people are getting that $400? As at that time, we are getting it above 700.
How many people are getting it now?
No,
Now that
just
it's
wait.
more expensive.
No. Let me tell you what is the margin between the official rate and the black market rate right now? Can you tell me?
I can tell you now that more people had that currency than they have it
The
now.
question I'm asking you, answer me. Don't shift goalposts.
Okay.
The difference between the official rate and the parallel market, what is it now?
I think it's around $100.
Is that
It's around
dollars?
$100. Yes.
What do you mean by $100?
That's a really sorry 100 naira. Sorry.
It's not true. The highest that you ever see is it can't be more than 30 naira.
Let's check it then.
And then check
Naira,
it.
naira, naira to dollar. Let's see what it says here. The naira to the dollar. Okay, no dollar to naira. So this is the official rate. Oof, that's
No,
bruising.
it's not, you can't get it
Let's go to the black market. Let's
black
check
market.
let's get the black market rate. You see what I mean? This is 600 and okay, this is 400 and 500 and this thing, and this one is well, to be fair, this one is not that. Is this black market rate? This is black market 1,600 to this is right now. You are more accurate right now in terms of your
It's
numbers
not,
with what is showing
let me
here.
tell you, to Niger,
Oh,
what I've just done to you now. Let me tell you.
yeah, what have you done?
I have educated you because
No, you have not educated me. This change. If you go and check the changes,
I'm
there
telling
was a time
you,
it was
this
almost
thing has been
$100.
like this. It has been like this over 1 year.
No, it hasn't. I checked it too. You see, I'm telling you,
Don't
I checked
check
it
it.
myself.
I'm
Okay.
telling you. So
Let me see
just
if I
give
can
it
find
to me.
information. Hold on. I can find information now. So let's see if I can find information
Find anything you want to
in
find.
terms of the gap. Gap between naira value to the dollar for last year. So yeah, from what I have seen, the average, I guess, average difference, not gap difference. Not value. Not value for official versus black market. All right. No, because what we are here for is facts. We are not here to try to score points. And besides, this point is neither here or there because the point I made was quite already made in terms of the fact that this government was able to restrict the black market. Do you know that they restricted them from not making profits for more than 1%? They restricted them. They had the ability to do that all this while under Buhari, but they didn't do it. But this government was able to do that when they came into office. So
Do you
that is
know?
the
Let
point
me
I was
tell you.
making.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. You know, Nigerians, we just like, okay, so what is it if government was able to curtail the people that are sabotaging the effort of the country or the economy, the sabotage the economy, is it a positive or a negative?
It's a positive. It's a big
Let me tell
positive.
you, in Egypt, I'm telling you today, you cannot even have any parallel market in Egypt. Once you bring your money here, it's government that is going to take it from you. You can only take it through the bank. You understand? Because what they have is actually a dictator. But
yes,
so no, I don't even know the way Nigerians. Now, this one that I've told you, you have been flying around with 100 naira, 200 naira, 300 naira. People will not see this. Let me tell you the disadvantage of what Buhari was
hold
doing.
on.
That
Let's not go on now. See, this
no,
is
no,
what I
let me give
saw.
you. Let me wait.
Hold
Let me
on,
tell you.
hold on. You just came and used one point to this in drive everything. Let me just show you this. The official rate and the black market rates are now separate by more than 200. This thing. So just to show you that what I was saying was accurate. Maybe now it has shrunk. Maybe the government is enforcing their own rules that they put in place when they came into office. They always had the ability to close that gap. That
What
gap
is
that you were
your point?
mentioning.
I'm telling you
The
what
point
is
I'm making is that when
obtainable.
you
What is the
hold
point?
on. The point I'm making is that when you said what was the gap when Buhari was in office between the official and black market rate, that gap they had the power to contain it, but they didn't contain it. So when they had
Whatever, what was it? Whether they curtail it or not, what was it? I'm giving
my
in
point, you
during
see, don't
Buhari.
you're not
Let me tell you.
listening.
Okay,
When you're
what
getting
is it?
con, you allow yourself to get con because you are not seeing what they are playing at. When they create a governance problem, they will tell you it's a systemic problem and sabotage the economy with it. He didn't need to float the currency to close that gap. He could have closed the gap by that law that he put in place. You see what I mean? But he didn't do it. He said, oh, the reason why we have to float the currency because of this gap. So he floated the currency, then close the gap.
It's not even only the gap, and I will tell you why it's not only the gap. Because the issue is you can't give what you don't have. If you have money, every country that is rich, where I work here, they have the money. And even what they are doing now is that they were even restricting employing international expatriates now because they don't want their money to be leaving their country because they know how much they are using to defend their currency against dollar. So don't just be thinking Nigeria doesn't have it. How can you be borrowing money to defend your currency? You can't be borrowing money to defend your currency.
Now, let me show you why. You are correct. You shouldn't necessarily be borrowing money to defend your currency. Your country should be manufacturing enough to be able to fund their currencies. But if you cannot fund your currency, what do? You reduce demand. Why did the government not pass policies to reduce demand drastically?
Let me tell you this. There are so many policies, even that Buhari passed that time to reduce demand for foreign goods. He banned importation of a lot of things. But
Yeah, but they didn't enforce it. That's my point. Because if you let me explain to you. Quickly. The point is that one quick point. They could easily say you are not going to get money for this. All those things or they will say they will have a quota that you can't. Once the money gets over this, forget it for that month. You're not going to get anything. Because the idea that they just keep demanding and you keep giving it to them and sabotaging the Nigerian state, you can't keep doing that. Okay, even if you want to borrow, let's say you are right that, okay, the amount, we don't have it and we keep spending money to defend the currency. Let's say you are right there. How about Dangote Refinery coming on stream and you have the ability?
I don't even know
you won't let me go into that one now.
Niger.
Let me let you talk then.
That you are praising Dangote.
Why would I not praise him? Because he's rich.
No,
I don't have any
that
particular thing against him.
You are among the people that are saying, no, why should Nigerian government be spending money on Dangote Refinery, private business? That is even a fake. It's not going to work.
That is not me.
You are there. Your people. I know.
No, that is not me.
They were saying it that time.
I always look at the macro level.
Government?
I know there are a lot of people that disagree with that.
People like Pansat.
Okay, yeah. So my question, guys, quickly.
Do I look like I agree with Pansat on this one? I don't care about those things. I care about what actually works.
So, Niger, why do you make it sound like the Nigerian government is the only source of foreign currency in that country, especially in the country whereby we don't really track the foreign exchange transactions that goes in that country, right? Unlike other places, other countries, you have to go to an official currency exchange business that is registered, that they track the transaction daily or every second, put it that way. So you talking about they're trying to stop the influx of the foreign currency. Nigeria is incapable of doing that. If they ban this and that, but there are so many other ways that the foreign hard currency come to that country and move around.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you, to Niger, you know that even one of the things that encourage removal of subsidy is for the local refinery to thrive.
Yeah.
Do you think that all the achievement that you are now giving to Dangote, if that subsidy is still there, do you think the thing will be visible? Do you think it will be possible for him to even sell his petrol in Nigeria?
Yes, because remember, Nigerian government is still paying for it in dollars. See,
paying for what?
They are still paying for the petrol in dollars. That's the way they are doing it with other people.
Which petrol?
The petrol that
has been saying that we are still heavily importing petrol. That's what
No. Sorry, Prince. I want to get clarification. Which money is Nigeria paying in dollar to petrol?
The petrol that we currently get from overseas, we pay for it in dollars.
How much of it are we getting?
how much petrol we are getting. I think it's over $10 billion a year.
Well, I'm talking about importation.
Yes, it's over $10 billion a year.
Are you talking in the past or now?
Are you okay? Let me show you the graph. Are you looking at this graph here? 30-something% of all our imports to Nigeria is on mineral and oil products.
No.
This is
This
where
thing
petroleum
that you are
lie.
saying, this statistics was when?
This 2023. This one is showing 2023.
Hey, so why should you be giving us statistics of 2023 when we are in 25?
Yeah, my point is that was when
what
he
is
took
your
over.
point? Even for you to
hold on now.
If
you can't ask a question and answer it. When he took over, he had the ability to transfer this 33% that we are using to spend for all our foreign exchange. 30%, 33% of it is on petroleum product. He could collapse it 33% to around 25%, to around 5% or even 7%.
What is? Do you know how much? Do you know how much we are now spending on importation of oil now?
In terms of dollars,
yes,
it's probably not going to be that different. Otherwise, you see the Nigerian currency
let me tell
appreciating.
you know, the issue is when people are trying to let you see the positive, you will receive and you will also be given reason for you not to
let me look
understand
for
what
how
you are
much
saying.
now. How much total?
You cannot have it. You cannot have it now because the people don't
now
turn
so you
out.
don't have it, import of petrol to Nigeria.
Are you not the one that just projected that South Africa has overtaken Nigeria now? So what what other information do you need?
No, what it tells you that the number of the amount of petroleum we import has come down, but it doesn't
drastically. That
come
is
down.
it.
You are not listening, but it doesn't mean that the demand for dollar has reduced. It might be that Nigeria is just paying it to Dangote.
Are you talking about demand for dollar, or you are talking about demand for the money that we spend on fuel?
Demand for dollar, because Nigerian government is
why
going
are you
to spend
sitting
the dollar.
You are talking about
it's the same thing. It's the same thing. No, it's the same thing because Nigerian government I just told you, Nigerian government is going to spend dollar paying Dangote.
Nigeria is not. They are giving crude in naira.
Okay, look at that. Nigeria petrol. Look, are you looking at it? Nigeria petrol imports jump 105% to this in trillion. This was 2024. You see what I'm talking about? This is what I mean.
From where? Wait now. Don't give us from where.
Okay, let's go now. Let's check the link now. Punch. Okay, it says by 2022, the figure further increased to 7.71 trillion before slightly declining to 7.5 trillion in 2023. However, in 2024, fuel import expenditure surged to all-time high of 15.4 trillion naira, marking the largest petrol import bill in Nigeria's history.
How much was it before?
7.5.
7.5 what?
Trillion.
Okay, so is that from what you understand? Was there a significant difference?
If you look at it in naira, it doubled.
But why can you be looking at it in naira? You that you always convert everything to dollar, but now
but that is what that is okay. Narrative. Yeah, hold on now. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to get to you to understand. If you convert it to dollars, because this one that Nigeria spends before, if you convert it to dollars, you are going to see a slight drop, but that is not what you should be seeing.
And it has dropped further now. It has dropped further now. What I'm
going to do is I'm going to search for information in dollars so that we actually get it, so we know where we are. It makes sense, doesn't it?
Because this information that you are giving us was even 2024, and that is mid 2024.
Yeah, 2024
what is the
now.
date?
This is
what
we are still in 2025 now. What did you expect to see? We're 25.
So don't let us belabor that.
So in other words, based on what you said, Tunaja, it sounds like it has dropped by at least 30% or 33%. Because if
no, I don't think not even close to that.
If the volume has doubled, what what are you talking? The naira has depreciated like 3 times its value from that point, but it has doubled. For that reason, I think it has dropped by 30% or more.
That's what I'm trying to say. But you will not see it that way. You will not see it that way.
No. Okay, let's say this one dropped by. Let me see. This stuff dropped by 30-something%. What you are going to get is a reduction by a third. So you are reducing it from 33% to 20% this in import. But you don't see that benefit in the demand for
It's
the
shifting
dollar.
goalpost. Is shifting goalpost now. We are
No,
talking
no, I'm not
about
shifting, but I'm trying to rationalize what you just said. I'm not disagreeing with you.
we are
I'm
talking
saying
about fuel
this.
importation. Wait. We are talking about fuel importation. Forget about demand for dollar. There are two different things. You can demand for dollar to do other things. We are talking about. So why are you now? We just face one. If we are discussing something, face one. Don't be shifting around and be looking for escape route.
Yeah. I'm trying to listen. See, when you said it dropped by 30%, I'm saying that this value on this chart that is 33% will reduce by 30%. You understand? So you break it into three. If you break it into three, it still remains 20 something percent. And that is
Even
on
it's more than
which is
30%. Even
good.
that reduction is more than 30%. That
Mm,
if you look at it, it's more than 30%.
yes. So from what I can see here, the estimate is that Nigeria expenditure on petroleum reached $9.6 billion, marking a significant increase. That's 2024, a significant increase compared to previous year. In 2023, the country spent 4.7 billion this is US dollars on it. So that is the information that they gave to us. And this one is from Reuters, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see what Reuters says. Nigeria posts payment surplus amid
What
reforms.
to Nigeria, all those useless statistics you are getting online, you can see that you are even getting conflicting information. The fact still remain. Everybody, even government put out that one. It is internationally that they say South Africa has overtaken Nigeria. What that one simply tells you is that our importation on fuel has reduced significantly, and it has even reduced further 2025. By the time you are getting started from 2025, you will see that significant drop in it. The reason why they have not even stopped it completely is just not to allow monopoly by Dangote. That's why they still encourage some people to be doing. But by the time we have other refineries like the Boa refinery
You
started
believe
working,
that you truly believe that they are worried about monopoly? Man, I
eh,
don't know what you will believe anything.
everybody
Only
choose what
good
they
for
need
Nigeria,
to
which for
believe. You
years.
understand?
Okay, let's
So
check what has happened here, because you are saying South Africa overtook Nigeria in terms of petroleum import, which is good from that point of view. But let's see by how much and why it happened. Sometimes you have to get into the details. I think these are the number reports. The new reports by energy consultancies. Okay, it says according to studies, Nigeria imported 3.1 million tons of refined petroleum products during the first 3 months of this year, a significant decline compared to previous years. In contrast, South Africa imported 4.2 million tons during the same period. So, what was the previous one? That would have been good to know. What was the previous importation in the first quarter of, let's say, 2022 or 2023? It would have been good to know that. They just said a significant decline, but they didn't say how much. So, that would be good to know. Let's see. Okay, that I think they are not necessarily giving us this in a clear indication, but based on what Reuters is showing,
you know what you are doing to Nigeria. If it is a
yes.
negative news, you will not be fact checking and be asking for. You just fly with it. Now,
No,
being positive, you want to know the details. You want to know how much, whether it's
of course,
significant or
all of
not.
them. I try to know
It
all
is
of them in
just
details. What are you talking about?
that is
So you so
nonsense.
so you want me to know the details when it comes to the decline of the value of the naira, but I shouldn't know the details when it comes to petroleum. I want to know the details because it's important. What if the decline, what they call significant, is about 10% or 5%? Significant means different things to different economies. You see what I mean? They'll say significant drop.
Even
What if
10% drop, 10% drop is significant when it
10%
comes to an
drop?
economy.
No, it's not significant when the opposite headwind has taken more than 3 times more. You see what I mean?
Okay,
So
so
it
let us
depends on
leave
the
that
context.
case. So in petroleum, and then even if you look at it before Buhari left, a lot of international oil companies were leaving Nigeria. All of them are coming back now, and they are putting money and they are investing more. ExxonMobil, Total Finance, and others. In fact, Total has invested over $10 billion in offshore exploration in Nigeria now. That's what they are doing now. So you can see now that petroleum, and if you look at it now, even presently, we are not making much from crude exports because of the forward sales that they have done. All the money that
who
they
is
are
doing?
selling
Who
now,
did it? Who did them? Who did the forward
forget
sale?
about it. Forget
Is it not the
we are
same
talking
APC and
about a
this current
shift.
government doing it?
Forget about it. It's not the
This
current
current
government.
government is also doing forward sales.
They are
Are
not
you
doing any
holding them
forward
account?
sale. They are
Okay,
not doing
let's see now.
forward sale. All the forward
Let's
sales
search
have
now.
been done. Check.
Forward sales on crude in Nigeria. Loan loan. I think it's normally under loans. So Nigeria forward sales of crude oil involved a deal where so we're looking at forward sales hit 21 billion in 6 years, and raising concerns on domestic supply obligation. Nigerian crude backed loans have totaled 2.7 billion since 2019, affecting domestic. Okay, that's true, but what should bother you more is that they are taking out more. If you can watch this, but this is about 15 minutes long, so you can see the exchange there. They are looking to take more that is going to cost us till 2034 to be able to pay off. Why are you going for that type of loans when you have local refineries that you need to supply?
Forget about it. We have shifted from that now. We are not doing that again, which is a positive.
But I just told you they are looking to do more.
They are not doing it. Those say they are looking. Something that somebody has not done.
Let me just try to narrow this thing very quickly. So we'll try to narrow it instead of searching all over the internet. Does Indian government want to borrow or take loan on forward sales let's just put it that way. Let's see. It's agnostic. If it's not true, it's not going to say anything about it. As of now, the Nigerian government has proposed securing loans against forward sales, often referred to this means borrowing this thing. So they are saying, you see what it says? As of now, the Nigerian government has proposed securing loans on forward sales. So as of now, he didn't even list any specific one. Now let me ask you to this. It says so in short, yes.
I don't even know if you need. I don't all this thing that you are doing.
Hold on now. Let me ask you to provide proof, please.
Oh God.
Thanks. Please.
This you don't even know anything. I think your brain is really ChatGPT.
Of this, so it can provide link to where this information is present. That in a way is a better charge, is a better Google, because Google, you will just keep searching everywhere and you will not see it. So and okay, now look at that. Nigerian government can new board reform this thing Nigerian debt on new World Bank loan to support reforms, and Nigeria may spend 50% or more on fuel subsidy in this in 2020. Don't even go there with this one. This one is crazy. This one I've already talked about it before. So I want to see legislative concerns, evidence of oil forward sales. Okay, so this one is in 2023. Nigeria secured 3.3 billion loan from African Export Bank. This bank, I'm not a big fond of them. They just keep taking money like this. They always take with crude oil. Bank, this Afexi Bank, I think, is that not the one that Desina is head of? They keep taking our crude oil. This arrangement involve pledging. This is under this government too. As you guys can see, this is under this government that I just told you about.
What is the date?
2023, August 2023.
When in 2023? When in 2023?
Yes, August 2023. The government was in office at that time. So, and they are looking to take more. I'm not even talking about the past. Okay, wasn't on there. They are looking to take more. That's the one that bothers me more.
They are not. They are, since I can tell you, this government has never taken any loan on forward sales. I can give you categorically they have never. So do all this your ChatGPT or whatever they are looking to do, looking. Don't look for it's something the government has not done. You cannot say they have done it. So
Wow, look
forget
at that.
let's
Can you see this? Can you see this? Approximating 20 billion US dollars to be delivered over 5 years. The loan is aimed to stabilize the Nigerian foreign exchange market and address it. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. They cause damage to the Nigerian people and they still borrow money anyway. They still keep borrowing
what do you
money.
understand? What do you understand by because you know there was this thing that is in the social media that
I
Nigeria
thought they
wants to borrow
floated the currency. Why are they still borrowing money to support the currency? I thought they floated it. Are you seeing it with your own eyes now?
I
You want
don't
to go
see
to the
anything.
page
I
where the
can't see
information is.
anything of what you are
Oh,
saying
let,
or
let me
charging.
zoom in now. Let me zoom in. It says $12.8 billion to be delivered over 5 years. The loan aimed to stabilize Nigerian foreign exchange market and address liquidity issues. That is basically defending the Naira. Liquidity issues is
That is your
defending
own
the Naira.
understanding of that.
That's what liquidity means now. You don't have money to pay your obligations now.
Guy,
So you need to make sure.
tell your president you make
This
take
guy
time.
has come
You know,
again.
Who is that?
tell
I
Tinubu
don't know
That's
you.
make
how he
he
calls
remove
them as pay rubbish,
all
and
those
then
tax for import. Are you understand? Eh? Which kind of nonsense be this one now? Eh? Person will
What's
go and
happening?
buy
what is
car.
he saying?
I don't know what you're saying. Let's see.
No, that is how he behave every time now.
Okay, so the point we're making was that you can see now that some of the things that they do, even fuel subsidies, they spend $8 billion defending the mess that they created. Now they are spending 12 point something $billion. This same money, they just needed 1 point something $billion to make sure Nigeria's 20% stake in Dangote refinery was secure. They didn't do it. Man, you see why I'm angry. You see why I'm angry with this government.
You get angry because that
It's
you
annoying.
understand little or nothing.
You should be angry too.
Because
How can
you
you
are
have
not
a potential for the country to be earning so much money from Dangote refinery and this government cut the Nigerian people's leg out of it? What kind of wickedness is that?
Nigerian people's leg out of what?
Out of Dangote refinery, because Nigeria had 20% stake in Dangote refinery and they cut it down to 7 point something
How
percent
did you
when they had the
even
money.
Oh,
Very
hold on,
wicked people.
wait, just calm down. All those things that you people are hearing that time was not true.
Oh my God. What was not true again?
It wasn't true. Even all these rumor and Nigeria has 20% stake. In what way did they have it?
Okay, now let's check it. Did Nigeria have 20% stake in Dangote refinery? Please provide proof, because some eggheads eggheads yeah. Oh my God. Let's see. Okay, now you hope you are seeing that now. Nigeria, this is the Nigerian petroleum company initially agreed to acquire 20% equity stake in Dangote Refinery. However, due to non-payment of the full agreed payment, NNPC stake was reduced to 7.2%. Now you see my anger. The money that they needed to pay was about this. I think, let me say, Dangote refinery part $2.7 billion crude oil. They just needed to supply Dangote that, and they didn't do it, and yet they still went on to borrow 12 point something $billion to stabilize the currency. Man, you see, when I keep saying this stuff, that this government, the way they are behaving, it's like they are just sabotaging the Nigerian people. That is how they are behaving. Okay, can you argue that oil refinery company is not profitable? Is that the reason why? No, that is not the reason why. The only reason why they did it, for the life of me, I can't even understand it, other than to sabotage the Nigerian state. I don't understand why they do this thing that they do. It doesn't make sense. You see a profitable business that is ready made to make money, and you remove Nigerian stake in it, so that we are poorer for it. Do you know the profit you would have been making from Dangote refinery would have been more than enough to pay student loans fees? It will even double it, the budget for student loans, the profit alone. But they pull Nigerian money out of it, and then you go and still take loans nonetheless. Billions upon billions, you keep borrowing, but you can't invest it in something that Nigerians are going to profit from. Man, I tell you, this is my problem with this our government, our people. You have to open your eye to see some of the behavior that this government portrays. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, who has you see Temilade? You can say I don't know anything, but tell me now, if you see business that's making money and your own government go and take your investment out of it, would you be happy? You are here. I don't know why you will support nonsense. Just because you love the man. Yeah, you can love him all you want, but is he doing anything to help your children? What kind of betrayal be that? If somebody is doing something that is not good, you should call them out, because we are all going to suffer for it too. Whether you support him or not, even if he's paying you, it doesn't make any difference. You are still going to suffer. Even himself is going to suffer. You see, the mistake our people make is that they forget that all this they are doing, we are all going to pay for it. It's not only me. Even Tinubu himself is going to pay for it. He thinks he's getting away with it. All his power, all his wealth come from the fact that Nigeria exists. If you make that state weaker, your wealth is going to be weaker. Almost all that money, many of the money they own is overseas. That money is in the mercy of foreigners. If all the people, all your children that are going overseas, they are nothing. They are living at the mercy of foreigners. Whenever the foreigners don't want them, they will kick them out. Whenever the foreigners don't want to preserve their wealth, they will seize it. All this nonsense that we do, it doesn't get us anywhere. We are all going to pay for it in the end. We like it or not. I don't understand why people will just be selling themselves short all the time just because you want to play stupid politics. I don't care about politics. I don't care about politics. It doesn't matter what party you are in. It doesn't matter what religion you are in. But when your children go to hospital, do they get good treatment? When your people go outside at night, are they looking behind their back, worried that they are safe? When you go to market, are you able to buy food and eat and sleep peacefully and know that you are well fed? What kind of country is that where your people are running your country to the ground all the time? If you travel overseas, everybody's watching you like you're coming to steal from their country. We can barely even travel. Even, do you know, British people can just wake up overnight, pick their passport, and travel anywhere in the world. Why is it that we can do that? Does it not bother you people? Does it not bother you people that our people live like we are in bondage? Like our legs are
And
chained.
so,
We can't seek opportunities.
Niger, what do you think is the problem?
The problem is our people, that they are not seeing clearly that when their government are sabotaging them, if they cannot see it, then the sabotage will continue.
It's not, I don't even understand what we understand by government.
Government are the people that are in office to govern the state, to manage the state's affairs.
And let me tell you, government is not only limited. In fact, the politician, they don't take 5% of the people in government. The people in government are my sister, your brother, your uncle, and everybody. They are the ones that are sabotaging themselves.
I know. I'm not disagreeing with that. That's 100%. It's us.
If you look at,
are you not seeing Temilade criticizing me for saying this? It's us that are doing it.
We are the ones sabotaging ourselves. In essence, course. That is just it.
I'm trying my best not to do that. I'm trying my best to see beyond my nose.
Let me show you an example. You know, there was this viral video of a policeman collecting money along maybe somewhere around or Benin Road. And he was even asking people for fuel. You know, they were not discussing the matter on Arise. You know, all these are pro things that they do on Arise. And Rufai Osini was saying, no, they should not blame the policeman, no, because they are not well funded. Nigeria will always look for excuse for people to do bad things. And Abati has to stop him, say, don't say this kind of thing. There should be no reason for anybody to steal. There should be no. You cannot be hiding. Everybody will be hiding under the name of, okay, maybe we are not paid. That's why we are doing this. We are not doing this. If that is, we cannot be giving. There's no excuse for immorality.
And this guy didn't disagree with him. But the problem with Abati there now is if some other person was in office now, let's say P2B was in office, his opinion would change based on that. And that is the problem I don't like about Nigerians.
Abati,
they are not
so you want
objective
to tell
people.
me
Their
that
opinion.
Abati, so what?
Abati is very biased. And for
speaking?
crying out loud, he was even part of the government this in what's his name? The former PDP. This thing. He's very very biased. Let's not pretend as if he's level headed.
No, the issue is this. The issue is this. What Rufai said, is it right to say that?
See, both are right, and both can be right. My issue is that some of them, they will have this opinion one moment, and the next minute they will change based on the issue, the person that is in office. That is the problem. They are not consistent.
Let me
seek the truth.
Let me say this same Rufai. Let me tell you this Rufai. This same Rufai was sponsored by OT to come to Abia, to come and defend all those illegality that is doing that in Abia State.
I don't know how many illegalities that OT is doing. All I can hear about
let me ask you. I think I've asked you this question before. Is it right for somebody to be running government from his own house, using his own house as government house, and appropriating money? Appropriating money and constructing more building inside his own compound to run government activities?
Okay, now let's put it this way.
So you don't want to defend it now? Is that what you want to do?
No. I'm not. See, I'm trying to approach it from a dispassionate point of view.
Hey,
you have to look at the reasoning behind it, because some people
cannot. Let me tell you, the question you're supposed to ask yourself: he is not the first governor of that state. You understand what I'm saying? We've had like 4 or 5 governors before him. Where are they staying?
See, your thing is that you are chasing an ant when you should be looking at the elephant. Question you have to ask yourself is, to what end is that action? What is he trying to achieve by doing that? Is he trying to enrich himself?
Okay, so what do you think he's trying to achieve? No, just tell me. What do you think?
That's what I'm trying to find out. And if you bothered, I don't know the issue. I can investigate it. I can even search. The funny thing about ChatGPT might actually know it. After all, if you can search it on the internet, ChatGPT also has access to it. So we can find out his reasoning for doing that. Sometimes the reasoning may actually be for the greater good of the people.
It's not doing for greater good. If you are a government, you are appropriating a budget of almost 15 billion too, and everything goes to your house. Civil servant has to be traveling 50 kilometers every day to go to your hometown to go and run government house. It's not as if his house is located in Abao. It's located in his own village. And you want to be rationalizing that, you want to be defending that.
Hello.
I want to investigate. I want to investigate it now while we are here, so we know the reasoning. Because if the reasoning is shallow and is of no importance to the state, definitely it deserves to be condemned. That's for sure.
I don't think there's any reason why should somebody be running.
Hello, Tunaja.
Hey, hi, Oroyo. I can hear you.
What is wrong if you just say Rufai? What Rufai said is not good. You are saying 2 of them are right.
And at the end of the day, is saying is that the police officer doesn't get enough salary.
What is blaming Nigerians for? That's what he's doing. He too doesn't see anything wrong if it suits his own sentiment. You understand? That is what we do to ourselves.
No.
And he will be blaming other people, will be shouting on top of his voice.
Is it wrong to say that the police officer doesn't get enough salary?
And then he should not be collecting 5 liters of fuel and 5,000.
And it's not justification. He's explaining. He's not justifying it all.
He's justifying it. He said because he was not well taken care of. That is why he's collecting the money.
No, that is not justification. When somebody tries to explain situation, it's wrong to just say that they are justifying it. I don't think
we have no way
see, come on, man. Rufai that is often like more righteous than the righteous will go and justify somebody taking bribe. I don't think it will ever do that.
Tunaja.
Yes.
Let me tell you the truth. all of us, even sometimes, even the politicians are even better than us. Because the way we talk, when when it is our criminal, there is no problem. But if it is their criminal, there is problem. And by so doing, we are not going anywhere. We are doing a disservice to the country. Let us say it the way it is. That is the only way we can make progress. But if we try to justify some and try to exonerate some and leave some, we will not go anywhere. We will just be deceiving ourselves.
Yeah.
So something that is not good is not good. Sometimes I will make some kind comments when people are trying to justify some evil. I will say, okay, so this one is doing good evil. Just like Alex Oti that Simba is talking about. So will you say that one is, will you justify that one now? That what he did is right? Okay, after his administration now, what will happen to to his house, government house? What is going
He
to
will
happen
not
to
talk
the
again
house?
now. Nigeria will
No,
not
no,
talk
no.
again.
I'm reading this now. I'm reading this. Sorry, sorry, sorry.
Is you are
Apologies.
reading the reasons. You are
No,
reading the
I'm
reason,
reading the
Abi.
reasoning
Is there
behind it
any all
now.
this reason that you
There's
listed now?
there's
Was
no
there
reason
anything?
now.
There is no.
It,
Can there be any
it,
reason? Why
it
can't you
cannot.
invest? Okay, let me tell you, the money that is using to build other buildings, construct other buildings in his house, can't it be use it to furnish wherever I want to stay that will belong to the government?
Yeah, no, don't worry. We're going to ask this question whether he's doing that already. Maybe he's already doing it and you don't know.
He's
Huh?
not doing anything. Forget about it. This is
This
2 years, 2 years,
this
second 2 years already in his private apartment.
He considered the
Simba,
renovation of the government house
Sim,
a lower priority
Simba,
compared to
Simba,
boosting
do you know one thing?
Okay.
for the state government
Simba,
initiated.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
Simba,
listening, Oroyo.
let me tell you one thing. I observe that what Nigerians do is that like my state governor now, I'm from Delta State. If I bring out my governor now, if I'm criticizing my governor, everybody will join me to crucify my governor. But when it gets to their turn, they will want to preserve their own. And at the end of the day, we are not helping ourselves.
Exactly.
And even
Look
some
at him.
persons,
Look at him. If I say it's one APC governor that is doing that, he will take it. He will not go and chat. Look at him. He's typing since starting
it will
searching
take
ChatGPT, looking
it will
for
take it
excuse.
to the
He's
next
just looking
level.
for excuse. Everything that he has
Why are
did
you
so
people
far doesn't
anti-knowledge?
look
You have to get to
acceptable
the
to
truth
him.
of things. So you just want me to believe what you say without checking the truth. If it was you, somebody came and told me something about you, I just believe them. Is that a good
Continue
thing?
now. So continue. We
Uh-uh.
want to see how the outcome of whatever you are doing. Now come and tell us that we are waiting for you.
So now not go kill us. Simba,
Yes.
Simba, I even
Yes.
made up my mind there that if it is the type of Nigeria that people like two Nigeria are looking for, I'm not coming to Nigeria again. I leave Nigeria for them. I
You are
leave
welcome.
Nigeria.
You are
I leave.
welcome to leave Nigeria. I
I,
wish,
I leave.
if this is your reasoning, then Tinubu should pack out so that people
No,
that actually think straight,
Finish
objectively,
what you are
should be in
wasting
the
our
country.
time. Oh.
the
Okay,
To
straight
okay.
Nigeria, you are wasting our
So
two
time. We
Nigeria.
want to
that
discuss this matter.
since assuming
We
Two
want to
office,
Nigeria.
discuss this
I don't
matter.
want to think
head
straight the
officials
way you
to
people are thinking. Your
take
straight is too straight.
the consumption of new structures within is private property at taxpayers' expense. So they said reports has been raised concerns. So allegations of public expenditure on private residents. Reports indicate that since assuming office, Governor Oti has conducted official state functions, including executive council meetings and reception for visiting officials from his private residence. According to Abia Good Governance Coalition, approximately 4 large buildings have been erected within the governance compound to provide office spaces for government officials. The group claims that the cost of maintaining This setup, including security and logistics, imposes a significant financial burden on the state. Further reports suggest that the state government spent over 2 million monthly on fueling vehicles, officials traveling between Umuahia and the governor. Additionally, the deployment of Nigerian army personnel. Okay, that's that. The government's response. Governor Oti has defended his decision to operate at his private residence, citing the dilapidated condition of the official government house in Umuahia. He stated that renovating the existing structures would require significant funds, which he deemed better allocated to pressing needs such as infrastructure concerns. The governor has also emphasized the commitment to reducing cost of governance, asserting that his administration permits only necessary expenditure. While there are allegations of public funds being used to construct and maintain facilities within the Governor Otis' private residence, the administration maintains that these decisions are driven by fiscal prudence and a focus on state critical needs. The situation continues to be subject of public debate and scrutiny. Personally, if this is true, it is wrong. You can't do that. You can't build structures in your private property because in the name of saving money. Because
no, what other truth? What other truth are you looking for? That
no.
So it's still not true to you now.
I'm telling you now.
You don't believe your ChatGPT again?
No. I've read ChatGPT. I'm telling you now because there are nuances. Because this statement here didn't deny that he didn't build properties in his compound, and this statement here said some groups stated it. They didn't state it as a fact that there's evidence to it. They just stated that these groups are accusing him of doing it. So now, on balance, it appears he actually, because he is not denying it here. There's no denial. Say, oh, we didn't construct those things here, and this is what the report, the summary is here. So that's why I said, if it is true, and you know it is true, or you believe it is true, it is wrong. You can't.
So Nigeria, but
you can't pretend as if you're trying to save money by building structures in your private property that the state cannot take back. Except of course, by the time he wants to go back to his main area, the state he has to pay the state back for it, for that this, because now the state cannot exactly uproot the property and take it away, except they state it that way. But you see, that's the problem with Nigeria now. He didn't state it that way, did he? That's what I don't like with Nigerian government, DC governors. Why would you put property there? What if I was the one that was doing it? I would say, okay, I'm doing it to save money, but when it's time for when the state governor's property is ready, I'm going to pay all the expenses for this property that was spent here to the state back. That is what you're supposed to do, not pretend as if this is shifty behavior in Nigeria. And if that is true, it's wrong. He shouldn't do that. It's wrong behavior.
So Nigeria, but the guy just said he acknowledged that he is doing it because of a dilapidated government house. The guy is just a petty criminal, a petty one. Him be. He and Obi they the same category.
Oh, stop it! Why do you? So yeah. Hold on. I think I probably need to stop it after he leaves office. When the state governor's property is ready, or after he leaves. Yeah, after he leaves office. That's important. We know what the plans are after he leaves office. That is where the real crux is now, because this is our behavior that Nigerians do, where they always want to reap money from the Nigerian state. It's wrong. You can't keep doing that. I think somebody proposed that there should be death penalty for public officials that steal public funds, and I really think that they should be that way if we take this thing seriously, because they stop these stupid behaviors of theirs. As of now, Governor Oti's administration has not publicly disclosed this detailed plan. This is my problem. This current government does it a lot too. Now they want to borrow $22 or so billion. They'll say they want to invest it in this. They will not tell you precisely what they're going to do with the money. Oh, we'll put it in health, we'll put it in education, They won't tell you precisely what the money is meant for, so that people can track it. But this is the cheating that the government, our state, our country experiences. In the UK, here in America, if they take money, they'll tell you what they're going to do with the money. These people, I don't know what they are doing with the money, and this is wrong. What I'm saying here, it is wrong. It's clearly wrong. You can't use public funds to construct property in your private land. Then you don't have any plans on how you are going to transfer that value back to the state after you leave office or after the governor's residence has been built. That is a problem, and he better address it. And that's my take from it. It's something he has to address, and I think it would be stupid not to address it, because he's supposed to have a good reputation for governance, isn't it? So to do something like this would just tarnish his image totally. It will tarnish everything. I'm sure even obedience will not be happy with him. They would not be. Obedience hates people like this. They literally hate people that do this type of things. They will not defend it. So that's my take on it anyway. As you can see, I'm supposed to support Peter Obi in terms of his approach to politics. I'm not like an obedient, but I support his approach to politics compared to the others. And I know his supporters will not defend this. They will not sit here and defend this nonsense. If they see that he's spending money in his private property. And you see, this term transparency is very important. It's really, really important. You have to let people know what you are doing with their stuff. But Nigerians, we are used to our government not being transparent with us, and we keep accepting it over and over again. But that is that anyway. I think this issue has been trashed, and I gather that Natasha Akpoti has gone to court, and from what one man is saying, that story might get quite hot in the coming days and months. Especially given that evidence will start coming forward. What if she's got evidence on what transpired and she starts sharing them? God help us what that could lead to. And again, one of the reasons why I support that lady was because her politics is relatively good, generally compared to the others. Her politics is way better than the other people's politics in terms of trying to do the right thing by the people. Even if she tries to enrich herself, I'm sure she too has made money. Many Nigerian politicians make money from being in politics, let's face it. But
can I talk?
Yeah, of course you can talk. You're free to talk. I've been talking forever now. You can talk.
You talk to let me talk.
All right.
My own is whoever they support this government is a terrorist, Nigeria, this government scatter our economy. Everything scatter. Cannot do business in that country today. All the business in that country have collapsed. I don't know. Tinubu will be one-time president in that country. He will never come back 2027. Whoever they support this terrorist government, that person will never be well with that person. Today cannot buy something you can buy 5 naira before. Today is 20 naira. Look at our economy. Look at our cement, building materials, everything. It cannot be, poor man cannot be house today. Which kind of government be this one now? Poor man cannot be house. He cannot rent house, cannot rent good house. Imagine, self-contained now in Nigeria, 1 point something million. Which kind of government be this? Somebody is here now supporting this government to come back, or what? Come back, do what? Self-contained, a room and parlor in Nigeria today, 1 point something million. Naira is finished. Naira is gone, as subsidy is gone. Every time. Please, let me help us in that country. It's the outside country. They live good life. They drive car without spending money complete. Why not Nigeria? You outside country. You have water, you have electricity. That place you are now, maybe since 14 years, the NEPA never take light. Leper, never take light there. You dey enjoy your light, everything. He still support this government of Tinubu. It's not fair, man. Let us tell ourselves truth. Government Tinubu is a failure. It's a failure.
So what is the solution?
And some people will be supporting him not buying Nigerian made. I think somebody was arguing that he doesn't have to buy Nigerian made products.
Imagine. See, for decades. I use 4 decades they use 20 million naira to build. Now, if you not have 100 or something million, it cannot be house. It cannot build house.
What is the solution?
Solution is let that man go and rest and take care of grandchildren.
And who should be there?
Let him go. Let him go. Because Nigeria cannot continue.
And when he goes, who should be there?
Let us check out. Let us check any just a youth, Let us check a youth or a businessman. Let us check a businessman or a youth.
Like who?
P2P can do better than Tinubu. P2P is a businessman. Yes. Let me tell you, P2P will perform 100% than Tinubu. Let me tell you.
Can I ask you a question?
Solly, do you know that Buhari is actually performing better than Tinubu right now?
Okay, but yeah, I know that.
So you can see that, and Buhari is not that. Buhari is not exactly that brilliant.
How can you even say that with your own mouth? How can you open your mouth?
No, I'm telling you because if you look at the figures under Buhari's government, Nigerian GDP, this is per capita and GDP actually grew. Under Tinubu, it has halved in 2 years.
It doesn't really matter.
Why do you say it doesn't matter? That is all that truly matters.
How did it have?
You are comparing F9 to E8. Both of them is still failure. I don't care.
Oh God.
How did it have?
The reason why Tinubu's one was quite remarkable was that he basically collapsed, because what he did was, one, he removed fuel subsidies in such a way that led to chaos in the Nigerian economy, led to inflation, and the Nigerian economy suffered for that. Then he also that's true. It's the way he did it. It's the way he didn't remove it, but he executed it. Secondly, in terms of the foreign exchange, which is the core of the problem, he floated the Nigerian currency without necessary restraint, and he ended up borrowing money to defend the Nigerian currency, while it's like we are suffering for nothing. You're basically suffering for nothing.
But Nigeria has been doing that since.
And the final sin was not tapping into Dangote refinery's potential for the Nigerian state. He's supposed to use Dangote refinery to reduce the demand for dollars in Nigeria because we're spending our money on petrol.
But allegedly he has his own refinery, so that's conflict of interest for him. You guys can suffer. But anyways, like I said, he's comparing E8 to F9. Please let me interrogate this.
I hope you guys have enjoyed your session. I'm surprised I didn't hear Rational Man first. You see, this one they left it for you people now. You guys, you enjoy yourself very good. I hope you guys are happy about that.
Well, how do you mean? The conversation has been going okay, I guess.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be going okay because all of you agree with each other.
Are you not happy?
You guys are very happy. You guys have been agreeing with each other. Nobody have come to.
No. We didn't agree with each other. We are not agreeing because Nigeria is here defending the highest corruption in the land. Defending OT that using government.
I'm not defending OT. What did I say? I didn't defend OT. What are you going on about? I didn't defend OT. I said he's wrong.
You didn't condemn it the way I want you to condemn it.
What do you want me to condemn it? How do you want me to condemn it? How do you want me to condemn it? I say he's wrong, and I went on to describe how bad it is. This is what I'm saying.
Don't say it passively. This one that you are telling Solly now.
I even talked about death penalty for such behavior.
One thing I noticed about you, Tunaija, you always have one or two information that you go about telling every day. Now, the new one now is not is the new one that I just found now is Tinubu not investing in Dangote, and that one for the next 2 months.
No,
That's
no,
what
no, no.
we're hearing from
You
him.
have the GDP.
So
I'm gonna nail it so that you hear it because it is true and it is important.
because
These are
the GDP
important, eh?
one, wait now, the GDP one, you be singing that one, you don't
No, no, no.
tired of
But the
that
GDP
one.
is true. It's linked to that
So
point.
you
But I'm
everybody you
making it
can
clearer for
predict
you to
what you will
see.
say every time. But this
I
one
will
that you just
say
say,
it until you
Solly,
understand it.
can you imagine a
Eh?
governor? Wait,
It
oh,
takes
let
a
me
while
talk.
for you to
Don't
get it to
intervene.
make
Oh,
here
I want
now.
to give
I
Solly
will keep
information.
saying it.
Wait now, keep quiet.
The conversation is so lazy. That's why I just
Keep quiet.
ignore.
Keep
Oh, look at
quiet.
this one talking about
Keep
lazy.
quiet.
Go
You
arrest
know,
Jare.
Solly, let me give you this. We have a governor in Nigeria that has spent over 20 billion taxpayer money running his house.
Who is that?
OT.
Now that's disappointing.
You can imagine somebody move government house from the capital Humahia to a village 50 kilometers away, and is constructing government house building inside his own compound, making civil servants to travel every day. If they want to have an executive meeting, you understand, you know how they are running. So people will be moving from Humahia to go and work in his own
So
house,
then,
in his own
then
private
there's no
apartment.
difference. Then there's no
No
difference between him
obedience to
and
support it. No
there is
obedience to
no
support
there
that
is
behavior.
no let me
There
give my
was,
analysis.
Solly, there was. You know, that's what I'm telling you. That these
No.
people it's not as if they want a better country because they wanted their own corruption.
Yes.
You are
You
right in
understand?
so many ways. You are right in
And
so
you
many
will
ways.
see, they will say this
This
is the
thing.
best governor we ever had in Nigeria. He's doing this, he's doing that.
Simba, but how come, like for example, now I can guarantee almost more than 80% of us on this platform never knew that. How come they are hiding this information?
They will hide it now. They will hide it. Let me tell you, if it is an opposition, if it is an
hiding it. I think
APC,
everybody knows about it.
to Niger, if it is if it is an APC governor, they will bring it out to the public and they will blow it so that the whole world will hear about it. But it's their own now, they are concealing it.
Now I know.
I think they're not hiding it. I think people know about this already from what I gather.
Nobody knew. Most of us are hearing it for the first time.
Will anybody here compare David Umahi as a governor to Peter Obi?
No. When you go to, we should go to Ebonyi, you see, in fact, as you enter Ebonyi, you see what Umahi did. You can't see anything that Obi did in Anambra.
I saw what Obi did. Stop going on. I saw what he did when I was there.
Simba, David Umahi failed in terms of safety. It doesn't matter what he builds. If he could not safeguard his people, then it's a failure. 100%. Yes.
What do you mean by
doesn't
he
matter
failed
what
in
he
terms of
builds.
safety?
With all this terrorism that was going on, he couldn't handle it. Was he not the one that said that they should start allowing them to carry gun?
When?
No, it's not David Umahi now. What are you saying?
Who is that?
First of all, you ask him which state
David Umahi is now the current works minister now.
And now he's the one that I'm talking about now.
Which state?
Let me see. It's not Benue State.
It's not Benue State now. You don't know. That is the problem. That's one of the problems that we have in Nigeria. David Umahi is Ebonyi State, not Benue.
Not
it's
Benue.
It's Otum that was the former governor of Benue State.
Okay. Yes.
There was improvement in many southeastern states, I must say, when I drove past there. Even more improvement in those days than Port Harcourt.
Sorry, that is where you look at it now. These people are worse. But because they have presence on the social media, they are very loud. You understand? So that's what they do.
I don't see them as worse. I just feel like Alex Oti is running the same kind of structure Lagos State is running. There's no difference.
It's even
You
worse.
build
What is running? Let me tell you, what is running is even worse, worse than what they are running in Lagos. Okay, you can imagine somebody spending billions, appropriating billions every year, and he'll be developing his own personal property in the name of running the state in his
But
personal apartment.
he has given that state more development than they've. If you want to check the percentage of growth, they've had a
Eh,
very, very high growth
What do you mean
percentage.
by what? How do you measure that?
The amount of amenities that he has provided to the
It's
state
because of
compared
what you
to
are
what
seeing in social media. Have you been there? This
No,
one
now
now,
they
if,
have
if we don't tell
now they
you
have
this,
24 hours electricity now, right?
it's a lie. All those electricity you heard, you heard about what 24 hours that it was a lie.
See, let's not over egg it here. By
Well,
governing standard, I think Governor Oti is performing more than most, given the
yeah,
By your own standard, we
Abia
have
State was one of
governors.
the
Let me tell
worst
you,
governed
we
states
have
in
governors.
Nigeria. It was one of
Wait,
the
wait,
worst governed states in Nigeria
wait. Let
when
me
it
tell
got
you,
and
Naija.
if you want to say that it's social media, if you look at Lagos social media, you think it's one of the best places in Africa without any sewage
exactly.
problem or
So you want to
So
compare Abia with Lagos? Is
no.
that what you are
No,
saying?
I'm not comparing. I'm using stats. I'm using stats. For
Hmm.
example, if you are looking at the growth of a place, you are comparing it to how it was before. If it has 50 years where it was made and 45 years has not had any growth, and in the last 5 years it has had significant growth, you can't compare the
5 years.
percentage to
5 years. He said 5 years.
yes,
Has
yes.
this spent 5 years?
If wait now, if in 5 years it has had more growth than the last 45 years, then its stats are different from Lagos that has been having gradual youth growth yearly. Yeah. So that even if Lagos puts another train, right? Maybe that'll just be like compared to the whole state, maybe just 1%, 2% growth. But if Alex Oti does 10 roads, that's going to be like it's going to surely be like maybe 40%, 50%, 60% growth. So based on their previous antecedents, yes, they are having a fast growth for them. For them. But that Peter Obi supporter, I wanted to interrogate him, but he ran away. You people didn't
Okay,
let
you
me
can
interrogate.
interrogate me
Yeah.
as a P2B supporter.
Okay.
No,
All right.
okay.
So
Let me chime in real quickly.
your problem is that
Uh,
who is that?
Hold on, so,
Praise
sorry,
God.
1 second. Yeah. So, tonight just said, Alex, what is Alex Otis' achievements actually, if you can enumerate? But Simba was trying to get you tonight, because you like to talk a lot. Trying to get you to talk about Alex Otis' corruption, right? So apart from the money spent or he's spending to build new buildings on his own premises in his village, that government officials have to travel like miles and miles away. So the overall cost, okay, that is costing the government and individuals is by the end of this term or term or two will be so much that probably defeat any savings he was trying to realize
Prince
by
Daddy,
abandoning
all those
the government
commissioners,
house. Huh?
Prince Daddy, all those commissioners that will be going there every time, they're taking the stakeholder, and then they
That's
will
what I'm
put the
saying.
cost of
The total
transportation.
cost of what he's doing. See, Alex Otzi. I mean, and at the end of the day, Tunisia was saying that okay, it would be nice for him to account for how much he spent so he can pay the government back. Really, is that the way it works? The guy is nothing but a criminal. At the end of the day, he's going to confiscate the building, whatever he spends. He's going to keep everything. He's not going to pay nothing back. Okay, this is a classic corruption right here. But you want to talk about his achievements?
See,
Go ahead.
I agree with you when you say that if he erects structures in his private property and he doesn't
It's
transfer
not
the
if
funds
he,
back.
it's not if he has erected, he has
You can
erected.
say that all you want. I will use my own words to describe what the same condemnation is still the same condemnation. I'm not sure why the nuances are much of consequence here. The point is, if he did it and he didn't return the money back to
How
the
will he return
state,
the money? How can you say if?
because
How can
because
he return the
because
money?
let me explain to you how that can happen. Let's say you spend 50 billion naira building those structures, and at the end of his time in the office, then he's able to sell it to private individuals to return that money back to the state.
He will
Yes.
sell his own house, his own personal house. He will sell it.
But that's my point.
So
But if he
what? No,
doesn't do that,
what you are
oh,
saying,
you're not listening.
Naija,
If he
how
doesn't do
does
that,
it
then it's
make
a
sense?
big.
How
That's
does
a
it
big
make
problem.
sense to you? What you are
And
saying, how does it make sense to you?
see, it
That
makes
he will
sense.
sell it and return the
Oh,
money
if
to
you let
government?
me finish, you will
You're
understand.
going to
Remember,
follow. You're going
while
to
You
I
are
was
follow.
just
You're going to
submitting,
follow
rationalizing
through
rubbish
Nigeria.
now.
I'm not rationalizing anything.
You're
I'm
going to
not
follow through
supporting
Nigeria
it.
to this rabbit hole.
Look at. You see, you both say you are against corruption. You are doing exactly what you are accusing them of doing, saying that when they get in there, they too want to do their own corruption. In reality, I'm the only one that talked about death penalty for this type of behavior. If you truly are against corruption, then you should advocate death penalty. You know that a lot of people in government
Okay,
right
but
now will be
is
facing death
Alex
penalty.
Oti is Alex Oti advocating for death penalty? Because it seems like you just said that to distract us.
No, I said that so that you understand the way I look at this type of behavior.
Okay, so
I
is
Abeg,
Alex
stop
on
Oti
the
it. Are
basis of
you
how I
not the same
explain
person
it.
that have been defending Emefiole here?
Naija?
No, I'm not
Are you not
defending
the
a
same person
Maypele.
that have
I'm
been
not
defending
defending a
Emefiole
Maypele.
here? Abeg, keep
I'm not
quiet.
defending a
Keep
Maypele.
quiet.
I'm
I
not
think
defending a
I'm
Maypele.
getting I'm getting I'm getting
You see,
irritated
shouting
by
over people
what
doesn't get no. It
rubbish that you
just
are
turns
talking.
the conversation. Let's try to hear
Naija,
each other out. No, no,
I,
no, no, no,
I
no,
have
no,
a
no, 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 no. Let me finish the point I was making. The original point I made
okay.
was that if he did those things, he should pay for it. And if he doesn't transfer the wealth back, he should pay for it. And the fact now that he hasn't even made that clear, it is wrong. He shouldn't even do that without making clear that this money that I'm spending is going to come back to the people. So that is wrong
Okay,
already on its own. So now I
can
want
I
to look at
ask?
his accomplishments. Oh, go ahead, go ahead. Finish what you want to say.
Look, okay, now we have everything on the table, right? He's doing some suspicious things, which might end up with him being a criminal because he might not return it, right? And he has done some good things. How you claim you want to fight corruption, right? Now use the world standard of fighting corruption. How do you rate him so far? At this point, do you think he's a good governor performing well, even though he's doing some suspicious financial things? Or do you think that you are just going to wait to see what happens? Do you already have a good judgment of it, or are you going to wait to see what happens and then you judge him?
From what I can see here, in terms of his other accomplishments, he seems to have accomplished
Like
quite a
what?
bit in a
What are
short
his
period.
these are
He's
Now,
positive
let me read
things
it
that
now.
we
Let
are
me
talking
read it
about
now.
now.
Let me read it. It's a road construction. The administration has embarked
How
on
many
extensive.
kilometers of road?
Hold on, hold on. When somebody says extensive, not significant, extensive, it means there's something there.
Let him
When
finish.
he uses
Let him finish.
extensive road rehabilitation and construction projects, particularly in Abia, Umuahia, aiming to improve transportation and boost economic activities. See, I know Abia State. Abia State is horrible when it comes to roads.
I beg,
Horrible.
don't bobo us. Continue
So,
mentioning the best
and
things
I
about
know.
I'll tell you, Simba, let him finish. He's setting
So, and
himself
I
up.
know, and I will check it online too. Then the urban renewal efforts to have been made to enhance urban aesthetics and functionality, including street lighting, drainage system. Okay, also very, very important, contributing to a more conducive environment for residents. You see, these two things may sound stupid or mundane for people, but for Aba, hey, God, it's horrible. Those two things, too, if you can sort it out, it's a big deal to them. And then healthcare
Okay.
facilities. Over 200 primary healthcare centers have been retrofitted. Over 200. And some facilities have been upgraded to specialist hospitals, enhancing healthcare delivery across the state. New hospital commissioning. At a state-of-the-art 100-bed multi-purpose hospital was commissioned in the Umwanago local government area, equipped with modern medical facilities to reduce maternal and child mortality. Educational reforms, free compulsory basic education. Oh, that's interesting. And the government introduced free and compulsory basic education. Compulsory. That's interesting too. Ensuring increased access to education for children in Abia in the state. School renovation. Numerous schools have undergone significant renovation, providing improved learning environment for students. That's not very significant. Economic and workforce development, salary and pension payment. Then the administration has prioritized the regular payment of salaries and pensions, addressing arrears accumulated by previous administration. So he dealt with the arrears accumulated. Minimum wage increase. Governor Oti approved an increase in the minimum wage to 70,000, aiming to improve the standard of living for his workers. Support for traditional rulers monthly stipends for traditional rulers increased from to 250,000, and a new secretariat was completed and furnished for their use. Legislative and governance reform, enactment of new laws. The governor assented to 18 new bills, including Abia State Senior Citizens and the
I
Abia
bet
Road.
stop boring us
No,
with all
that's not a
these
big deal.
useless things now.
No, those ones are not a
Like,
big deal. But you can
what
see
is the
the
point?
big deal. To me, the biggest deal, you might not like it or you might not see it as a big deal. In me, for somebody that knows Abba, these two at the top, these two is big. For them, it
Okay,
will matter a lot.
to Niger, because Hitler opened some orphanages, does that make Hitler a good man? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so because he did some little projects here and there, and is planning to steal money, you are using the project as a means, because you intentionally mentioned so many projects, you are using it as a means to protect and defend why you are considering him as a good man. Is that correct?
I'm not using it to consider him as a good man
You
in
know,
general.
he may have graped some little kids, but at least he built some orphanages.
The
That's it,
question
right?
the question you asked about Hitler is a nuanced question because it depends on what good and what bad that they've done. Every government does good and bad, whether from your perspective or from some other person's perspective. Hitler was
All right.
Stalin was a horrible leader to his people, but
Mhm.
yet they worship him today because they believe that the good that he did them was greater than the evil. You
So
see what I
then that
mean?
means you don't want to fight bad politicians. You just want your own bad
I want
politicians.
the greater good. And that
Okay,
is
all
all you
right.
can wish for in public
Do you
office.
expect, okay, now if you wanted to save your money with someone, let's say you don't have bank accounts, will you save it with criminals? Even though the criminals own orphanages.
If the criminals will handle my funds very well, I will save it with them. It depends on what comes out. See, I think your reasoning is like you are expecting people. There's no perfection. There's no perfection.
You will save your money
See,
with criminals.
let me say
You will
this. Let
save
me
your
say
own
this.
hard-earned money with criminals.
Sorry, Simba, I will let you go. See, to show you my consistency, I know this Tinubu has a lot of drawbacks that a lot of people hate, but yet I'm willing to say I'm going to overlook all those things if he
Nobody asked you
delivered
to
what
do
he said
that.
he was
You
going
are,
to do.
you are
No,
just used to
no,
overlooking
it's to
crime.
show you I'm trying to let you understand my reasoning.
No,
I
you
said
are
if
too friendly.
he took
You are
care
too
of,
friendly
why
with
do you keep
crime.
saying no? You don't want to understand how I think.
No,
I
I'm
said
just
if
telling
he
you
took
what
care
you
of
are doing.
security, I'm going to
You
forgive
are,
everything else. No,
you
you
are
are asking questions. You are asking questions based on whether something is evil or not. You are asking questions based on how much evil something is. I'm telling you that if the evil, there might be evil there, but the greater good is the one I'm looking for. I don't care
okay.
too much
So
about the evil
if
itself.
you have bank account and the bank used to steal your money once in a while, but as long as it's not stealing more than the other banks, you are okay with it and you are ready to live your life like that.
I'm not okay with it, but I'm okay with it based on the fact that others will steal more. Yes,
Okay,
of
now
course.
the problem is that your standards of living, sorry to say, are very low. And majority of Nigerians don't want
It's
your
not
low
even low
standard
at
of
all.
living.
I don't know what your argument is. Not even low.
Okay, all right,
It's
all right.
just rational.
Can I finish explaining? Majority of
Okay.
Nigerians don't want your low acceptance level of standard of living. Most people do not want to get robbed and be robbed by night or even during day because they don't even care what time they do it. People just want everything good. Nobody wants your low standards where they are still suffering, but at least once in a while something good is happening. Not everybody wants that. You can live with that, but not everybody likes to suffer. People don't want anything to be stolen from them because crime
Actually,
does not
people
crime does
accept it
not
all the
reduce
time. People accept it all the time.
willingly.
Willingly or
Willingly,
unwillingly, see, they
who
would
is
prefer.
willingly accepting it?
You see,
Who is willingly
what you are failing
accepting
to
it?
see is that there are two aspects to human beings. Human beings have an ideal and have what is
Mhm.
real, and
Who
most
is
people
willingly
accept what is
accepting it?
real.
Who is willingly accepting it?
See, I don't
Name
know why
one
you are
group
putting
of
me in a situation to make it look like I'm trying to support bad
no,
behavior.
because
I don't support bad behavior at all.
you are trying to defend criminal acts. You are one of those people that will not
I'm
want to
not
see
defending criminal
politicians.
act. I defend the greater
No,
good.
which
Okay,
greater good?
sorry. I think let us leave that one. I have a
Okay,
question
what
for
if I ask you
Tunaja.
Then
now?
Tunaja,
why
let me
don't you move to North Korea? Why don't you move to North Korea if your own is the
Because
greater
I'm
good?
not from North Korea. If I was from North Korea, I'll probably be looking down at Nigeria right now. Yes, now, because on every matrix they are doing better than us.
Let me, because you like chat GBT, because everything that you mentioned about his achievement.
Yes, I knew.
You're a character.
We all knew.
Let me say this. All those things that you mentioned about his achievement, to me, there is no state governor that you Google that you not see list the same list that you listed.
Exactly.
He has not done anything extraordinary. Let me give you, for example.
Why do you think he stands out then?
Wait. Just the same chat GPT that you use now. Google government and Adeleke of Osun State achievement the last 2 years, and you I just choose that one. Sorry, you know why I choose that one? Just Google it and compare.
What in Mue? They beat you at your own game.
Okay. I'm doing it now. Please. I don't run away from facts like some people would like to do. Please, yes. All right, so I'm listing those now. So when it comes up, see, it's about anything. You see, in public life, there is not that much that is black and white. There's always gray areas. So the only logical thing to seek out is the greater good. Whatever leads to the greater benefit for the
What
citizens.
is all this pitching now? I said we should list something you are pitching. What are you pitching?
Hey, look at this bushman. If I was describing how chickens are going to lay eggs now, he would be very, very happy to listen. You see, all these are attitudes.
No, I don't like. You have already searched for it. So read it out.
No. I will share it now. I'm not just going to read it. I will share it so you can see it now. So it doesn't look like I'm doing like Ojoro, like you people like to do Ojoro all the time. I'm not Ojoro like that. So now
and compare and contrast.
Yeah, we'll compare and contrast. So, Governor Adeleke has implemented a range of initiatives across various sectors, and since assuming office 2022. Below, this is road construction completed over 1.5 kilometers, 150 kilometers of road within 2 years, including 17.4 kilometer Oba Ade East Bypass, previously abandoned by past administration. Flyover projects initiated the construction of Ike Afia flyover in Oshobo and dual carriageway in Ide, Ilesha, and Iwo. Yes. Hey. Don't damn you. See, I was very good there. I said Ilesha. I could have said Ilesa. Yeah. So don't start with me. Don't start.
Okay, continue.
And Iwo to enhance transportation and stimulate economic activities. So now that's transportation aspect that he has done. They didn't say anything about making this.
How many kilometers? How many kilometers of road did
150? I'll confirm that. Because I noticed that they didn't state the length of the road, but they just said extensive. So I'll get the length out, at least the minimum. So now healthcare reform, revamping health infrastructure, health insurance, strengthening the Osun health insurance scheme, which is good. It's a good thing to do. Affordable healthcare services to thousands of residents. Medical outreach launched the Imole Medical Outreach Program, offering free medical services, including surgeries and eye care, to over 20,000 residents. Pensioners Health enrolled 23,000 pensioners into the state health insurance scheme, ensuring access to essential healthcare services, which is good. Initiatives, school infrastructure, renovated numerous school buildings and constructed new classrooms to improve learning this environment. Teacher recruitment, embarked on significant teacher recruitment exercise to address shortages in public schools. Educational resources, distributed instructional materials and constructed boreholes in schools to ensure access to clean water. Workers' welfare and economic development, salary and pension payment cleared pension arrears totaling 12 billion naira and ensured regular payment of worker salary. Minimum wage increase, approved the minimum wage to 70,000, aiming to improve the standard of living for workers. Microcredit support, recapitalized the Oshun Microcredit Agency with over 200 million naira to support small businesses and ensure small entrepreneurs, agricultural development, Agrigor program launched, or an Agrigor agricultural revolution program engaging youth in farming, providing them with grants and farming tools. Food security implemented
No, it's
initiative.
okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
No,
You
no, no.
can't
I'll
finish
read it
it.
now.
You can't
Let
finish
me
it
read it
now.
now. Are you shy of
No,
your
you've
own
been talking
achievement
for
now?
almost 5 minutes now. You cannot finish it now.
Hold on. Okay, let's go for the big ones. Let's go for the last big one. Water supply. All those, most of them are quite, what they call it, airy-fairy policies. So let's go for the big ones. Governance and fiscal responsibility, debt reduction, reduce debt from 148 billion to 86 billion, and foreign debt from $991 million to $77 million in 2 years. Content promotion, prioritize local contractors for infrastructure projects, promoting skills transfer and reducing this thing. That too is good. Basic business environment, introduce a harmonized tax system and streamline the processes of certificate of occupancy to enhance business climate. So that too is good. So he did a lot of good things too. So now what I'm going to do is, what is the length estimate of the road construction of Governor Oti? Since we like roads so much, let's see. It's taking his time. Okay, so from what I can see here, on this list already. Oh, let's see. I think that one has come out now. What's the length? Governor Oti. So we are looking about Ofia Road, 41 kilometers, and the federal highway, long neglected and in state of disrepair, is undergoing reconstruction under Governor Oti. The project aims to improve connectivity. Okay, then there's another one, Port Harcourt Aba Road, 5.8 kilometers. Rural, this is project 13 kilometers, and so as you can see, it's 13 kilometers on that one. Let's see the summary. They didn't even give the summary, but if you look at it, the summary, you will argue that one can argue that that of or is more like, not even argue. I think it's clear that this one is longer than that one. The state sizes. Let me check the state sizes.
Which one is longer? Which one is longer? Which one is longer? Which one is longer?
It doesn't matter the state size now. If you have a small room and somebody
No. Wait now. Wait now. Which one is longer?
Also compare how much each of them spent in total.
No. Don't let him escape that. Which one is longer?
I think the one for Adeleke is longer, from what I can see here.
The one for who?
For Adeleke, it seems to be longer. It says he completed. Okay, now I have to check this out. Over 2 years. Okay, they said he completed this in road construction for over 2 years. So this one
is even ongoing. All these ones that you are saying, some of them are still ongoing. He has not completed them.
So it's indicating that it was started from 2 years ago. So he did complete more construction in 2 years. from that. This
You know what?
So,
You know why I brought. Let me tell you this. You know what we do to ourselves. Let me tell you. What I've just made you to realize that anybody can, if you have people that can champion your cause on the social media, people will blow whatever. That Port Harcourt Aba road that's just 5.4 kilometers. That is what you see on the social media as if he has constructed 1,000-kilometer road. 5.4.
I think also what plays a role in it is also the state of the
There is
when
no
a
state.
governor
Let me tell
assumes
you.
office.
Let me tell you
No,
this.
listen now. You just had your own say. Come on, man. If you're not listening, you're just talking.
But
Sometimes
Simba,
it
you took
depends on the state.
Simba,
Is
Simba,
hold on now, solely. Let me finish one
you
statement.
lost,
It depends on the state,
you lost this argument.
the situation a state is in. If a state is in a very, very bad state and somebody elevates it a little bit, then you can see that people will praise that person. But if a state is already, let's say,
No,
relatively
no,
well off
you
When
and
the
you
lost.
bar
add a
is
little bit
low,
more to it,
when the
people
bar
don't.
is
You
already
lost.
low, Abi, is that what you are saying? When the bar is already
Exactly. That's
low,
what I mean. That's what I
Simba,
mean.
so it will now
Simba,
project
you lost.
something that is even a bare minimum to other states as an achievement. Is that what you are saying?
In a way, that is what I'm telling you.
Oh,
You see,
Simba,
so
you
that's
that means
lost.
he didn't do much. So
Simba,
people are just, eh?
Simba, you know the worst part? Alex Otis seems to have spent more.
yeah. Alex Otis seems to have this in more
He
this in.
spent double for less than half the project.
No, you see, hold on. How about there are
That's what we
factors
are seeing now.
No, look
underlying
at
here.
Osun State budget too. Look at Abia State budget. You can see
So
that
it's
Abia State
he has,
budget is even ×2. He has more money.
so that means he's spending
Okay.
times two to get less than half the amount of projects done.
Yeah, I'm trying to compare their population because all those things are factors
We
into
go go
this and Osun State. See,
No,
Adeleke. See,
no,
hold on.
Naija,
Is anybody
no,
saying
Naija.
Adeleke was a bad governor? Hold on first.
You lost.
Hold on, because I think one of the
You just expose
issues.
your man.
Why
You
don't you
just,
like people like to be an even simple question you don't
because
want to answer?
you are grasping at straws.
Oh, you're not letting me talk. What kind of wahala is this?
No, Naija.
I'm trying to ask a
What
simple
Simba
question.
is telling you.
Let me ask a simple question. Is anybody saying Adeleke is a bad governor?
But did you
Yes.
hear
Answer.
anything about Adeleke on
Me,
social
I'm
media?
saying it. I've been saying it since. We all
Actually,
laugh
we
at
heard
him.
about him. I know him. The fact that I know him
No,
should tell you something.
all of us laugh at him because he used to dance. We don't take him serious.
We all know him now. And I also know that he paid off the civil servant the first thing he did when he came into office. I knew that. He was so much in a hurry to do it that it was ridiculous how fast he went and did it. Am I wrong? So we heard about him.
You can see now the Osun State has more population than Abia State itself. Can you see?
Bam.
Yeah, he has more population. See, I'm trying to find.
See,
this is why it's good to be
you
checking,
lost.
so that you can see.
Lost.
So what is
You
your
lost.
conclusion now? What is your conclusion now to Niger?
You lost.
Oh my God! Sorry,
So
you
what
need to
is your
stop it,
conclusion
man.
now?
ChatGPT was the beginning of the end.
What is this? You
Tell us now.
lost. You lost. Nonsense you are doing.
To Niger, tell us what is your conclusion.
You are acting as if this is some kind of competition we are doing here.
The stats are not favoring you. The stats are not favoring you now. If you fight anymore now, it just keep on getting worse.
What? I don't know what's wrong
You can
with
see that
you.
we'll be able to finish to Niger today.
What do you
I was looking for you.
What do you mean the facts are not favoring me? I was trying to compare facts here. You're saying the
facts are not
facts
favoring. Like it keeps getting worse and worse. It keeps getting worse.
What do you mean it's not favoring me? Is he supposed to favor me? See, I'm just trying to get to the truth. He's not supposed to be
You know what I'm saying? You know why I brought this one out, guys? You know why I brought this thing out?
No, it's not a weapon. It's just
we
to
have
check
to
the
we have
truth.
to be careful. We have to be careful about the way we praise people. I'm telling you, IoT has not done anything in that state. People are just on the social media promoting him.
No, but Oti did it. Okay, let's ask critical question. Now,
let me tell you, let me tell you, I choose the poorest state in the southwest for you to compare. If you go to Oyo, it cannot even get 10% of what Oyo State governor achieved. It cannot compare.
Okay, to Nigeria, let's do one thing. Let ChatGPT decide who is better. Why don't
That's
you
what I'm
type
doing
that?
now. That's what I'm doing now. Daily case. See, let's face it. Let's face it. One, I think we'll probably need to go back in time a little bit if one wants to check this, because what I've discovered is that hold on. What I've discovered is that there's something happening during this period when this president is in office. I noticed that the allocation in states, that of Lagos, more than tripled when Tinubu got into office. So something is going on while Tinubu is in office. This is why a lot of people are associating him with being a southwestern governor or even a Lagos president. I mean, because he's doing a lot of things for just that region alone. So let's just compare this now.
No, you should have asked ChatGPT in ChatGPT's opinion, not all the things you were typing. Because
I think that's what he's doing. In a way, he's comparing now. That's what he's going to do.
No. You have to tell it that in his own opinion, based on the truth.
You see now, he's complaining now. Then when the result comes out and he favors Adeleke, he's like, you are losing again. The fact is not favoring you. Why are you worried? It's the same thing he's going to find out. He's going to still say.
It's not the same question. It's not. You are just doing
I'll ask that
comparison.
question after this one. I'll ask that question after this one. I'll ask the question after this one. Okay, who is better? Okay, so you will want to listen to AI
based on budget allocation and infrastructure and implementation. Budget allocation and implementation.
Yeah, I guess that would be quite interesting to see. Actually, the analysis of this thing is kind of stalling right now. I don't know why it's stalling.
Let me tell you, with the amount of resources that are available to both of them, there's no way you can look at it now.
You can't even compare. You can't compare.
Yes.
Like Adeleke won, hands down. Hands down.
Yeah, but we are going to see now what his conclusions are. Look at what he says now. He says Governor Osti's extensive road urban renewal in Abia State, Governor Adeleke flyover construction is Noshobo. Then he's also said healthcare upgraded healthcare centers, regular staff remuneration, strengthened healthcare insurance, free medical outreach programs, school renovations, free basic education, school infrastructure upgrade, teacher recruitment, economic welfare, cleared salary areas, increased traditional rural stipend, increased minimum wage, and which he also did too. What microfinance is the only different aspect that he did. Agricultural invested in. Hold on now. Let's hold on now. Investment
minimum wage and they cleared salary areas. He paid old debt. He didn't increase minimum wage for them.
No, he did. He did. I can go back to you and show you now. He did. He did increase minimum wage for them.
No, nearly. Nearly all the governors. In fact, there's no governor that has not increased minimum wage.
They go to the north. If you go to the north, some of them didn't do. The north.
They are. There's no governor.
Okay, let's go. So then this minimum wage should not even be included there because it's not included here. So there's no point included. So the only thing he did was microfinance on this end. And although he did clear areas, they did say that he cleared areas. You see, I'm being fair to Adeleke because ChatGPT didn't include it here, but they did say he cleared. In short, I know he cleared areas because I was there. I knew when he came into office, so that's one of the first things he did.
I'm still receiving the money that Aresh Bolosola owed us up to now.
You see that? I know that happened. So I was aware of the news during that period. So that too he did, just as much as OT did. Agriculture, investment in agro hubs and rural roads, youth-focused entrepreneurial program. This one sounds airy-fairy. Airy-fairy stuff is not. I don't support those. Water sanitation. Water and sanitation, urban waste management initiative, borehole project, water infrastructure improvement. These two sounds a little bit. This thing airy-fairy a little bit. This urban waste management is very significant for Aba and many Abia State areas because it was a massive problem for them. That state was very, very dirty. No, this is why I say you have to look at the state was in when this person came.
We understand, but now let's put based on budget allocation and implementation, who is the better governor? Who is the better governor?
Oh God, based on budget allocation, you are wicked, though.
And implementation.
I will ask you to implementation.
And ask it in your own opinion. Yes. So that
Okay,
you don't go with
okay,
all the ones that you know.
okay. What's okay? Yeah. What's okay? An implementation. What an implementation?
Who is the better governor in your opinion?
Who is the better governor in your opinion?
This is the
As
final round.
a qualified.
Final round. Grand finale.
You are just awful set of human beings. We are comparing the best people. Instead of you to be looking at, okay, fine, it's fine. It's a fair exercise, I have to say. As a qualified analyst, so that this guy, this. Okay, let's see. As a neutral and data-driven analyst, okay, beautiful.
You have to scroll down. But it's still loading.
You can see, you can even see the budget allocation. You can see heavily debted finance, more balance internally.
Calm down. Stop it. Approximately what have you done in 2 years? And this one is the same too, actually. He gave them the same. I didn't think so. Because the numbers he gave wasn't up to 150 kilometers.
Do you know that Alex Soti has actually financially indebted that state more?
Calm down before you keep talking. Let's check the result. You ask a question. Let's check. Are you worried about the result? Let's keep going now. We are going now. We are looking at them now. We are checking what all the results are.
We have seen this one before. Go down.
Oh, calm down. Calm down. He wants to start crying now. OT.
Let's just go to the end.
Can you slow down? OT
we don't have the time. Just go down. We have read all this before.
This kind of attitude there. Okay, conclusion. Governor Oti edges. Oh my God, Governor Oti edges ahead in terms of developmental impact, infrastructure transformation, and implementation efficiency, especially related to the size of his budget. However, Governor Adeleke deserves credit for inclusion, human-centered programs, and fiscal prudence, which may yield longer-term sustainability if scaled. If the matrix is infrastructure transformation per naira spent, OT leads. If the matrix is social impact per naira with fiscal caution, Adeleke holds the distance. Now let's keep going. Okay. The silence.
Press yes.
Silence. It was yes for what? What is yes for?
Surrender. Or sector by sector.
Surrender. I accept your apology. I accept your apology.
No, wait. What Nigeria?
I accept your apology. I accept your apology.
Wait first. You know that it did not decide,
let's scroll up now. Let's
scroll up. And go to the budget. Go to the budget.
Now you're going back to the budget.
Yes, now.
Niger, type choose.
Can you believe that ChatGPT voted for OT?
Wait, see. Don't go down now. You have already come down to the budget.
Let me zoom out.
Type choose one. Type choose one.
Where do you want me to be now? Here?
Budget. Go to the budget.
This is budget allocation scale.
He praised
go down now. Look at stay there. Budget allocation and scale. Look at the way funding strategy. Look at it down.
Which one? Here?
No. Where you have before. Go back.
Here.
No, go up. Go up.
To Nigeria, tell you to choose one.
No, just go up.
It was
Continue.
standing on the fence.
Continue. Go up. Going up. Going up.
This is budget allocation and scale. I can see that now.
Budget allocation and scale. Yeah. Look at it. Look at the conclusion down. Funding strategy.
Yeah. Yes, he says it. He says Otis budget reflects aggressive infrastructure-led development.
No, budget allocation and scale. Look at funding strategy. What did they write there?
Where did they say? Funding strategy. Yeah. For the heavily debted finance, more balanced internally. So he's saying that Adeleke financial prudence in terms of spending is more balanced. He's not developing.
This guy is taking, is in debt, is plunging that state into debt.
You see what he's doing. You see what he's doing. Let's allow the analysis to come through now.
Yes, let's see.
After he did this, and then he says analysis. Otis analysis reflects aggressive infrastructure-led development. This is what I was saying, that it's based on what was there before versus what he's doing now. Then he says, but it comes with it comes with a high reliance on borrowing. Which raises long-term sustainability questions. It is true.
Exactly.
But it does raise that. But what he also saying is that even with all those things, that's why he still went ahead and said,
it's you. Let me tell you, you know what you are doing to Nigeria. You come here and say, hey, Nigeria government is borrowing money. Hey, they want to plug, and you see a governor that is doing that, and you are protecting him.
Yes. I'm not saying that borrowing money in itself is evil. Like I always told you, the greater good is what your focus should be in.
Do you know that? Let me tell you, if they say Nigeria borrow money, do you know that more than 50% of that money is borrowed by the state, not the federal government? I hope you know.
I don't know which one it is necessarily.
You know that Nigeria external debt?
I don't say what I don't know. I don't say what I don't know. I say what I know. But what I'm telling you here, you ask the question and you got the answer.
Wait.
Do you agree with the answer? First of all, do you agree with the answer?
Let me educate you.
Simba, are you trying to argue with ChatGPT too now? Do you agree with the answer or not?
Now let me say, you don't want to listen to what I'm saying.
Answer?
You want to listen to. You have a governor that they are telling you that what he's doing is not sustainable because he's plunging the state to debt. You understand? And I'm telling you that even when you money governments, a majority of them are borrowed by the state. When you are reading Osun State debt the other time, they said he reduced internal debt by so amount and external debt by so amount. It's there, so it's not something that I'm for me.
No, I'm not disputing that. I also acknowledge, even the analyst here did say that Adeleke's one is more balanced. But what you see, this is why I keep saying it's one thing to be fiscally prudent and not spend a lot of money.
Don't let us argue much about this. Don't let us be promoting what is not promotable. All these things they are saying about election,
see, you can argue all you want. The truth is there that the guy has accomplished something. I don't know why you are just shying away from it.
Let me also point out something to you and end it with a question. If both of them have done comparable work, right? Why is Alex Otis' own so dangerous to the future of Abia State when Adeleke did it with less than half the money? Isn't that concerning to you?
One is increasing debt, the other one is reducing debt. And they are
no, to be fair,
but doesn't that concern you?
The debt is a problem, but it's not necessarily a threat when you take into account the development. Sure, let me. You want us to ask ChatGPT that? Let's ask ChatGPT the question. Then let's see what it says.
I didn't ask you if it's a threat. Let's say you wanted to build a house, and somebody was going to spend double the money and put you in debt. And somebody will do it for half the price. Who will you go for?
No, I get what you are trying to say.
Who will you go for? It's just a question.
You go for the one that doesn't cost more.
Okay, and won't the one that wants to collect double the money, won't it concern you why he's asking for double the price for the same project?
No, it's not. No, it's not. where did you get that information from? It didn't say that it cost Adeleke twice to do the similar stuff as
based on the budget
I mean
allocation.
less. No.
Based on
The
the
budget
budget
allocation is for other things too. This is the point they are trying to make. You see, this is why he's saying this. Because if you look at many of the policies of
Let
Adeleke,
me
they are
tell
airy
you
fairy.
what.
They are airy
Then
fairy
wait
policies that
now.
doesn't require a lot of money spent.
The achievement they painted is not only restricted. It affected everything, social infrastructure, everything. And let me even tell you, Osun State has more workers than Abia State. You can Google it and check.
Yeah, likely.
So if you
Because they
want
have
to
more
talk about
population.
yes, Osun State has more civil servants.
Mm-hmm.
They have more. They have more
But
institutions,
okay,
educational
let's
institutions.
find out which civil servants are better paid. Okay, between Osun. Let's
It's
find
the
out now.
OTO
Maybe Osun
OT
State.
has more budget and OT
Look
has
at that. You
less
want to start
workers.
crying already. So, because then what is the point of
Okay.
stating that issue then? Because that issue is that maybe he's spending more on his staff. He's paying his staff more. That's
Okay,
why.
let's
No,
check.
Google it now. Let's see. Google it.
Oh, look at that.
Check.
Look at that. They want to start again. Okay, let's see that.
Don't be afraid. Continue typing.
No, no. Yeah, wait. I just said which states pay. Okay, which state pay higher to their civil servants, and how many civil servants do each have? That's a weird way to write it, but I guess ChatGPT will understand. Let's see. I think it's likely, based on those numbers, except OT is spending a lot of that money on infrastructure, is going to go on quite a lot of stuff. And all those old age pensioners that he's also paying, overhead cost, employee and salary tends to be quite high in terms of most institutions. Okay, let's see. The Osun State does what? Osun State minimum wage, the specific current wage. Okay, they don't have it. They don't have specifics. Civil servant exact numbers are not specified. Oh, it's a shame. They don't have any specific number for them. It's a shame though. You would have been useful to know. Average.
You can see that
You can use average wage in Osun.
It's duping
versus.
Abia State.
Look at that. Look at that. That one. You will never stop complaining. You will not stop complaining.
That means he has not started paying minimum wage now.
He is paying. They are not very, very sure of this. They just don't have public figures available.
Why did they have that trust to defend this guy? You know that there's no difference between you and Tinubu supporters. You just think that you are holy.
No, I'm not. See, I'm not defending him. I just criticize him for building structures in his property and all the rest. So I'm not here to defend him at all.
If this is not defense, I wonder what defense would be like.
No, this is not defense. If he does something wrong, I will criticize him. And I'm not even criticizing Adeleke. You hear me criticizing Adeleke? I'm not criticizing Adeleke because I know Adeleke by and large, the guy is quite likable.
Name one thing OT has gone wrong. Name one thing.
Like building government property in his compound without stating why he's doing it and how he intends to transfer the wealth back to the state. That is a horrible thing to do.
Okay.
Let me see. Let's see. Salary structure. This is Osun State now. Osun. You see, I have to give it to Osun though. Osun's data is available. It doesn't seem to be available for Abia State.
It's the 419. The guy's the 419.
Look at that. So you jump from there straight to 419. That's where you landed straight. That's what you had there. But I have to say, Adeleke's this is the okay. Look at Abia State. Abia State seems to have higher rates for what you can see. Is it?
Which higher rate? What do you mean by higher rate?
I think it's about 16. I think, okay, yeah, it's still the same in terms of grade. I think they are thinking that I'm talking about.
Even look at the grade.
Civil
Grade
servants.
1. Look at the grade 1. Look at grade 1. Also State pay more.
Grade 1 is still the same. It's the same from what I can see here.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
Yeah, because those are government institutions. I think they tend to put fixed rates. So now,
let me even put this one to you. Let me put this one to you. Do you know that in Osun State has more higher institution of learning than Abia State?
Quite likely.
So can we do a fair battle? Can we do something fair? Because we've been using our small boys to beat your OT. Since your OT is your best,
you have not won anything. You just lost. You lost in 30 minutes. You lost. What are you talking about? This guy, Abia State won. Now, what are you going on about?
We chose the weakest one.
Give him arguments now.
Abia State won. What are you talking about? Yeah, go ahead.
Let's do a fair battle. You've brought your best man forward, Alex Oti. We too want to bring our best man forward.
So Alex Oti is not my best man. Alex Oti is not my best man. Oh. So you have taught me to Alex Oti defend that now. What is your best man you want to bring now? Oh, Sanwo-Olu, that's what you want to bring.
No.
Just cheating.
Don't use Sanwo-Olu. They will give reason. Just put what's his name? Put Makinde.
Okay, Makinde, and let's see now. Makinde, this thing. Okay. Now, thanks for. Now this is now. Let's do a comparison of Makinde of Oyo,
Yeah.
Oh, look at that! He's nervous. I can hear the nervousness in the Simba's. He's worried.
I cannot be worried now. I was one that I'm beating you already. So I want to beat you silly now. So that not be able to have sleepless night.
Achievements. Achievements. Achievement. Let's do it that way. All right. So first we do that. Then we do the analysis of the states, how they all performed. All right. So that would be interesting to see. If Makinde is better, then he deserves the credit now. I don't know why you guys are making this. You are trying to force me into a box where I side one side blindly. I'm not going to side with anybody that is performing rubbish.
We are just innocently looking at stats. Nobody is trying to blindside you.
Does that look like that doesn't sound like innocent when you win? Like, we beat you on this one.
We are just going out. You are the one typing it.
Okay, but if Oti beats this guy like that, you guys will surrender permanently, like, isn't it? Yeah? If Oti wins this one,
it's not my best man forward though. It's Simba that is still beating you.
Simba, would you then start supporting Oti if he beats Makinde? Would you support him? Certainly, a comparative analysis of achievements of Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State and Abia State based on availability of information up to 2015 indicates that road projects 300. Oh my God, that's massive, including 600 kilometer. This is Ijesha. This is road transport infrastructure constructed for modern bus terminals in Ibadan, and this in Lagos. This in light project. Okay, where is it? Why is it stopped now? Okay, it's still getting figures out. It's not done. That's why it's frozen. It's not finished yet. It's gonna be done soon. I think this one is not needed anymore. Which one is this one? Oh yeah, Nigeria is still buying crude. As always. Okay, this one is not coming up. It's taking its time. Let's see, imports. Then this one too. All right. Okay. This one is Abia State. Now we are into the Makinde era. Road construction, this is urban construction. Makinde OT, this is urban. healthcare, so you making the upgraded primary healthcare centers across the state and improved healthcare delivery through healthcare insurance scheme. All those things don't tend to matter too much. Healthcare facilities refurbished. See, this one will give OT an edge on this one. Education funding approved bursary, scholarship payment for final year. Okay, that's not bad. Infrastructural upgrade, basic education. This one is bigger. This one is bigger. Basic and free education. This thing is actually bigger. At least I think anyway. The analysts might differ. Economic, internally generated revenue, implemented policies that significantly boost. Oh, that is big. That is big there. Social welfare launch initiative aimed at empowering vulnerable population.
Did you add the budget too?
Pardon?
Did you add the budget too?
Yes, I think they're going to include that, and then they say the financial.
To Niger, do you know that the GDP of Oyo State is about 20 billion, and the one for Abia is less than a billion?
Yeah. It tells you that the state is not as rich as that of Oyo now. Oyo is big now. It's a bigger. It's a well-known.
Let me tell you this. You might not agree with me. If you look at the kind of resources that goes to that tiny southeastern Nigeria, look at the space. The whole of southeast is not bigger than Oyo, and look at the number of legislators. Look at the number of votes that they get. I mean, I'm talking about money from the federal. You look at that space. That space supposed to have developed more than that.
Yeah,
you understand? So I don't even know when they cry about this thing, marginalization, and
hold on now. Let's summarize now.
Let me
summarize.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Don't keep
you want to start crying now.
You're not the one listening to me. What I'm saying is this: if you look at that space, in fact they are more favored in Nigeria than any other region.
Okay.
You understand? But who is crying of marginalization? They are not even supposed to be doing that. Or we have only 3 legislatures, which is the same size of Southeast, and they will have like 15 or 16.
Okay, now look at that. Look at the conclusion now. Both governors have made significant strides in their respective states, focusing on infrastructure, healthcare, education,
let me tell you, ChatGPT will never say
you just finished talking now. Let me just read now. Then
ChatGPT will say somebody. If you type it, ChatGPT will do it.
Governor Makinde.
Stop.
Hold on now, Jesus Christ! You asked me to. See, you asked me to read. You asked me to ask a question. I asked a question. Let me just read the conclusion. It's not like I'm reading everything now. I just want to read the conclusion. So, both governors have made significant strides in their respective states, focusing on infrastructure, healthcare, education, economic development, and good governance. Governor Makinde's administration is noted for its extensive infrastructure projects and social welfare programs, while Governor Oti's tenure is marked by financial discipline, legislative reform, and revitalization of public services. If you would like more detailed analysis, we can go further. So the point is that they didn't conclude that one is better than the other on this one because they have emphasis on different aspects of their governance. Which personally, if you ask me, if I look at it, there are things I like in Makinde's government, especially that transparency part. And I think there's a pattern here that seems to be emerging that southwestern states tend to have higher transparency in terms of the way they spend money and what they are doing with the money, which is a bit weird than the.
Why is it weird?
No, it's a bit weird because now we are just looking at Governor Oti. We have not looked at other governors in the southeast or other regions. So, but the two we have seen so far, their data is quite readily available.
What ChatGPT is telling you is that OT is a thief. He's not transparent in his governance. So what else do you need?
So that is your conclusion now. They didn't say anything like that.
When you compare 2 governors and they also said that they are repeating the same thing, what does that one tell you?
No. The 2 governors. No. I'm the one reaching that conclusion. I'm saying that based on the way their data is available, they are more open. Their data is more readily accessible.
Let me tell you, I have done my own search before I ask you this question because I don't like that kind of. So when you hear noise on social media, be careful. That noise about Alex Oti is uncalled for. The guy have not done anything
No,
significant
it is
in
called
that
for. Now,
state.
clearly, we compared it to two governors, to your two best governors in the southeast, apart
He
from
said two best
Sanwo-Olu,
governor. You
in the
can see
southwest,
yourself now.
and he's performed very well against them. So why?
Both
Adeleke
have
is
not
our
doing
best
anything.
governor.
Huh?
You are saying Adeleke is our best governor?
No, Makinde now.
What you are doing, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. What you are all this comparison that you are doing
Yeah,
is
two
not
best
not even
governors in
factual.
the
The
Adeleke
issue
is not.
here,
Adeleke to me is quite okay as a governor when he came in.
But
Anyway.
you said he's one of our best. He's our two best.
Is he one of your two best? Is he not one of them? Or at least Makinde is rated higher than Adeleke. So Makinde has
In
compared
where?
to him now.
In
I thought you
where?
didn't.
the issue here, let me
That's
tell you
what
this.
Simba
No.
there said now.
Why?
Simba said
Wait.
Makinde is better.
To Niger. My own point here is this. We compare Alex Oti that they said is the best. You understand? Because that is what Obedient are putting out there for people to hear. He's the best governor, he's performed wonderfully well. But if you want to check your inner this thing, if you want to check yourself now, has he really performed anything extraordinary? The answer is no.
But any of these people, if you compare them to
Doing what every
Wiki
other
will
person is
outperform many
doing,
of them.
or even doing less. He's barely doing what every other person is doing, or doing less. So what are we praising? What is there in the social media that we are just
all these governors, if you compare all of them, you can say whatever I like about Wiki. If you compare all of them to Wiki's second term in office, he's going to outperform all of them likely. All of them.
How?
He's going to outperform all of them. So you say whatever
guy,
you like about Wiki.
don't bring Wiki here. The person in question here is Oti. You understand? So they just anytime you see anybody praising him, just tell them to keep quiet. That he's not doing anything.
Why would I tell them to keep quiet? He basically beat Adeleke and he basically rivals
from what you have just seen, somebody, let me tell you, somebody went and borrowed to even do the simple little thing that somebody with less resources achieved the same thing or more. And you are still saying this. Why? Who are you? Where did you come from?
Why are you saying with less resources? You just heard that Makinde has more money. Why is
Makinde?
Makinde?
We are talking about Adeleke.
Adeleke, yes, okay. Adeleke doesn't have, fine. But don't you know that was also factored in? That was factored in.
That's what they do when they see. They are big liars. You understand?
So you are even fighting with ChatGPT now too.
I don't know how you are still pushing this thing. Tonight, this is sad though. This is very sad. We are looking at the facts and you are still supporting this guy.
But you can see the data is clear. The data is clear. Oti outperformed this thing.
I can't trust your vote again. I can't trust your vote again.
Look at that. You don't trust my vote again. When you were saying I was losing, it was okay. You are the one that asked the question, and I asked the question, and
but the results don't favor you. The results don't favor your narrative.
You want us to compare Peter Obi and Tinubu?
We are not doing any. Let us talk about any other. Let us talk. We are not doing comparison. My own point.
Simba is scared, man. Simba is scared.
How can you? There's no basis for comparison now.
Compare Peter Obi's term in office. Do you know Peter Obi didn't stay in office fully when he was in office? You can compare it and see whether.
Okay, type it. Go ahead.
Because ChatGPT is not scared.
Go ahead.
Okay. He's thought about it again. Okay, now. Okay, good. Thanks.
But tell ChatGPT to choose the one with more achievements. Tell it to choose. It should not be doing middle ground.
Now let's change perspective slightly. Let's change subjects. So governance. Subjects. Governance.
I'm not saying Tinubu is a good man, but in terms of achievement, in terms of implementation, I believe it beats will be hands down. Hands down.
Yeah. Remember, Peter, on behalf of his time in office, he spent it fighting to get into office.
The excuses have started.
So no. I have to add that because I will take that into account with all the stuff. Tinubu's achievement as governor versus that of Peter Obi as governor.
Tell it to choose one. We should not do middle ground.
Oh, let's see.
You didn't type it. You didn't type it. Okay.
I didn't type it. I typed it now. I'm trying to compare both of them. Now that's the whole thing, the whole
No,
point.
but you didn't tell ChatGPT to choose one.
It's gonna okay. First, we are going to ask you to choose one. Which one is better? But first, you have to compare first. Let me see. Midwest is unmuted his mic. So let's see. It's coming through. All the values shall be made clear. Certainly, here is a comparative analysis of achievements of Bola Ahmed Tinubu in office versus the opposite. Road construction initiated extensive road. Oh, when they use extensive, that's quite big. Extensive road development project to accommodate Lagos' growing population. Public transportation laid the groundwork for the Lagos bus rapid transit system, which commenced operation shortly after his tenure. Okay, he laid the foundation. He didn't do it himself. Urban planning conceptualized major projects like the Fourth Mainland Bridge to alleviate traffic congestion. Okay, now let's get to business. So he did all that. P2B infrastructure development focused on rebuilding and upgrading roads, schools, and hospitals across the state. Public facilities rehabilitation of oh my god, 800 kilometers of roads and improved public utilities. Wow, 800 kilometers is big. Fiscal management, revenue generation, reform the Lagos State Internal Revenue Services, increasing the state internal generated revenue significantly. That is definitely true. Financial transparency, digital tax collection processes, reducing leakages and enhancing accountability. This is becoming a hallmark of the the southwestern states. I have to give it to them. P2B savings and investment established a sovereign wealth fund, leaving sustainable savings and investment for the state. Okay, that's also good. Debt management managed a prudent fiscal approach, resulting in Anambra being rated as
wealth fund. Yes.
let me finish now. I just when I was reading Tinubu's one, he didn't interrupt to resulted. Calm down. Resulted in Anambra being rated as the least indebted state in Nigeria during his tenure. Oh my God, that's quite an accomplishment. Tinubu Educational Institutions founded the Lagos State University College of Medicine, which is great. Healthcare initiative introduced a Gigi Bola program. That's Eddie Ferry. That sounds Eddie Ferry. When it's doing Eddie Ferry, you can tell. This is educational reform. Elevated Anambra educational sector, moving from, okay, that is big. Healthcare improvement, built and equipped hospitals, includes centers specializing in oncology and surgery. Fine. Let's go. Governance. Civil service reform, implemented measures to improve efficiency, including removing ghost workers. That's good. That's good. If anybody can catch people that are stealing, Tinubu should be able to catch them. He's quite good at that. Local governors created additional local government areas.
Remember,
yes.
ChatGPT does not really verify anything. Just gathers data and
look at it. It is pulling information. It puts references. Not what is verified. He always verify. Look at the references there. So councils and brings governance closer to the people, which is good. They move the direction of travel that you can see that Tinubu is implementing. The direction is good. Is whether it's concrete. That's often where I tend to have issue. Legal.
What do you mean by whether it's concrete? What does that mean?
Because sometimes somebody will tell you that they are transparent, but they are the least transparent person. You see, that's the problem. That's what makes it not concrete. Because
no, you don't believe your ChatGPT again. You don't believe your ChatGPT.
No. I said what ChatGPT said. He created it. It didn't mean that he actually carried it out himself. Because, like, look at this government now. Is it not one of the least transparent governments?
you acknowledge it
Peter
that
B
every
that
time
says
you
he knows
compare
where the money
Southeast
is.
with
They ask him
Southwest,
Peter B
you
about the
see
sick
that
money. He said he
transparency
knows
in
where
that
the money
money.
Okay,
is.
let me finish reading. When I read Tinubu's one, you people don't complain. Now, when I start reading, I'm about to read
Well,
Tinubu's one, you
because
start complaining.
Tinubu's own is
Oh, look at
verifiable.
that.
We all can verify Tinubu's own. But
Okay,
Peter B is
set
like it's
significant legal
non-existent.
benchmark successfully. Okay, he said, look at that. Legal precedent set significant legal benchmarks by successfully challenging its impeachment and tenure interpretation in court, which is quite big, but that is just selfish, really. I don't read that one too highly. Governance style, known for a frugal, transparent approach, emphasizing accountability and due process. Okay, now we go on the scoring board and they compare them. Clearly, some of the things Nigerians like the most tend to be on the column of P2B. I have to give it to him. Conclusion: both governors
Now,
made significant.
ask
Hold on
ChatGPT
now.
to give us references. We need references for Peter B's nonsense.
Look
Ask
at the references now.
GPT
You're not
to
seeing
do
them.
that.
There are references always all
How
over
do
the place.
you well? So you are the one that will determine what Nigerian like most, eh?
Oh, look at that.
Okay.
Why are you fighting? Don't you like transparent government? Don't you like accountable government?
But
You
OT is
see,
not transparent
No,
now.
no,
OT is
no,
not
no. Those
accountable.
are the things that you read. Now, this one is your own statement. You said what Nigerian like most. How do you determine what Nigerian like
no,
most?
because Nigerians don't
Did
they
they write
want
it that
their
what
government to be
Nigerian like
accountable.
most? Did they write it
Yes,
there?
yes, I know that. No,
Did
they
they
didn't write
write
that.
it there
But
that what?
I'm saying what Nigerian like most myself. I'm not saying the ChatGPT
How
said
did you
it.
know? How did you know what Nigerian like most? How did you
Because
know?
I hear Nigerians complain all the time about their police are stealing from them
I
and
beg, keep
they steal
quiet.
them all the
Stop
time.
all this.
Oh, look at
Wait,
that.
wait. I'm
Now
tired
let's
of
read
even
it.
all this
You see,
comparison.
oh my God. Hey, this is bad. Okay, now let's read. Both governors made significant contributions to their respective states. Tinubu focused on infrastructural development and revenue generation, laying the foundation for Lagos information into transformation into a mega city. Obi emphasized fiscal prudence, education, healthcare, setting standards for good governance and accountability. That good governance and accountability is the one Nigerians want the most. I can tell you that right now.
Okay. That's not okay.
What is good
I,
about a government? Sorry. What is good about a government that even ChatGPT says is not transparent?
Yeah, pardon?
Eh? Your ChatGPT, are you not the one that said ChatGPT said even the governance is not transparent?
No, ChatGPT didn't say that. I said I'm the one saying that if you look at the way to access information, you tend to get more information from
But
southwestern
then
states.
wait now, wait. To Niger, I'm very sure in your innermost, you know, you have seen the fact that what we are talking about. Don't let us be praising what is not there. These guys have not done more than I think what happened in the southeast is this: the bar is so low, it's too low. What all those
yes,
governors are
yes.
doing in the southeast that people are paying them
Okay, now let ask that which of
we
them
don't
are more
reckon with them in
associated
the
with
south.
corruption? Which of
Oh,
these
I beg you, stop that.
I get question why be one ask
more associated
to
with
Niger.
corruption
Your
Una
and
problem
dey
is
hear me?
that
lack
both of them. Your
lack
comparison is that
of
your comparison is not
transparency
so.
and
So both of them are corrupt,
accountability.
but your argument
Let's
is
do
who is
it
more
now.
corrupt. Your
Hello, are
argument
you
is who
guys
is more
hearing me?
corrupt.
Yeah, we are hearing you. And I'm just pulling out some information here. So
Let
They just
Let Midwest talk now. Midwest has not talked since.
To Niger,
Midwest.
this is Monty.
To Niger, do you see the irony?
Yes.
They just told you right now that the bar is so low there. And the next thing that you did was you started typing who is more corrupt, knowing that all of them is corrupt.
No.
You literally just implemented what you just said.
I was trying to
You
get to the fact
literally
that Why don't you want to
implemented what you said.
see, at the core of many of our questions is who accomplished more for their states and which one can be trusted the better, isn't it? And that's one of the issues people have with Tinubu. And Simba said it here earlier on that
Nobody
all these
was
people they just want
arguing
to be
trust.
corrupt anyway. Hold on now, Simba said it here that all these people they just want to be corrupt. They are even more corrupt. So now that's why I asked that question: which of these governors are more associated this is have more association with
But what is your argument in that? What are you trying to prove?
It's a tough question. Evaluating transparency and accountability
Yeah,
amongst
but what does that
this
prove? But what does that prove? What does that
it
research
proves that
prove?
one of the governor is more associated with some of the problematic aspects of the Nigerian state, the way it is being governed, isn't it? So now let's see what is this.
All of them have it. So you are just trying to say who is the
All of
worst
them have it,
criminal.
but see, all of them are boxers, but it's a difference between Mayweather and this thing. What's his name? The heavyweight
No. We're talking
champion.
about crime.
There's
We're
a
talking
difference.
about crime. We're
And
talking about crime.
Tito.
If you want to go,
wait.
use Mayweather as example. We go with infrastructure.
So what is your finding? What is your finding?
My finding says that my findings.
Okay, say findings. Say your findings. Continue.
Let me put it. Let me ask it again. Associated with corruption and lack of transparency or accountability. So the question is, which of these governors are more associated with corruption and lack of transparency or accountability? So we'll see which one he decides is more associated with that. So now this is impartial. This is not obedient. This is not anybody saying it. This is what is out there on the ether. So whether it's true or not, the ether is not always correct. Let's face it. So when it comes to perception of corruption and transparency for both Bola Tinubu and Peter Obi, here is a balanced view based on public records, media reports, and general reputation. To Bola Tinubu perception, Tinubu has a mixed reputation. While many praise his achievement in Lagos, critics and some investigative reports have accused him and his administration of opaque financial dealings, patronage networks, and benefiting from Lagos state economic boom. Corruption allegations. There have been allegations both politically motivated and from watchdog groups about nepotism, mismanagement, corruption during his tenure, and in subsequent political roles. However, no formal conviction related to corruption during his governorship have been proven in court. Transparency. Lagos under Tinubu made strides in digitizing revenue collection, which improved accountability somewhat. But concerns about the overall transparency of contracts, awards, and expenditure persist in public discourse. Peter Obi is widely viewed as one of the most transparent and fiscally prudent governors in Nigeria's recent history. His administration was noted for saving funds, prudent spending, and transparency. Corruption allegations. There are very few credible corruption allegations against Obi. His reputation as a reformer and clean politician is well established, which is often cited as a model for good governance. Transparency. His government promoted accountability with public disclosure of expenditure and efforts to fight wasteful spending. He often emphasized no stealing and fiscal responsibility in governance. So now you go down, bottom line, Peter Obi is more widely associated with transparency, anti-corruption efforts, while Tinubu's tenure is more, so it's obvious.
Good. Now, can I ask my question? This is based on who is more trustworthy, right? But you were the one that said that.
Let me tell you, sorry, before you go
on. Now, I've caught him because you said it live on air, right? That what matters is the greater good, right?
Yes,
so
yes.
In your opinion, their crime doesn't really matter as long as it's for the greater good. Now, can you type, statistically speaking, between Peter Obi and Tinubu, who has more impact in the growth of their states during their governorship term? Choose one. Just let us choose one. Because I tried to let you do that before.
In the growth of their state? Okay, let's type it then.
Yes, statistically speaking, between Peter Obi and Tinubu, because your own mandate is for the greater good. That is what you said. I didn't say it. You are the one that said it.
No, it's a fair question. The greater good matters in terms of, and it depends on what you call greater good, though. The term greater good. What are you thinking is the greater good, by the way? Which one are you thinking is the greater good?
That is why we are doing statistics, because it will bring out the statistic. Statistically speaking, between
Peter Obi so should I use the term greater good in the question?
No, statistically speaking now. Statistically speaking is for the greater good.
What is the statistically speaking? What are we
Get
statistically
everything
checking?
all together, the whole impact all together. That is
Okay,
statistically
okay.
speaking.
Which of the governors made
More impact
more
in the growth of their states?
impact in the growth of their
ChatGPT will not give you. It will still give you story. This
states?
one does this. This
No,
one
wait
does. That's
now.
what you are
Just
going to
wait,
get. It will
wait.
not choose
Then
anyone for
type,
you. You see.
just wait. Then type statistically speaking, choose one. Type
Okay.
statistically speaking, choose one.
Statistically speaking,
Yes.
I'm
Choose
not
one.
sure how that relates. And proportionally too, because proportions matter. Statistically, which and proportionally speaking.
Choose one.
This is you choose one by
You
default.
didn't type choose one now. You keep
They
on
said
doing
which
that thing.
one
You are
of
doing
them
it
is not.
intentionally.
I already said it.
No,
Which
it's a lie. You
governor
are
made?
doing it
Hold
intentionally.
on. When you
You are
ask
doing
which
it
one,
intentionally.
hold on. By
Choose
asking which
one.
one,
Tell you to choose
it's gonna
one now.
choose
You keep
one.
doing
It's
that.
going okay.
Why
Let
don't
me
you
put
tell it
choose
to
one.
choose one?
Okay,
If
hold
you
on,
choose
hold on,
one,
hold on,
tell it
hold
to
on,
choose
hold on,
one.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me.
No, this is
Hold on,
cheating.
let me.
This is
Hold
the
on.
first
I'm trying
time
to
you've
stop
done
it.
it.
It's refusing to stop. I'm trying to stop
You
it. It's
can click
refusing to stop.
edit. You can click edit to
Hey,
stop.
tonight,
I know how
type
to use it. This is
Peter B
cheating.
is
It's,
10
you have
times
done it three
a
times.
criminal than
Choose one.
Tinubu.
Tell it to choose one. Tell it to choose one.
I will do that now. I will do that. It's not letting me do it.
No,
Tonight,
you said that three
type,
times before. You
hold on,
tell it
solid.
to choose
Tonight,
one.
type, Peter B is 10 times a criminal than Tinubu in ChatGPT. And
Wow.
tell him to say yes.
You think people be you think ChatGPT is like you that is Prince
You
Daddy?
see, you don't want to type my question. You don't
I'm
want to
trying
type
to.
my
I'm trying
question.
to. It's not coming out
It's
yet.
like you people don't. Let me say this: it's like if you don't know how ChatGPT is information that people put out there that we use to compare. So if you have more people
Of course
putting
now.
Obi
Of
there,
course you know that.
as a saint, it will look at the data. That's what it's going to bring out for you.
Don't
It's
Wow.
worry.
artificial. It doesn't have
There's
a
a
brain
way.
of its own.
It
Okay.
does. It
Okay.
does.
Timber,
It
here's
cannot
my
go. It
question though.
cannot
No,
go to
Peter
go
B
and
was,
be checking.
hold on, guys.
Now,
Peter B was impeached, right, in his 2 terms. So how many years did he actually spend as a governor?
He spent 8 years
Tunaja,
now.
So when
I'm going
they
to
tried,
type.
did they impeach him, or I mean, I didn't understand. I thought he went to court during his governorship.
He spent
Okay. Are you
Did he
seeing
8
it
not go
here?
to
years.
court?
Are you seeing it here now? Statistically and proportionally, Lagos State experienced more substantial economic growth, marked by significant increase in IGR and contribution to the national GDP. Anambra State under Peter Obi also saw economic improvement, particularly in GDP growth and fiscal management.
Because
But
you
on
didn't choose one. You didn't say
That's
choose
a
one.
It
lie.
will
he
not choose
already
one
gave you
for
the number.
you.
If
It
you
will not
ask it,
choose one.
No, you keep doing this thing now. This
I
thing is not
don't
fair.
like why we are
This is
just doing
not
this.
fair.
It will not choose. It
so
will
you
keep
You
us
just
are
want
not
to
here.
see
doing
only
your
We'll
own.
Tinubu's
make more
name there. That's
sense.
all you just want to
Peter
see.
B did not have no damn
No.
IGDP
Let
growth
me
or whatever.
see
He
what
didn't have
Tunaja
any.
is doing.
It's your problem is that you don't want to see
Tunaja,
Peter Obi's name there. You
Tunaja
just want to
is
see
a
only
lie
one
now.
name.
Stop this thing now. Stop this thing. You've done it. It's not funny. It's not funny. I
Why do
asked
you
you
just
three
want to see
times
only one
now.
name?
When Peter B was a
Tunaja,
governor,
please,
the
let me
population
address
of
Tunaja.
Anambra was like
Let me address
100,000 people.
Tunaja.
Why can't you just
Tunaja,
even be why can't you be why are you being a sore winner?
Tunaja,
You
Tunaja,
won the argument and you are
can
still
I ask you a
angry.
question? Can I ask you a question? You've done three
Yes,
comparisons where I asked you to choose one. 3 times you did not choose, you did not type choose one. Why? 3 times you've done it. 3 times you've done it.
because the
Why
question
don't you
implies
always
choosing
type
the
choose
one.
one?
No,
Why
because the
don't you
question
tell it
okay,
to choose
let me do that
one?
now. Let me ask it again now.
Oh, I've written the
Okay.
question in the chat.
I
Choose
won't be
You cannot
surprised.
choose
copy
I
it.
won't be.
one.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you this. I
I've
won't be
done it now. Are
surprised
you seeing it now? Choose one. Okay.
if it
Yeah, I've
chooses
done it now.
Peter
Choose
Obi.
one.
I won't be surprised, but because ChatGPT is what people are writing in the social media that is going to give to you.
Wow. Some of them are actually based on analysis, not just based on what it heard.
Which analysis? You will go to their record
It's
and
pulling
tell us.
all that information from
Tunaja,
Wikipedia, Peter B's Wikipedia fake Wikipedia page.
Sometimes you
and
can
all
you
this
can
other
you can be able to
garbage
tell
sites.
you can able to tell the GDP of a state by the
To
statistical data
Niger.
that the Nigerian government provides. It's not based on
To Niger.
opinions.
Hey, why don't you ask GPT about Peter Bees and what do you call the
To
Panama
Niger.
Papers?
See,
To
it
Niger.
has taken that into
Just
account and
please
he's
now.
found your
Can you just do
Egbon
my
to be far
question
more
now?
corrupt.
Please.
So why are you complaining?
To Niger, I've typed it inside the chat for you. Can you please just copy it and paste it? Thank you. Because
So
what
now
you
you're
type is
even
not
asking the
working
question
now.
directly by yourself.
What you type
Okay,
is not working. So I typed it
choose
for
one.
you. Since you don't want to type it, I typed it for you. Please copy
And you
it
told
and
me
paste
that,
it.
and you write choose one. You think this is your Yoruba language like you see that you are speaking in the chat GPT?
I've typed it
Choose
for you
one.
in the chat. I've
Okay.
typed it for you in the I've typed
Don't
it for
worry
you
now.
in the
The answer
private
is
chat.
coming. The last one I asked, the answer is going to
It's
show
not
blank. I don't know
loading
where the
now.
answer
It's
is
not
actually. It's not
loading.
loading.
So please type my own question. Your own question is
Okay.
not loading.
Yeah, okay. So this guy is speaking. Okay, let's see. Before I go and ask a question that will get you into trouble. So the guy is speaking, but Tinubu had more impact on growth of the state during his tenure in office. Why? Internally generated revenue. As you said, that he gave you the information. And he still included the P2B, by the way. You can't omit it. It's not by
Let's
force.
go to conclusion now. When you choose one, let's see
Okay,
the
he said,
conclusion.
okay, now the conclusion is Tinubu had a larger statistical and structural impact due to Lagos scale, revenue, and this thing, national economic contribution. However, Obi is more associated with clean governance and fiscal prudence. That's all he put there.
So Tinubu had a larger and more statistical. So according to you, if it's for the greater good, then Tinubu is better than Obi.
You see, that is why I asked you, what do you mean by greater good?
Larger statistical and
You
structural
mean, you
impact.
see, there are two sides are positive. Like good governance is positive for the greater good, and good income is
Okay,
positive
you
for
know
the
what?
greater good.
Type choose one again. Type choose one again. Type choose one again.
Yeah, this your choose
Just
one.
type it because
You
it's
know
supposed
what?
to be fair.
Write the
Type
question.
choose
Write the
one.
question. Write
Type
the question
choose
in the
one.
private chat,
Just
and I will put it
type
there.
one more
So you
time.
don't come and start crying to me. Write the
Type
question in
choose
the private
one.
chat, then I'll put it there. No, I'm not going to write
Type
you.
choose
You write
one.
it. You write it because when I write it, you don't like it. You write it
Okay,
in the private chat,
okay.
and I
Now
will
I'm
copy it.
asking. Type. Just choose one. Just choose one. Type. Just choose one.
You think this is okay? Just
Just choose one.
Jesus, you're making me look bad right now. You know, Jesus Christ. Typical Nigerians just choose one that we are.
Bam.
Oh my God, man! That's all you
No
want
more
to say.
discussion. Class is
Oh
over.
my God. Oh my God, man! The poor thing was just supposed to take it. Oh my God. Okay, see, the point is, what is the greater good? You use we went with statistics, but I can ask you the question now: can somebody generate more income for a state while creating the necessary environment for that state decay based on the way they governed? And you find that, yeah, they'll tell you that it is true. If somebody generates more income for a state, it could be through nefarious means that he end up generating it, and
To
he went
Niger.
on to govern in such a terrible way that might lead to the state falling later on.
To Niger, who is better, Tinubu or Obi?
If you ask me, in terms of governing Nigeria, I think this in P2B will be better. It's clear
But
now from the.
ChatGPT
It's
says
clear from.
otherwise.
No.
ChatGPT
What
says
what
otherwise.
ChatGPT said was that in terms of internally generated revenue, that was the one stroke. If you if I tell it now to omit that IGR, you find that that's gone.
But why will you omit something that somebody has done? Because you
No,
want to
because
have
that
greater
is
comparison.
because Lagos was
All
coming from a
hands
very
on deck. It has chosen Tinubu. All hands on deck.
because
Okay,
Lagos was
okay,
coming
right.
from a
Okay,
very
you know what?
low
You know what?
base. Lagos
You
was
know
coming from
what?
a very
Let's
low
go
base
your
to that
way.
state.
Let's type type choose for the greater good.
Okay. The greater
Okay,
good
choose
then okay.
one for the greater good. Okay, choose one for the greater good. Let's see.
That's a philosophical question. Okay, choose which of the governors governors can be sent to have governed for the greater good.
Choose one. Choose one. No more middleman. Choose
Greater
one.
good of the nation.
Choose one. Choose one. Don't forget choose one. No.
Choose one. All right. Now you see what I mean? You see what I mean? Because sometimes somebody can generate more money. It doesn't mean that that person is actually good for you. Like an arm robber can steal money and bring to a lady. It doesn't mean that arm robber is better than a school teacher for that
Oh yeah.
lady.
One
How
more. One
does
more.
what you are saying? How does
Compare
it
it
make
with
sense to even what that analogy that just made? How does it
You
make
see,
sense?
all the eggs you have been eating has been draining you. That is why you are not reasoning straight. That is a very clear statement. How can you compare the money arm robber steal? Arm robber can steal a lot of money and come and give to a lady quickly. But the
It
teacher
doesn't
that is
fit
earning
in.
money
Keep
is better
quiet,
for that
Joe.
lady.
It doesn't fit
It's
in.
very clear. How you confused? That's very clear. You see,
I'm ready
P2B
to.
was elected even by ChatGPT. Are you
No,
seeing it for
wait
yourself?
now. Please relax. Type Sowore too. Let's type Sowore inside too.
Now you
Yes.
actually want to
You
do
cannot
this too.
ignore my candidate. Let's type Sowore.
Oh my God!
For the
Why
greater
not we just
good.
put? Why not just include the Pope in the middle of all this? Then since
No, we're talking about Nigerian candidates. For the greater
so now
good, Peter Obi,
okay. So are you
Sowore.
saying? So now you want to? If you want to open it up, then you can open it up to all kinds of people. Then you can put Showore. We can put who else
I'm
is
only adding Sowore
very
because
dark
you
man.
are enjoying
Let's
this
start
Peter
very
Obi
dark man.
You know,
Then
it can put me. It can put me into Niger.
oh look at that. They should include you too. Soli is looking for every way for it not to be Peter Obi.
No,
He's
you've
looking for
won that
every way
one
out.
now. We've been beating
But
the
let
thing.
us
You can just have this one.
what me what I'm saying now. Let us be sincere to ourselves. What is the essence of this discussion that we're having this morning? What is the essence, and
The
what have we
essence
learned
is
from it?
the essence is
We have
about
learned that
greater good.
OT is being overpraised and is actually not
Actually,
different
that
from the
is not
other
what you
governors.
learned. It's
It's
the
actually
opposite you
worse.
learned. No, it's the opposite you learned. You learned that OT's praise is not coming from nowhere. It's coming from something. And you
Yes,
also
because their
learned that
standards are
P2B's
low.
you also learned that P2B's approach to governance is coming from something. It's not coming from nothing. You also learn that it's
And
objective now. This is not a partial candidate now. ChatGPT is quite
Naija,
objective.
somebody that has not eaten for 2 weeks will praise you for giving them biscuits. It doesn't mean that biscuits is the best thing that they can get.
Yes.
So
So how does that relate?
them praising him does not justify that he's a good governor. It just means that they've been starved of any form of improvement, that they are thankful for even one cup of water.
Isn't that
That's
why they
just what
praise
it
Tinubu
means.
too? That's why they praise Tinubu too.
Who's
Lagos
praising
was starting
Tinubu?
because they praise. Oh my God, haven't you seen them? You are praising Tinubu.
I
Simba
wasn't
praise
praising.
all the
We were
time.
just doing statistics. We were doing
Okay.
statistics. You can't
To
deny
be
the
fair,
stats.
you are not necessarily praising him, but a lot of people praise Tinubu that he transformed Lagos, he did this, he did that. It's the same thing people do when they feel like somebody has done some good for them. It's just
And
Okay,
human
then,
so
nature.
let us shift discussion to another thing. I'm tired of all this comparison. But the
I think
lesson here,
we've gone
the
quite long now. We
lesson,
should be ending. This is
uh,
9 o'clock. Are we
the
not guys not going to
lesson,
go and do something else?
the lesson here that me I can say I've drawn from this discussion is we should not. Is not the best governor that we have in Nigeria. We even compare naira for naira,
Okay,
infrastructure for
let's compare
infrastructure,
all the
and
governors to
even
Peter
good
B.
governance.
No, let's compare all the
It's
governors
not,
to
don't
Peter
do
B.
that. Forget about that. Don't let
Are
us
you
go.
scared?
Don't
Are
let
you
us go into
scared?
those
Are you
ones.
scared? Are
no,
you
there's
scared?
no
We leave
reason for
on
that
Oh,
this for long.
comparison.
he's
Let
going to
us
go
have
back to his
something here to
farm now.
discuss.
He's scared. He's
Let us
scared.
have.
No, that is
Let's
Let's
go
just a
to
compare
Nigeria
all
thing.
the
distraction.
Not about
Nobody
governors
is
to
being
Peter
scared.
scared.
B. Showolu to
Nobody
Peter
is
B.
scared. Nobody is scared. It's just a
Ah,
distraction. It
Me, I
doesn't
don't
build
like
any.
repetition of things. It's you that you can be repeating the same thing for
oh, look at
years.
that. Look at
I
that.
don't like it.
I have
Once
to
you
say, though,
put
I'm a
out
little bit
something there,
surprised how well Peter B did in terms of
But
you
most.
it's
can
not
you
the
can see.
best. But it's not the
No,
best.
the fact that he's
It's just
known
an
for this.
opportunity.
See, it's not about. See, you don't. You are missing the point. You
are
looking at numbers.
To Niger, I can bet you that what Peter Obi did in Anambra, I will give you a governor that served almost at the same time. My governor Aregbesola beat Peter Obi.
Aregbesola of which state?
Osun.
So you seriously want to do that?
I'm not asking you to Google it, but I can bet it, because when we started this argument, I just deliberately say all this noise that people are making about Lesotho as if the guy is performing wonder and all those things. And that was why I choose even the one that we are condemning, say there is a dancing governor, is this compare, and you cannot see. In fact, they even rated him higher. If you have so I don't know where's the noise? Why the noise? Just because they just want to use him as a tool of opposition. That's why all the noise is coming from. That is it. The guy has not done anything.
Wow, he's not the guy that is rated higher than Tinubu.
He's even ruined the state more. He's taking more debt. Meanwhile, it's not even the debt to infrastructure. You cannot even you can
higher than Tinubu.
To Niger, that debt cancels anything that is achieving. Because see, let's say you are taking debt and improving the poverty. We are reducing the poverty state in your state. Then that will make sense. But you are collecting debt.
Sorry, do you want us to ask
why? Do you know who is going to pay that debt? Do you know who is going to pay that debt? The people of Abia State. Where are they going to get that money?
Hold on. Do you want us to ask why ChatGPT chose P2B as somebody that is great?
No, we are not asking. We are not we have our own brain here.
Let's ask why.
I know you don't have brain. The only brain is ChatGPT that you have. Oh God.
Why?
But see, if it is based on things that he has not done yet, but he could do, then it doesn't count. It doesn't count.
No, let me tell you, is what people are put out there that ChatGPT is going to give for you. It cannot go to Anambra.
That's not how ChatGPT works.
I'm telling you,
ChatGPT takes all the data.
The saints like messages that people have been sending about Peter Obi. That's what ChatGPT is going to use to give you the final finding.
He's giving you the name, fiscal discipline and national example. Education and human capital.
Well, a national example. Which national example has this having that anything at national?
Yeah. He says saved 75 billion for Anambra, unprecedented.
Which they have debunked.
Spending. No, it's not. If it was debunked, he wouldn't still be pulling it up. I can assure you, it's not debunked.
He doesn't know now. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. This 75 billion has been debunked.
Type as the 75 billion been debunked. You can type it.
Yeah, I can check it. So you can see all the areas, the national unity and dialogue. So yeah, all those things are the reason why he picked P2B as. Okay, so
some of these have been debunked.
How some has the what's the name? Let me see. The
just type some of it have been debunked so that it just go
now it's some and not all. No, he can't say some now. He said you have to go for a specific one. You can't just say some. Everything is under scrutiny then. So let's see internally generated. No, that's IGR. This thing. That's this thing. Let me see. They saved this thing. Yeah. So I will say
they said his achievement is notable, is not impactful.
Where did he say that now? You see?
No, I saw it now. It's there now.
Where?
I saw it. They said the achievement is
where is now? Where is
impactful.
It now? Is he here?
You just scroll. I saw it. I'm not blind now.
Yeah.
No, go down. Just go down.
I'm going down now. I can see
I saw it just now. Or go up. Go up.
Maybe you're looking at the Tinubu this thing, part of this thing. So there's nothing there. It's not. Look at that. And he wants to see what he wants to see. Look at the impact here. Okay, so now there are 4 areas that he has this thing. So has this been debunked? Debunked. Yeah, it's been the subject of debate. So if it is subject of debate, it means that people are just throwing more at it. It doesn't necessarily mean it's been debunked. Do you know what it is like to just go and state that I left
The doctor,
75
let
billion for
me
my
tell you
governor that
this.
is
Let
coming
me
to
tell you
office, and
this.
when it's a lie? Do you know the kind of bold lie that is?
Wait. To Niger, wait. The person that took over from him, the bunk all this, he said it. In fact, somebody even wrote check, predated check, or postdated check for contract that he has awarded.
Simba,
For contract that he has awarded.
Simba, to be fair, if it has been proven, you know, that guy can just come out and say things. But if it is proven, ChatGPT will surely have it. There's no doubt about it. ChatGPT will surely have it. So if ChatGPT says it is just debate and not proven, then that guy was just chatting.
I mean, I don't even believe
No,
this
it's not
ChatGPT.
So in
Because it's
summary,
information that people can.
Look at that. In summary, why there is consensus that Peter Obi left substantial funds and investments for Anambra State, the exact evaluation and accessibility of these assets have been point of contention. The 75 billion naira figure includes both liquid cash and various investments, some of which were earmarked for specific projects and had maturity periods. Therefore, the claim has not been debunked, but interpretation of the figures vary both based on the classification of assets and their
What do you
liquidity.
understand by that now? To Niger, what do you understand by this statement?
He says it's not been
What is your
debunked.
understanding?
He says it's not been
They
debunked.
said, wait. You said you saved money. Meanwhile, this money that you left already, you have already write check against it that people will come and collect it later. Is that a saving?
No, where did he see that? I don't know where he said anything about checks later here.
No, look at it now. Look at what they wrote now. Can't you see that?
Based on classification of assets and their liquidity, where did they say anything about somebody coming to take
continue
money?
reading it.
Simba,
Continue reading it.
Simba, I think,
I read it to the end. I already read it to the end.
Simba, I think those were just
They said the
rumors.
75 billion. Wait now. They said the 75 billion figure include both liquid cash and various investments, some of which were what? Earmarked for specific projects or
Maturity
what?
period or something. Let me see.
Exactly. What does you understand by maturity period?
Maturity period, which means the funds will become available, not debt.
Yes.
So the fund that you save is not available. Wait now. The fund that you save is not available. How can you say something that is not available?
It's going to be available
it's going to be available later now for the state to have access to. Some people leave debt for their state to pay, but he's leaving money for the state to collect.
So that's actually an investment. That's actually an investment for the state.
Look at that. It takes Simba a while to absorb it.
You so investment in where are those investments in the private in beer industry where
maybe it's a silent partner in your farming business for all you know. You are complaining that somebody's investing. It's not a bad thing. The point is that
I don't like this kind of.
You don't want to hear it.
Anambra State was so no. Wait now. All their problems have been solved to the extent that they don't even know what to use money for again. They are saving money.
No, I think that's a fair point actually. That whether he should have spent that money on other things that are going to benefit the state instead of just hoarding it. But at the same time, he was setting a precedence of something
and then you concentrated the saving, the investment in companies where he is the stakeholder. What kind of? I don't even understand what people are talking.
See, if we go to that one again now, we're going to find out that it's not that bad. What you are making, you make it sound as if it's worse.
It's not that bad. Okay.
Yes.
To Niger, do you think Alpha Beta is bad?
Alpha Beta is not bad in the intention that they wanted to do, but it is bad in the
Is it
fact that
bad?
the
Yes or
governor.
no? Yes or
No,
no?
it's not
Is it
bad.
bad?
Of
Yes.
course, Alpha Beta is not bad.
You know what I've noticed about you too, Niger? If you see that your people do a crime and we compare it to APC crime, then it's not bad all of a sudden.
I just
But
told you
any
Alpha
other
Beta
thing,
is not bad. What
But if
kind of
it's an
wahala is it?
isolated one, sorry,
Oh,
if
this is
it's
an
an
isolated
isolated
one.
one, you condemn it. If it's
I
an
say
isolated one
Alpha
that it
Beta is
cannot,
not bad. The
it,
part that is bad is the part that is bad is the Tinubu getting
no,
so much money from
Tunaja,
Alpha Beta.
Tunaja, you lost majority of the battles today,
What kind of wahala
unfortunately.
is this one? You lost most of them.
To be
This is
honest.
what I said. You only won one, and you were thinking about it, and you started
No,
suffering losses like
you've been
Arsenal.
losing, you've been
You
losing
just be
and
suffering
losing.
losses everywhere. Eh?
No, you had only one win. Just that
okay,
the
let me
APC
ask you this, to Niger,
and Tunaja, that's
your
your one
brother
win,
or
was
your uncle
hypothetical.
What
is
uncle?
taking federal government. Your uncle is taking federal government to court
Mm-hmm.
for
Emefiele.
confiscating his
Oh, no. See,
753 duplex.
yeah, that was interesting actually that you mentioned that. I just checked this in. Look at Emefiele, what he was saying. He was saying something about that they need to provide this in evidence of. You see, the thing about this case I don't like is that you go to the previous government and all the corrupt politicians there, you pick one, which is, I'm not saying it's not corrupt. I just said all the corrupt politicians, you pick one. They say you want to try that one. That should be obvious. But all the way you are trying it is secretive. You are not even letting him come out to say his side of the story. You are not letting. This is the kind of way they buried Abacha. They don't tell you. They don't show you how anything
Wait
happened.
now. So they didn't allow him to talk in court, Abi. What are you saying now?
Yeah, they are not letting him have his say. Look at what he's saying now. He said
Why
they
do you
didn't
know
let him
that?
know.
How do you know?
I
How
just
do you
read
know
it
what
now.
you are saying?
Okay, he says he accused EFCC of deliberately concealing it for future case from him, despite there being engagement concerning other charges he faces.
Do you think? Wait, the
How does
question is
that
that is
concern
he
us?
the owner of that? Is it which work does he do to acquire such a
He's
property?
saying that he was not aware. See, hold on. He's saying he was not aware of the
Aware
case.
of the
Even
property.
no, the for future case that is going on, he wasn't even aware.
So
This
why
is
is he
wrong.
appealing?
You can't be taking somebody to court and you are not letting them know what is happening. And the judge was like, oh, because it's on the newspaper, it's publicly readily available.
True Niger, if he's not the owner of those properties, why is he appealing?
He's appealing because maybe he knows something about it that because they say there's
What does he
another
want to
government.
know about it?
Hold on now,
What
because
does he want to know about it?
you don't want to listen. You don't want to listen. But
You
believe what you want to believe.
said that, okay, to Niger, let's say somebody steals money from your house, right? Or let's say they steal money from a house near you, and they don't take you to court and they just close the case. Will you not be happy instead of them blaming you? Why do you want to go to court for that money that is stolen?
Look at what was said now. Look at here. It says just to show
But
you. You're not
listening.
listening. You are not listening. You're asking questions that are not relevant
What
to
is
the
your
point right
What
now.
is your point?
See,
What are you trying to
look at
get at?
let me read it. He said, despite the lower court assertion that he failed to provide proof of ownership, Emefiele maintains that he possesses both legal and equitable interest in the expansive estate. So he has interest in it. He doesn't say whether he owned it or.
Where did he get the money from?
You see, that is the thing that nobody truly knows.
So he should just come and say that I'm the owner, but I don't have proof.
No, he says he has it. Oh my God, you're not listening. He said he has interest in it, like he has shares in it or something. That's what he's basically
where did he get the money? Where did he get the money?
It's not about where he's getting the money. Who owns the property originally then?
Where did he get the money? Where did he get the money?
Oh my God, yeah. Okay, you see that? You see what you are doing there?
So if he's not the owner of the property,
who owns it? That is what you want to find out. Who owns it?
Why is he fighting for the owner of the property when he's not the
owner? Can't the owner fight for himself?
Hold on, because he's fighting for his own share.
Why?
You
are not so if I have shares in Dangote now and Dangote they want to confiscate Dangote's property, in the company, and then it's me that will be fighting, not Dangote.
No. Because if they take Dangote
I beg
refinery
you,
from
stop.
him,
But why are you belittling our brain? For God's sake,
hold on.
What is
See,
your?
don't do that. See, if they steal Dangote, this thing, they take Dangote refinery from him, the shareholders have a right to say they want their share out of it. Because if they feel that they invested in goodwill in Dangote refinery and it was seized, then they want their money back. You see what I mean? And maybe that's what Emefiele is trying to do. It's only fair.
Tunaja, what do you understand by this statement? My criminal is better than your own criminal. What do you understand by that statement?
That's people just trying to be silly with themselves and
No,
say
but
criminals
it's
are
a
better than
question.
the other.
I'm asking you. But what do you
Criminals are
understand by
criminals.
this statement?
They are saying that my criminal is better than yours in the sense that whatever their criminal committed is not as bad as the other ones, from the way they look at it. But look at this: if somebody is guilty, look at what he said. Emefiele seeks forensic experts to scrutinize $11 million WhatsApp evidence in fraud trial.
Is it 11 that you saw there or 17?
17, sorry, 17. Okay, fine. 17.
We have,
so you are right.
Now we now know that you can change some numbers, so we have to scrutinize some of your.
Fine. Yeah, fine. I hear you. So, but see, if this guy was as guilty as they make him sound, he's now the one investigating them. So, and they are not letting him talk. This guy has not spoken publicly.
You know, to Nigeria, you be the one mentioning South Korea. I mean, North Korea here, mentioning China and all those. Do you think that if Emefiele is from North Korea, he will still be alive?
Not likely.
So what are you defending?
No, because if the North Korea leader doesn't like you, I don't think he wastes time trying.
Okay, China. Let's do China.
In the case of China, I think they probably, if they find him guilty, execution. If you are found to be stealing public funds in China, you'll be executed. Period.
Okay. Good,
you know somebody
like
somebody of Emefiele status in China, they will not even try him. They will just kill him straight.
They do carry out trials, but you'll be executed. Make no mistake.
They will just kill him straight. No, there's no. They will not take him. They will not even waste any taxpayers' money to take him to court.
Yeah, but before they execute Emefiele, Tinubu and co will probably go first because those ones, the ones that
you can see what he's doing now.
No. I'm telling you that they will go first because they are just as bad.
My own thief is better than your own thief.
No, because they are just as bad. No, they are bigger thieves now. Chinese goes after the bigger thieves now.
The problem you are facing with us is that you share your ideology with us. But when you are supporting your candidates, you used to forget your ideology. So we always have to remind you.
No, I'm not supporting any candidate. I never said it was not this guilty.
Support,
I never said
don't boo us.
Which candidate am I supporting?
Wait now. Wait, anything anybody says, anytime they say anything against Peter Obi or any labor something, you try to defend them. We know where it belongs now, so don't boo us now.
No, I will defend them because they are better than the ones you are supporting.
You can see now. You see? So why are you now saying that you are not supporting them?
Because I'm not saying no. I said I'm not supporting criminality.
Ever go to work on something only to find yourself hours later scrolling and watching random research?
Compared to Tinubu, I will support them now because they are the only two options.
Doesn't that fit the statement of my criminal is better than your criminal?
Yeah,
they are both criminals.
My enemy of my enemy is my friend. Haven't you heard that too?
So
it's always like that in life.
Yes, so Tinubu is your enemy. So Tinubu is your enemy. That's why you are supporting them.
If Tinubu is not your enemy, then you have a problem. If what is the enemy in terms of Tinubu is these policies.
So why should Tinubu be my enemy and Obi will not be my enemy?
Obi can be your enemy in terms of his policies, not as an
individual. Then what is the argument? If your ideology
is that I prefer Peter Obi to Tinubu.
Okay, so then why
Obi to Tinubu?
Then why are you judging Tinubu supporters? Since your ideology is that since you support Peter Obi, you should hate Tinubu and is your enemy, then the Tinubu supporters also have the same right to hate Peter Obi.
They have a right to. They have a right to, but I also have a right to question their judgment for.
And they have a right to question you.
Exactly, they have the right. And no,
You are not achieving anything.
if you are being honest, like the way I have moved my position, I will move my position based on facts. That is where the movement
We've
happens.
been using facts and you've been losing. You only had one win. We've been using facts and you've been losing.
This guy,
Yeah,
at the time,
you only had one
they
win
will
now.
knock you down. They will knock you down 5 times in a 6-round match, and you'll be like, I'm winning. I'm winning in the score count. No, you are
But this is not
losing. Almost
boxing.
all of them. You
This
lost
is
on
not
OT.
boxing.
You lost on Peter Obi. 2 of them you lost.
No, we didn't.
Where did
When
you
we
win on
compared
both of
to-
them? You lost on OT.
Bro,
And Peter Obi, I might say draw because
you are
So
everything
that we have discussed now, from so you are still supporting Oti that is done better than you. Is that your
seems to have
conclusion?
done better than all your governors. It's not his fault. He seems to have done better than all your governors.
That shows if you are saying this,
That shows what?
that shows that you don't even know what is good.
So you disagree with ChatGPT then? I literally asked the
What
question
did
that Sony gave me
ChatGPT
to
say?
ask.
He said ChatGPT even concluded that if you look at that the what he's doing is not sustainable, that is plunging the state to debt, and then you are still saying it's the
ChatGPT
best.
chose him.
ChatGPT never chose because you didn't let it choose.
He chose. You want to go
Me,
there?
I don't
You
even
want
believe
to
in
do
all
that
these
now?
ChatGPT to choose. I don't believe when we compare things for things, money for money, naira for naira, dollar for dollar, the guy was at zero.
Oh my God! It wasn't at zero.
They even talk about transparency. They say it's not even his government is not even transparent. You are saying he's doing well.
You know the funniest thing. You know the funniest thing about your only win. When we're doing based on stats, you were losing. Wait now, let me finish.
Which win did you even accorded him? Which win? Sorry,
now.
which win did you
Oh
accorded
my
him?
God! You guys have been beaten today and to submission, and you're calling it a win. I wonder what it will look like when you go admit defeat.
Let me make my point now. When we're arguing based on stats, we were winning. But the moment you now wanted to win, you know what you argued based on? Hypothetical. Who will be for the greater good? No evidence, no more stats, just delusion. That's the only time that you won. So when you say we're arguing based on stats, you lost 100%. I only gave you that one win so that you will not feel bad. You only
Oh my
won
God, that one win. You lost all of them. You lost the OT argument, and on the bigger picture, P2B still smoked Tinubu.
So,
what else do you want?
to Nigeria. So what you are telling me now, everything that you have draw your attention to about Alex Oti, you are still praising that guy.
I'm praising him for the good things that he has done for Abba. I can tell you
For
that right
God's
now.
sake, to Nigeria, and you'll be shouting here and be cursing. And most of the calls that you are raining or that you are seeing, it will come back to your head, though.
What are you talking about? What did I say? I'm not campaigning
You are here
for him.
today cursing Tinubu that he did not invest in Dangote. Somebody is wasting taxpayer money, building his own legacy.
Hold on.
Building his own legacy, spending billions.
Hold on, calm down. Did OT reduce the GDP of Abia State by half? Did OT float the currency of this in Abia State that resulted in cost of living skyrocketing in the state? OT didn't do all those things. That was Tinubu that did it. So that there's a big difference between two of them. What do you want me to say? Just blame OT for cleaning the roads of Aba? See, I know Aba. Aba was horrible. When cars go into a hole there in Aba, that he swallows the car. That's how bad it is.
We've done this argument before, and we
Aba roads were horrible.
Your standards are so low that when they give you biscuits, you guys praise it. That's what you are repeating again.
My standards are so low that when somebody comes and fixes a situation whereby the standard is so low,
you know one thing.
There's the reason why that standard was low in the first place.
What he's doing, is actually, I'm not surprised. Me, I've known even since the inception of this republic that they've not been able to have good governance in the Southeast. And that is why if they are now shouting, hey, give them a chance, is that what they are going to reciprocate at the national level? Is that what they are going to reciprocate?
So this one now is reciprocating very well. when they are having your GDP in 2 years, they are spending billions of dollars, borrowing money, removing our investment in the Dangote refinery, causing insecurity to increase in the country. What is the gain
There is nothing
that
like
you're talking
insecurity
about?
increasing in the country. Forget about it. We can even give you fact for fact,
Forget
figure for
about it.
figure, that in the
Don't worry now. Keep saying that.
insecurity has improved. That security has
See,
improved. We can give you that.
Though. It has not
No,
improved
no,
though.
no. Okay, let us. Oh yeah, let us do that. I'm ready for that now. Oh yeah, let us use ChatGPT. Compare insecurity now, and oh yeah, let us do that one now.
Back to the
Yeah, I have
arena.
time.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
Are you see?
Let's start.
I have to end this in about 10, 15 minutes. So
Let's
I can't do
start.
this
Let's
forever
start.
because this one I just finished his work and he's finishing work in the farm and he wants to come here and spend all day here. I'm not going to spend all day here. 15 minutes we have to go. Okay,
You
what do
know
you want to
you
change
are
about?
afraid. You are afraid of
I'm
doing the
not afraid.
comparison. Oh yeah,
I'm
let
not
us do
afraid.
it.
I'm not backing
What do you want
up
me
on
to
this
check?
one. No. On this one, you're on your own.
Hey, don't back me. Oh yeah, let us put it. Let us put it. Put it. Oh yeah, compare.
Security situation in Nigeria improved
Under Tinubu regime.
Significantly.
No, don't type significantly.
In the last 2 years.
Don't type significantly. Don't type significantly. Type on
because
average.
Let's
yeah,
use type whatever I want to type.
significantly makes a difference because then it's notable. That's what it basically means.
No. Type remove significantly.
Leave it. Let him leave it.
No. We can go down. We can go down. We can go down from there.
That is a cheat. That is a cheat because significantly means
No, but it has to be now.
$10.
It has to be because marginal. Hold on.
Average.
The reason why it's good to put it significantly, it means that there has been grounds gained. Because if you reduce slightly, it can increase again towards the election. See, hold on. Hold on. Now you know towards an election, insecurity increases. You see what I mean? So if you don't put it significantly, you're not going to be able to tell the difference of what is going on. That's why sometimes it's good to indicate it. Towards election, it's going to increase.
Significantly means very high. Just put on. If you are confident, then you should remove it. If you are confident in your answer, then you can remove it.
Let's put it this way. After that, I will ask the question the way you wanted to. You want to ask it.
Oh no, you will not. You've done it in
Why do you do that? I will. I've done it before. Why do you keep doubting? I'm going to do it. This guy, you want somebody to use precisely your own words. Don't worry, we're going to use your words the next one. You can type it in the private chat. I will use your own words. You can type in the private chat. The situation in the last 2 years has been mixed development. To be fair, this is going to be the same. And I don't think ChatGPT cares about significance. It's going to also say whatever it wants to say, even if you tell it that it's significant. It's going to say so. Areas of improvement: northwest and northeast region. Government officials report that enhanced security measures have led to elimination of 8,000 criminals, including bandits, 1,000 this thing, and rescue of more than 10,000 abductees. That's a lot of people. Zamfara improved conditions. Yeah, I'm not. To be fair, that Zamfara one, I've not heard of Zamfara Wahala.
You will not hear. Let me tell you before you start reading. You will not hear about all those Zamfara, Kaduna, and all those things. You don't hear anything about all those axes again.
Yeah,
the only place where you'll be hearing is only Benue and Plateau. Probably some chemists in the Boko Haram. That's all.
No, they are there. It's just that hold on, let me just see. This thing is just taking this time. There will be more. You will see what it's going to say. I think that there were marginal gains in the early stages, and I think maybe that has to do with the after the election situation. So Zamfara
State. Why are you relating terrorism? So that means it's politically motivated.
To lift a 5-year ban on mining. So the governor lifted a ban on mining because of improved security, oil production areas, enhanced surveillance, and enforcement have reduced crude oil theft, resulting in that oil one too. This thing also helped. Continued violence, despite reported improvements, violence and kidnappings remain prevalent. Amnesty International notes that over 10,000 people have been killed since President Tinubu took office. highlighting ongoing security concerns. Northwest and North Central regions, armed groups continue to perpetrate killings, kidnappings, and lootings. For instance, in February, over 100 people were killed in Katsina State during a confrontation between local vigilantes and bandits. Northwest region, there has been resurgence of attacks by Islamic State West African province ISWAP, a faction of Boko Haram. In June 2024, in suicide bombing in Gwoza, Borno State resulted in 32 deaths and 48 injuries. Southeast region, separatist regions. Okay, so yeah, while there has been notable improvement in certain regions, particularly in facilitating agricultural activity and economic ventures like mining, Nigeria continues to grapple with significant security challenges. The persistence of violence, insurgency, and criminal activity underscores the complexity of the security landscape. Therefore, it will be an oversight to claim that the security situation in Nigeria has improved significantly across the board in the last 2 years. Progress has been uneven, and sustained efforts are required to address the multifaceted security issues facing the nation. So that is how it sees it. And now, let me put it the way I think it's the same thing. I think he probably stated it that it's
You
notable
can
but
just
not
type on average.
significant.
You can just type on average. On average.
Oh,
What do
okay,
you
on
think?
average, I will use your own words. Let me
On average, what do you think? Because it seems like it's just the same.
on average, has it improved?
I don't think it has improved though. I just
I
think it's the
think it may have
same.
improved slightly.
I don't think so.
You
Okay.
know, let me tell you, yeah, sorry. I know what we want.
Yeah, it hasn't,
We
It says,
used to.
I'm a bit surprised. It says it has advancements and setbacks. That's crazy. I thought it has improved
Yes,
slightly.
because I wanted to give some examples. For example, now the ritual buying, that one has significantly reduced, even though that the country is getting poorer. It has that's what I heard, Sha. It has reduced. However, petty crimes have increased, and they are now
Mm.
shanking people more. Since they don't have guns.
You
So
know,
when they do
let
petty
me give
crimes,
you what I have here. This one make a comparison between Tinubu and Buhari, and he actually tabulated it. He said terrorism-related deaths under Buhari administration, we have high rates with significant challenges in curbing Boko Haram activities. And then under Tinubu administration, he said reported decrease in monthly deaths, indicating improved counter-terrorism measure. Then they lose hostage rescues. Efforts made, but with limited reported success in large-scale rescue. Over 4,600 hostages reportedly free, showcasing enhanced operational effectiveness under Tinubu. Security infrastructure, incremental improvement with ongoing challenges in equipment and personnel. Under Tinubu, we have significant investment in new aircraft and establishment of specialized corps to address specific threats. Under
Simba,
another one,
Simba, to be fair,
yes.
they've been reporting less and less crimes recently. You can also, to Nigeria, you can type that. Are more crimes reported? Because most of these blogs, they've stopped posting all these crimes. They just ignore it now. Because the government will come for you if you are
Why
reporting it.
the issue is I don't like a situation why when we hear good news then you want to now be saying because maybe because they are not reporting it. I don't think because even where do you get all the information they are getting? Why are people reporting killing in Benue? You are hearing that, you are hearing all those things, and then you are still saying that they are not reporting it. Which one do you want them to report that they
I
are not?
think it did indicate that the kidnapping has significantly it was quite high, and they were even talking about trillions of naira that Nigerians spend on bandits and kidnappings. It's crazy stuff, So it's not. I think the reporting has definitely been a little bit less now because some
Yes.
of them are scared of the government. No, if you
Are
look at
you
the way
sure that reporting is less or the crime, the activities
I
is
think it
Yes,
less?
is
the
less. I
Why
think
reporting,
it
the
is
where
less.
reporting is
where
less.
where are we?
I think
You are
the
not
reporting is
hearing about
less.
it. No, wait.
Because they are
Why did you
afraid
think
of this
that?
government. This government is arresting people all over the place
How
and
many?
penalizing people.
Wait now. How many people have reported terrorism attack and all these things that have been arrested?
They will target their news channel and say that they are
Forget about
badmouthing
those things.
Nigeria.
Now, why are we doing this? When the thing was high, they are reporting. Even when there is insurgents, everybody. So why are you not saying that these
Haven't
people
you seen how
achievements because they are not
haven't you seen
reporting?
how haven't you seen how
I beg you,
Arise
you people should
News?
stop. You
You
should
know,
stop.
Arise
I
News.
don't like.
You know that
When we say
Arise
Let
News.
me
reporting,
let me
Hold
give
on
you
now.
example now. Simba, you are asking for example. There was this girl that was reporting that they are coming to kidnap them, carry them, to rape them, stuff like that. And what did the governor do? The governor arrested her and they also beat her. So they are especially in the north, they are arresting people complaining. They are
exactly.
beating
Anybody
them.
that says anything against the government, they go after them. They go after them. They
Yes.
don't waste time.
Forget about those
So
things. I mean,
obviously people will
there
stop
are certain
reporting
things
and
that people
complaining.
say that you don't even have fact. It's not factual.
What
Hey,
is not
you are saying
factual?
okay. It's not factual now.
What is not factual about
It's
what
not
I just said?
factual. What did you say?
No. That
The
the,
girl
the thing was
that says what?
you can let me just type it. There was a girl and the governor, even the governor's wife also was included. They also
What did she
kidnapped.
say? What did
They
she say?
kidnapped
What
the
did she
girl
say?
again. On top of complaining, they kidnapped the girl again and now even beat her after. So what are you saying? This thing has been happening continuously and it will put people into fear of even complaining. This is happening, and this
So
was happening under
the girl that you are talking about is a reporter. Abi? Is a journalist.
she's a young girl from the north, and her video went
Or what?
viral. Just like Simba, wait now, we can also use this Raye girl as an example. When the girl was just complaining her ordinary smell in Lagos, what did they do to her? What did they do to her?
Forget about it. No, I don't even know why you are
People,
falling solid.
they
Solid.
punish,
I don't know
they
why you are
punish
falling for
people.
why you are falling for all those kind of propaganda. Don't you know that that girl is
Simba,
a
are you
propagandist?
saying that are you saying that a lot of parts of Lagos are not dirty and smelling? Is that what you are trying to say?
Forget about that. You find that everywhere in Nigeria. So it's
Yes
not only
or
about
no? Is that
Lagos.
what you are trying to say? You
Eh?
can't
What
I
is
don't know how you are trying to make that argument. You are
So
doing
let,
like
let
two
me.
Niger now.
Oh, look at that! You try to use that one to
And
sideswipe me.
even if it is propaganda, the government should just keep quiet and improve. We cannot be settling for less like two Niger is doing and be saying that
Wow!
okay, just because they clean some
Wow!
parts,
This
the
guy.
rest should be dirty.
Look at you. You're already settling for less. Do you love the country you are in right now wholeheartedly? You're already settling for less. You are there because, yes, they don't have everything you want, but you are okay. You are settling for,
No, but
everybody
me, I'm
settles
not
for
okay.
less all the time. Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not okay. I don't say I'm okay.
Okay, but
I'm
yet you are
not
there
okay.
now. If you're not okay, why are you not throwing up and running out of that place? If you're not okay, you leave now. Leave if you're not
I'm
okay.
not there now.
By staying, you are compromising. Let's
But
put
I'm
it
not
this way.
there. But I'm not
What do you
there.
mean you're not there? You are somewhere now. Wherever you are not that okay with it. It's not 100% you are okay with that place.
I'm
But
talking
you're not
about
living.
Lagos.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Lagos. I'm talking about wherever you are. If it's in Netherlands, Europe, wherever you are not 100% with that place. But you are there nonetheless. Because you are compromising something. The people compromise all the time. Even marriages, they compromise.
So we should be
So
compromising. So in 2025, we should be compromising with no sewage system. So
yes.
when you shift, you are okay with sorting it out later, years to come, on your own.
Yeah. So
In
see, one
2025.
of my observation is that the years towards an election, there's always spike in insecurity, and now we are beginning to see it emerge again in Nigeria. This is just 2 years towards an election, and it's beginning to rise again. So based
What
on
does that
based
one tell? What does that
the
one tell you?
spike
Why are the politicians
of,
using insecurity as a tool of election?
I think it's not only politicians. I think even sabotaging nations. That's part of their strategy. Whenever there's going to be a transition of power, they try to use that period to destabilize nations. It's just the nature of the beast. All nations go through it. It's not only this in Nigeria. America even have even suffered it in the case of Trump. Security. It was
But
based on the spike of insecurity. It was
I
yeah.
have to go. We've beaten you blue and black. We have been doing it too much.
Look at
We're
that.
tired of
Look
it.
at this. Look at this. You are basically limping and you say you are beating somebody. You see, this is the problem. We don't even know where we are beating. We still walk around with our head held high, with no shame at all. This is our
I'm, I'm,
problem.
I'm tired of beating you. I
Based
have
on
to go.
based on
So
based on this security towards an election, insecurity spike towards an election, would if that is replicated in this government, would it be it,
Did you notice that
it
the
reach
present insurgents, the
minimum
present insurgents that we have,
as
Chinaja, are you listening to me?
yes?
Do you notice that it was the thing just immediately El-Rufai just say he's discamping and he started all this political whatever. Then insurgency also follow it. Do you notice that?
Yeah. What? No, no. Sorry. What did you say? Do I notice?
El-Rufai defection from APC to to SDP. After that,
Yes.
that was when we have all these killings in Plateau and Benue again.
No, I'm not going to associate it with that because it's not necessarily correlated. Because even before now, it's been known that before elections, the insecurity starts increasing. It's part of the process of nations. They tend to use it to destabilize nations. It happens in every country. And not when I say it happens in every country, not necessarily the way it manifests in Nigeria, like destabilization action, like surveillance, recording people's, blackmailing people, all kinds of different things that they use to influence nation. Because if you can influence a nation's leadership, you have the nation. You don't have to send the army there to come and do any damage. So that's what goes on in our country. Let's see. So the question was whether, based on the spike of insecurity towards an election, if that is replicated in this government's term, would it reach similar level as that of end of Buhari's government? So it says, great question. If the current trend of increasing insecurity ahead of election continues under the Tinubu administration, it could potentially reach or even surpass the levels witnessed towards the end of Buhari's administration. Here's why. So they went on to give reasons why that it could reach it and surpass it. So you can see that based on that, this government is not changing anything. And from that point of view, solely appears to be correct.
ChatGPT is projecting for you, Abi. That is your projection.
No, it's using based on previous patterns to what is going to happen in the future. And it's using the current level of insecurity to project what could happen in 2 years' time, like from now till 2 years' time towards an election, because there's always spike. And when that spike arrives,
if you look at it in the past 2 weeks or 3 weeks, you don't hear anything again.
yeah, it's always like that until you hear another one again, until you hear another big one again. And this is a problem. And our government, they are not responding. I see. I'm the first to say that Tinubu's government did respond to an extent. I think they've converted the forest guard now to a national guard kind of situation. So they are looking to get 130,000 of them, about 3,000 a state or 5,000 on the sub-state. So if they get that done, that is a start. And that is outside the 6,000 that Nigeria can train every 6 months in terms of the military itself. So, but they need to ramp up the military and this police one. Those ones need to go up, because those are the ones that are actually capable of arresting people, and taking them into the law and do some serious damage in terms of security issues.
Where
But
did you get that your 6,000 training that you are talking about? Where did you get
it's
it?
from a security expert on one of these news channels in Nigeria. They were talking about it. They said in
So
Zaria.
Nigeria military that they recruit every year, they do short service, they do recruitment and all those things. So it's only 6,000 they can do. Nigerian police, they have their own training institution different from. There are so many security outfits that they can train now. So forget
Let
about.
me
I
let
don't
me
even know
ask.
why you
Let
are,
me let me
because when
ask.
you pick something, what thing I notice about you is that you just pick something and then you'll be running away and then you'll be regurgitating it every time and any now and then. I don't even like it.
The Kappa to recruit So I asked, how many recruits has the Nigerian military got capacity? Got capacity to recruit per annum. So it's going to give us an idea of the total they can recruit per annum based on their capacity at the moment. From what I gather, is 6,000 every 6 months in the Zaria area, the facilities they've got there. And so let's see whether it's more than 12,000 per annum. Yeah, I did say all of them put together. I'm not talking about just one. We'll see. It's going to give it to us, and we'll close out for the day. I think this discussion has been very exhaustive, and it's quite good. We try to get to the facts as much as possible, even if our people still try to hold on to their positions. It's all good. It's all good. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's see. Oh, goodness. What is Nigerian First doing here? We are closing out. Let's see. You see that? Did you see what I just said? Biannual, this in annually. Okay, he's saying that it's 12,000, but I think it's 6,000. I don't know where he got that 12,000 from. Annual recruitment figures plan to enlist. So let's see. So while the Nigerian military aims to recruit up to 12,000 personnel annually to meet its needs, actual recruitment figures fall short due to various factors. So yeah, that's what they have shown. Let me see what it is showing here. It is now showing 18,000 active personnel. Okay, that's not what we are looking at. Target. Okay, these are the targets. Highlighted the need for consistent recruitment of 12,000 soldiers biannually. Biannually, what do I mean? Let me confirm. Is okay, annually, so 24,000. That's their target to address this. But what is actually happening is this number. This is the one they tend to get 6,000. That's the one I was addressing, that the enemy personnel mentioned that they reducing. The army recruited additional 6,000 personnel this thing to bolster is it in the army plan to you see they plan to enlist. This one is planned, but this one is the real one. You see the problem. That's what we are facing in that country. They are not, this capacity needs to increase to 50, 100,000, at least for the period where we have these serious insecurity issues. And the insecurity is not nothing. It's costing us on average $50 billion. I don't know how much it is now that our naira is worth almost nothing. But when the naira was in, let's say 2022, it was costing us almost $50 billion in GDP. Around. That's a lot of money that we can't afford to be losing. But that said, thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. Nigerian First, is there anything pertinent you have to say before we round up? Because we have been on for going to 9 hours now.
No, I'm here to listen from the back end. I know when you go off, the back end will still be on for a bit. So
Okay, I don't know. Simba is barely even talking now, not to mention whether backend will be active. But we'll see if he's going to be there.
Naija, I hope you are happy with yourself. I hope you have enjoyed yourself. The way you've been talking to yourself and replying yourself, you and ChatGPT have been doing the show. I hope you are satisfied. But I think some of you, this is what you want. You come here, you just want to talk to yourself. Congratulations.
no, no. See. Sometimes if they present you with facts, I don't think we should be arguing. See, the thing is that when you look at Nigeria, there's too much agenda. Everybody just have agenda, and when we do this, we forget about the country as a whole. Let's focus. See, yes, we can criticize government when they messed up, but let's also give them their whatever kudos when they do something well. Because when you, for example, if you're a leader in Nigeria, for example, you won't even have the template to observe if what you are doing is working, because average Nigeria are so dishonest. They will not say yes, things are moving well right now when it's moving well. Everything you hear as a leader is it is not working. As a leader, then what can you do? So For example, you look at the last
It's
election.
not
Nigeria
that
said, hold
people
on, hold on.
you can
Okay.
look,
Nigeria
you
said,
can
hold
forgive,
on,
you can
hold on, let
forgive
me
the people
finish.
on ground.
Let
You
me
can
finish.
forgive the people on
Nigeria
ground
said things were,
when they
hold
don't have the
on, hold
information.
on, let me land now. Nigeria said things were bad totally. They didn't say, okay, this were working, but sir, you can, the president or government can improve on this. This is not working efficiently. They can improve on this. But when we just paint this broad picture of, okay, things are just bad, then what do you think? What should the government do? All they hear every day is not working, it's not working. That's why sometimes you see they flip policy around because the citizens they are not honest enough to just okay, this one is working, but you can improve on it. There are certain things that can be changed. Instead, we just say it's not working, then they quickly go back and change the policy. They bring another one. Sometimes the people complain again, it's not working. As a society, how do you build a society like that? Let's just say things the way they are. If it is working, even if you have your agenda, keep it aside. Just say it is working, but you can improve on these things.
I think most Nigerians do that though. I must say, I think it's not fair to say that Nigerians, because what I tend to see with Nigerians is that if the government does one thing, I've not seen one person complain about, like, say, the student loans. The only thing they will complain about is, oh, some people are stealing it. So whenever the government does something, it's very rare, something good that Nigerians politicians come out and just start. Even the politicians, they find it hard to criticize the Nigerian government when they've done something good. It's just that many of our Nigerian government make it so easy to criticize. They do so many things bad that they can't even keep up. They
because
can't
they
even
don't
keep
take
up.
because they don't take communication serious. Government
Yeah.
is largely on communication. They lack that, and I don't understand why. Instead of them, for example, the president should be able. See, the reason why Obasanjo succeed really, Obasanjo was a leader who always speak to the people like he was like there was a feedback from him all the time, and that kept the administration. It helped the administration a lot. But since Good Luck and the rest, Buhari, it has just been a mess. It's like they just distance themselves from the people. You have to speak to. See, that's one thing I like about Trump. Trump is a leader that always reach out to the people, even good or bad. He every day must type something, send something out from his
Sorry,
page, or he speak to the
listen.
media.
This society is polarized. When you live in a society that is polarized, it doesn't matter whether you speak to the people or you didn't speak to the people. There are people, even if Tinubu take his head now and give to them, they will look for way to. We started this show last night now, and we were talking about the same student loan that two Nigerians to come here to talk about now. Go and play back this show and listen to what Rational Mind was criticizing the student loan and stuff. Go there,
I
go
heard,
and check.
I heard you. I heard you when you were having an argument with him. Now he said this.
Yeah,
He's still
go and check
fortunate.
it, and you see. People will find that it doesn't matter. They will find a look. It didn't even make any sense what he was criticizing the thing for, but he still find a way to not to say it's good, right? Just not to bring yourself to say, oh, you know what, this one is good. You look for a way to criticize it. So how are we supposed to have a conversation on the media space? I always say to people, people coming on social media space sometimes is therapeutic it's therapeutic in a way, you know. So when you come here, you put your fact or you put your position forward, and then people other people put their position forward. If Simba say, oh, I sent somebody went to go and buy a bag of rice for certain price, and somebody say, oh no,
I,
price is 200,000,
no,
price is 200,000.
remember the day I told them that my wife bought rice for 55,000 from my money.
Exactly.
No, they are saying it's because the one that I bought
No,
is not a quality one.
no, they're not saying no. Wait, now that day I was not even on the show. I was listening. Right, I was like, there's somebody say my wife bought rice for 55,000. Not like somebody I know or somebody. No, he said my wife bought rice for 55,000 for 50 kg bag. They did not know what to say again. They say, oh, it depends on the quality of the rice. First of all rice are carbohydrates. That's the content of rice. Okay. So whether you buy the one that is shiny or you buy the one that is dull, if you put it in your mouth, the content of that rice is carbohydrates. That is what is going to turn into your body. Okay, so I do not understand this idea that the quality, they have some rice that is shiny, they have some rice that it doesn't like they just push the
Some are
conversation to.
cheaper than the others, though. Some of them are almost double the price, depending on the
Yes, they
quality
are
of the
double.
rice.
They are almost double the price, but they just double the
Why
price
why
because
must why must you choose the biggest one, the one that the price is double? Why do
You
you
is
don't,
the
you don't, you don't,
concept
because you don't want to
is
buy the one where you are chewing and suddenly you find one big stone that is going to
no, they are not
eat
like to Nigeria way.
10,000.
They've gone past that. They've gone past that
so
stage now. Even Nigeria locally made rice. They don't have stones.
don't a stone filled rice? That's what I will be eating in my house, Abi. I don't
I
have the
won't be
money to buy.
surprised now.
No, so is it like is the way they move the conversation? Oh, they should set up something where students can go and do. I'm like, oh, come on, man. If we don't have anything to say, just leave it, man. You know, that's why I just say, maybe.
Gentlemen, let's call it a day. I think it's gone long enough. It's 9 hours. Let me thank the people that donated. Ayo, $50. That is a lot of money to donate for one's live stream. Ayo, thank you for that. ROD, $2. Thank you for that. Every little help, we really appreciate it. Another $2. XYZ Zita is 100% correct. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. ROD, the same thing, $2. Another $2 again from ROD again. He's really donating. Another $5 now. It's gone up. $5. Thank you for that. All American dollars. These Americans, they are really donating. Another dollars again. I'm sure all those people in Canada and Netherlands, they are all dodgy people. They don't want to donate anything. Another RD again. Thank you for that. And to all the panelists. Simba. Who else?
British pound. We didn't see anybody donating.
Yeah,
British
I
pound.
don't mind them. There's no British people here. They are all busy working for His Majesty. Life is hard in the UK right now. They are trying to survive. If for real, I see you there, Rattel family, Oscar Blackbone. Fast is too slow, and Light was there. Ufoma, Michael, Temi Lade always thinks I hate Yoruba people with a venom. And just like some people think I hate people with the venom. When people don't like what you're hearing, you are saying, they just hate you. They just talk all kinds of. So Monday, Okwata. I see you there, Alex Onyema. I see you there too. Thank you for everything and joining us today. Martin Bolagun. I see you there too. And all the elite panelists, Simba, Prince Daddy, and Nigerian first. Clearly, progressive Nigeria is not included in the elite class. He was basically just present and sulking all evening. But it's all right. We're all Nigerians. We're all Nigerians.
Yeah, it's always
We're
good
all
to have
Nigerians.
it's always good to have dissenting opinion in any platform. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. It's always good. It's obviously he's welcome. I'm just kidding around. It's all good. Thank you all for joining us till this evening, when one man will return with another analysis of what is going on in Nigeria. All right then. Bye guys.
Yeah.